Where am I? Where the hell am I? Those were the first words and the final dying breath of the young man who had just woken up right next to me. The moment he finished speaking, a voice old and cold as if it were carved from solid ice echoed out. This one has been possessed by a demon. A heavy greatsword swung down, tearing through the air. Blood sprayed everywhere, a single decisive judgment. It stained the boots of those watching as the poor guy was executed on the spot. I swallowed hard, biting my lip until it bled to force the same question stuck like a lump in my throat back down into my stomach. I couldn't open my mouth because I knew exactly what kind of hellhole this was. Just last night, I was still just an office worker living in the modern world, rushing to clock in every morning, dragging my exhausted body back to my room every night, finding my only escape in a single game. A survival RPG with hellish difficulty. Thousands of game over screens, tens of thousands of retries grinding until my eyes were heavy and bloodshot. Finally, I beat the final boss and cleared the game. The game that seemed impossible to conquer. The very moment the words "Game Clear" flashed on my screen, it glowed bright and I was sucked straight into the very world I had just conquered. Looking at the headless corpse growing cold on the ground, cold sweat drenched my back. In the real world, if you die in a game, you just respawn at a save point. But in this brutal virtual reality, there are no resurrection potions for you. Once your HP bar hits 0, that's it, permanent death. Danger is always lurking, not just from monsters, but from other races too. I want to live. I want to go back to my peaceful life. And to do that, I have no choice but to dive into the darkest dungeons. The laws of survival here are incredibly simple, yet soaked in blood. Entering the first dungeon, you don't need courage. You need money and absolute power. Ever since I was a kid, I've been obsessed with games. Since I spent so much time in the hospital, gaming naturally became part of my flesh and blood. All day long, I'd just glue my eyes to my handheld console to kill time. But life isn't always a dream. When the game over screen appeared, it drove me crazy. What the hell? Why is this AI so stupid? Why are you healing that thing instead of me? In total despair, I threw my console aside and muttered, forget it. I guess if you do anything for too long, you eventually get sick of it. Then one day I realized playing games didn't bring me any joy anymore, whether it was an RPG or an FPS. The reason was because every game that came out, year after year, was boring. The storylines and world building were cookie-cutter, the systems shallow with zero depth. In my utter boredom, sitting on my hospital bed with my laptop, I wondered to myself, is there really no game left in this world that's actually unique? And right then I stumbled upon it. I was drawn in by a scathing review titled "Not Recommended Dungeon & Stone." I wondered, what kind of game is this? That was Dungeon & Stone, an indie RPG with a 2D pixel art style that's become incredibly rare these days. As I started to dig deeper, I frowned slightly. What the hell is this? It's all in English. At first glance, it wasn't really my cup of tea, but since it was free, I figured, why not, and downloaded it to try it out. The character selection screen appeared with a wide variety of classes, which made me think, this game looks pretty diverse, actually. Since I didn't intend to play long, I just randomly picked a barbarian to get it over with. It had been a long time since I played a classic side-scroller, but after just a few minutes, I quickly got the hang of it. At first, I only intended to compliment the art, which was pretty nice. But then things started spiraling out of control. When I finally snapped out of it and looked at the clock, it was already late. It turned out I had been completely captivated by this cursed game. My eyes were glued to the screen, thinking excitedly, this game is way too addictive. I had to admit Dungeon & Stone possessed traits that were unique. You could see them as hooks or as incredibly annoying mechanics. For example, the fact that you had to have an NPC companion throughout the entire journey. On top of that, the game mechanics were brutal. One wrong move and all your hard work went down the drain, forcing you to start over from absolute zero. Even though it was fun at first, I couldn't help but scream, damn it, just because of those damn priests, I died right at the finish line. It made the nurse angry enough to tell me to keep it down in the ward. I just scratched my head in embarrassment, apologized, and quickly put on my headphones to avoid bothering others. I went back to intense concentration, whispering and calculating every step to dodge deadly traps. The stubborn urge to beat the game surged through me, especially since this was such a flop of a game that there wasn't a single guide in either Korean or English online. With ironclad determination, I promised myself, no matter how long it takes, I will beat this game on my own. From the moment I started playing in the hospital, through my military service as a public service worker, through my discharge, and even when I went back to university, graduated, went on job interviews, and became a busy office worker. I never once gave up on grinding through this challenging game. Even though my character kept falling over and over again, every time I saw that familiar death message pop up, I would roar in frustration. Died again, why does this keep happening? And then after 9 long years of persistence and suffering, the moment of glory finally smiled upon me. I cheered excitedly at my computer screen. Final boss room, here I come. On the pixelated screen, my little barbarian finally stood before the gate called the Gate of the Abyss. Couldn't contain my joy. I threw both hands into the air, screaming at the top of my lungs. Look at that! Has anyone else even made it this far, you bastards? I was even tearing up, overcome with emotion just thinking about the grueling 9-year journey, sacrificing the prime of my youth just for this moment. Right as I clicked the mouse and the game immediately prompted, "Do you want to enter the final boss room?" I didn't hesitate to click. Of course I do. But the system coldly warned me, "You may never be able to return. Are you sure you want to enter?" Seeing that grim warning, I smirked with confidence. Just because it's the final boss sounds like a scary omen, sure, but once you've climbed to this peak, how could I possibly turn back now? So I decisively clicked agree to start loading the stage. While waiting, I lounged back in my chair, telling myself not to expect a win on the first try. Instead, I needed to carefully observe the boss's attributes, movesets, and especially its ultimate attack to strategize for future runs. I was even daydreaming, thinking, what if after all this careful preparation I managed to take down the boss in one go? That would be hilarious. Wait, it's done already. Perhaps because I was too lost in my own arrogance, I reacted incredibly slowly to the system message, "You have reached the deep abyss," followed by "Tutorial phase completed." My mind went blank as I stared at the screen. Tutorial? What do you mean? I bolted upright from my chair in shock, realizing something was wrong. Wait, this is Korean, not... Dungeon and Stone only supports English, right? Thinking back to all those bitter years, I couldn't help but grit my teeth in frustration. So all this time, I'd been struggling to learn English for nearly a decade, just for a developer's prank. Before I could even process it, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the computer screen after the user authentication complete message, making me scream in panic. What is this? A burning, searing pain suddenly shot through my entire body, leaving me clutching my head and screaming in agony amidst the chaos of the strange light engulfing me. I could only curse helplessly. What the hell is this? Following the system's teleportation initializing message, I completely lost consciousness. When I groggily woke up, loud noises echoed in my ears. "Congratulations, young warriors." A booming voice from above declared, "Today you shall leave this sacred place." I frowned, wondering, who's shouting so loudly? As I opened my eyes fully, I was met with a crazed crowd cheering and chanting about becoming true warriors, leaving me confused and clueless about what was happening. I was stunned to realize I was facing an incredibly absurd situation, where modern LED lights had been completely replaced by flickering torches on stone walls. Crazier still, no matter which direction I looked, all I saw were muscular, half-naked barbarians standing in the center of the altar. A strange man with flowing white hair and a beard was shouting orders for everyone to choose a weapon that suited them. My head spun with a dozen questions. I asked myself, what the hell is a weapon and why? Do I understand this strange, never-before-heard language? And most importantly, why am I here? But then I tried to calm myself down, telling myself to stay composed. I silently analyzed the situation. If this is really the intro of a super hard game, the most urgent thing is to quickly grasp my surroundings and gather information. I looked down at my body and told myself everything seemed fine until I noticed something extremely abnormal. Rough hands, massive muscles, hard as rock, and strange tattoos, moving with incredible flexibility according to my will. I froze, staring at my hulking, muscular physique, and realized in horror, this is my body. My face went pale with shock as I realized I had turned into a literal barbarian. Just then, the booming voice from the altar continued calling out the names of those who were next. I stepped forward, my mind still in a state of utter confusion, while the hulking blond man next to me confidently stepped up after his name was loudly announced. Karak, third son of Vannon. I could only stand rooted to the spot, completely bewildered, watching his back as he headed toward the altar to be presented to the chieftain. Karak stood proudly on the altar and decisively grabbed his weapon. The chieftain nodded in approval and praised him in a booming voice. "A double-edged axe, an excellent choice." I immediately declared, "Karak, third son of Vannon, you are now a true warrior." Ina, second daughter of Fenerlin, stepped forward. Witnessing this scene, I suddenly froze as a strangely familiar feeling washed over me. Wait a minute. This situation is familiar. Before my eyes, the young warriors took turns picking up weapons amidst the cheering. You have chosen a spear, a very suitable weapon for someone as intelligent as you. One by one, they stepped up to perform the ritual and were recognized as official warriors of the tribe. For the young warriors, a magnificent view of the kingdom appeared accompanied by a resonant blessing. May the blessings of Raphonia always be with you. I couldn't help but be shocked. My brain clicked instantly. My eyes widened in determination. That's it. This is Dungeon and Stone, the game I've been attached to for 9 long years. The familiar character selection screen was now vividly displayed right before my eyes. That's right. When I chose the Barbarian class to start the game, the intro happened exactly like this. I can't believe it. I've actually transmigrated into the very same Barbarian I had just finished grinding. I still couldn't accept this harsh reality, frantically wondering, what the hell? The hell is going on? This can't be. Just then, I noticed the red-haired Barbarian standing next to me. His face was pale. He was trembling, and he was muttering in terror, "This is Dungeon and Stone." He looked around with chaotic eyes and an expression of utter horror. What the hell is this? Why am I even here? Seeing his unusual, panicked expression, I silently realized he was completely different from the brave, fierce barbarians around us, and in a flash I grasped a terrifying truth. I wasn't the only one pulled into this game world. That guy was just like me. But before the red-haired guy could process his confusion, a bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the air. Who just opened their mouth? The supreme leader suddenly appeared, radiating a murderous aura, his burning red eyes looking as if they wanted to devour someone alive. He closed the distance to the red-haired guy and me as fast as the wind, paralyzing him with fear. Then coldly asked, "I'm asking if it was you, right?" I screamed internally in panic. No, I was standing right next to him. Sweat poured down like rain as I cursed under my breath. Why did this stupid guy have to cause this mess? Facing that overwhelming bloodlust. The red-haired guy stammered, trying to save himself. But the leader didn't waver in the slightest. His eyes locked onto the guy with chilling intensity. "It was you." The red-haired guy, terrified to the point of tears, trembled and asked back, "You mean, is this really Dangan Endstone?" Before he could finish his sentence, the leader's giant axe swung down like lightning, cutting off his unfinished words. Blood splattered across my face as the whole tribe watched in shock, witnessing the poor guy's head being severed from his neck. My heart pounded uncontrollably with terror. What the hell is going on? The murderous leader stood right beside me, forcing me to suppress my fear and tell myself to stay calm, my sweat mixing with the blood on my cheek. I warned myself strictly, if I let any emotion show right now, I'll definitely be killed too. The leader coolly wiped the blood off his axe and loudly declared to the Oram tribe, "The son of Kadua has been possessed by an evil spirit." He turned around and commanded with authority, "Everyone immediately wipe the words of the evil spirit from your memories. The coming-of-age ritual shall continue." As if nothing had happened, and that was when it finally dawned on me. I understood now. Vital info #1 players who transmigrated into the game like me and that red-haired guy are considered evil spirits. Vital info #2. If anyone discovers this true identity, the only outcome is death. Vital info #3. If I hadn't been quick-witted enough to keep my cool, the head rolling on the ground right now could have been mine. In short, the final conclusion is simple. I need to pass this trial without showing any flaws. But life isn't a fairy tale. An extremely serious problem suddenly arose. After the leader's call, the next one, Serum, the 4th son of Sonic, stepped forward. Watching the barbarians step up one by one at the call, my chest tightened with anxiety. The next one. The next one. The calls kept coming, sounding more and more urgent. Meanwhile, I was completely in the dark about one crucial thing I didn't know. My own character's name. I am Han Suli. I transmigrated here. Right now I can only scream frantically in my mind. This damn game, at least give me a name. Is there no status board or something similar? I can't just guess blindly when my life is being threatened like this. The next one. The urging call rang out, pushing me into a life-or-death situation, forcing me to gamble with my life. The chance of success is low, but this is the only way I have right now. I clenched my fists and frantically mapped out a plan in my head. I would wait exactly 2 seconds after the next name is called, then step out. If it happens to be the name of another evil spirit, I'll just leave it to fate. Just then the silver-haired leader spoke up again, shouting, "Ron, son of Janet!" I started swallowing hard, counting under my breath. The crowd around us remained deathly silent, my eyes darting around. 2 seconds had passed since the name was called, and still no one moved. I knew if no one stepped up, the tragedy from earlier would repeat itself. So I decisively stepped 1 foot out of the ranks. Under everyone's gaze, I stood tall and imposing, telling myself, that must be my name, I hope so, hearing the leader's impatient shout for Ron to step out. I kept a cold expression and walked forward. I strode confidently toward the terrifying supreme leader with the bearing of a true warrior. He squinted at me, scrutinizing me with sharp eyes as if trying to see through my soul. The suffocating atmosphere was finally eased when he nodded slightly. Young warrior, he gestured toward the pile of weapons and commanded, choose your weapon. I rejoiced inwardly because my desperate gamble had succeeded perfectly. I curled my lips into a smug smile. Ron, son of Jendan. So that's my character's name, after learning my identity. I quickly clenched my fist to prepare for the second crucial decision, a decision that would determine my life. I silently analyzed the stats in my head since the barbarian. Tribe lacks magical talent, but possesses extremely powerful physical strength. I initially planned to build my character into a melee fighter, a pure one. I slowly reached my hand toward the weapon rack and told myself the weapon I choose will definitely be this. The leader standing nearby frowned in suspicion when he saw my strange action, but instead of choosing a sword or an axe like the others, I boldly hoisted a giant iron shield. With a determined gaze, I was confident this was the wisest decision right now. Immediately after, the leader spoke up in acknowledgement. Ron, son of Jendan, with this you have become a true warrior. The game system immediately popped up a brilliant golden notification. Synchronization process complete. In the real world, my familiar workspace suddenly lit up in the middle of the night. The computer screen displayed the level up notification. Equipment increased by 24 points. Character info and daily logs have been recorded to be sent to the administrator. The detailed status board of the character Ron Jandel displayed. Clearly the stats from level 1. Physical 25, Spirit 35 to the comprehensive combat stat of 67. Remembering when I first played this hellish game, I chose a giant greatsword for my barbarian. The simple reason was that it looked super cool. But the result was that I paid the price by having the character die countless times under monster claws. Every time I saw the game over screen, I would pull my hair out and scream in frustration, "Ah, dead again! Why do I have to build this character like this? How on earth am I supposed to increase my survival rate? I've tried every weapon under the sun, from dual axes and giant hammers to serrated spiked chains, just to find a way out, testing every playstyle in this crazy meta-driven combat system. Still, my fighting style is incredibly shaky. Every single match I barely make it out alive, and then, one fine day, standing in front of the in-game weapon shop, a bold idea suddenly flashed in my mind. Does a barbarian really have to be built for pure damage? Or can they play as a main tank? Considering this race already has a massive health pool and superior physical strength, even if their damage mitigation isn't quite on par with dwarves, barbarians still have all the base stats needed to be a genuine tank. Honestly, John wasn't thrilled about this playstyle because it demands such rigorous, intense training. But he figured it would be a waste to throw away all his research, so he decided to give it one shot. He remembered the earth-shattering battles he'd faced in the virtual world before standing against that massive, towering Caches monster. The tiny barbarian warrior armed only with a hammer and shield. At the time, he just stared in stunned silence, but then the screen flashed, "Dungeon cleared." It was glorious. The monster's damage was completely reflected back, thanks to his highly effective counter skill. Watching that scene, he couldn't help but smile, thinking, this character is absolutely broken. This decision was the smartest choice he could have possibly made. With unshakable resolve, a booming command echoed out, ordering the fortress gates to be thrown open. The massive stone doors slowly creaked apart, welcoming the young warriors, ready to embark on their new journey. All the barbarian warriors who had just finished their coming-of-age ritual were about to officially enter the challenging conquest of the dungeon. Everyone's eyes were full of determination, knowing their next destination was the legendary dungeon city known by a very proud name, Raphronia. Standing before the mighty army, the leader gave a sharp signal and shouted for the warriors to move out. He yelled from behind to send them off. Your fate lies ahead. And just like that, the whole crowd stampeded forward. It was total chaos and noise. Running among the aggressive crowd, John whispered to himself, best to just stick with them for now. But watching them charge headlong like moths to a flame, He couldn't help but doubt whether they actually knew where they were going. As night fell over the ancient buildings, a loud shout suddenly rang out, ordering the group to stop. A panicked barbarian yelled, sending the whole crowd into a frenzy. "I think we're lost." The crowd immediately erupted in anger, cursing loudly. "Karak Venom's third son led us the wrong way. He's not fit to lead us. He has to take responsibility for this." John could only shake his head at these idiots, since they were just as foolish for following him in the first place. Under the immense pressure, Karak sadly lowered his head and admitted, "All right. Stop it. I admit I'm not capable enough and will step down as leader immediately." Ina, the bold blonde, confidently stepped forward and declared, "Then let me lead everyone. I'm Ina Fennerlin's second daughter. I'm smart. I'll definitely get us on the right track." She flashed a confident, arrogant smile to the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd. Looking at her smug face, John narrowed his eyes, deeply skeptical. Sure enough, just a moment later, the wise girl was sweating bullets, tearfully admitting, "I think I'm lost too," causing the whole crowd to collapse in despair. Panic spread quickly through the ranks. How could this happen? We have to reach the dungeon on time. Ina backed away sadly, taking the heat while the crowd kept bickering loudly. Ina isn't fit to lead anymore. The next leader should be Jin Techan's second son. No, I don't agree, watching from the sidelines. John sighed, wondering if these losers had lost their brains, or what. Because if they kept arguing like this, they'd never reach the dungeon. Even though he didn't want to draw any attention to himself right now, after a moment of hesitation, he firmly stepped forward and gently tapped the dejected blonde Ina on the shoulder. She jumped and turned to look at the giant shield wielder in front of her, then asked anxiously, "Ron Jendan's son, are you here to blame me too?" Ron shook his head slightly and whispered in her ear, "No, I'm here to show you how to get to the dungeon." Hearing that, Ina's eyes went wide with shock and hope. Really, but how?" He quietly pointed to a group of armored people walking in the distance. "You just need to follow those guys." Those were human adventurers, complaining with disdain as they walked. "Ugh, gross. That crowd of barbarians is swarming over there. What a bunch of stupid savages. Carrying all those weapons in the middle of the night, how are they ever going to get anywhere?" Ina's eyes lit up as she realized the truth. She shouted excitedly, "I get it. Okay, I'll give it a try." Immediately, she turned back and loudly announced to the whole tribe that she had found the way to the dungeon, making the crowd cheer. "Really? You really are wise?" "Oh, wise Ina." John, standing on the side, could only stay silent, wondering if these people were actually brainless. Smugly, she swung her sword and ordered the group to follow her. The whole crowd scrambled after her and finally found the glowing portal. The crowd cheered excitedly, "The dungeon!" watching the eager crowd file into the portal like they were heading to a festival. John could only sigh in frustration. Damn it! It really is the dungeon entrance. Standing at the boundary between life and death. He swallowed hard, hesitating, wondering if setting foot in the dungeon right now was actually the right decision. Truth be told, with the whole tribe in this state of chaos, you think to yourself that if you quietly slipped away from the ranks, no one would even notice. But then you remember in your past life, you were just a sick person bedridden all year round. A person so ordinary you'd never even thrown a punch at anyone. Could a weakling like you really fight and survive against the brutal monsters in this dungeon? And is there really no other way to pay taxes to the kingdom of Refronia besides risking your life as a soldier? Taxes are one of the cruelest mechanics in this dungeon game, and this cursed stone. When every citizen from the age of 20 and up must pay taxes on time, otherwise the only fate waiting for them is the death penalty. In the game, there are a few ways to earn money for taxes, but the most common methods are first charging into the monster-infested dungeon to slaughter them. The second method is to accept menial labor at the taverns in the village. The big problem, however, is that you are a barbarian, and in the eyes of everyone here, barbarians are just stupid savages who break things, so no tavern wants to hire them. In this game, the barbarian race absolutely cannot do the common jobs that regular people do. That's why this is the only character class that is given weapons right at the start of the game. If not for this damn mechanic, you wouldn't have had to go fight monsters. The urgent announcement from the podium rings out again, signaling that the dungeon entrance will close in 10 minutes. It puts you in an extremely tight spot because this dungeon only opens once a month. If you don't go in this time, you'll have to find a way to scrape by in this bigoted city for a whole month with no job and the meager rations the tribal chief gives out. Would that even be enough to help you last for a week? Even if you were lucky enough to survive a month here, your physical state would definitely be in the worst shape possible. So if you want to enter the dungeon, this is the best time. Yet your feet are frozen solid and won't budge. Your chest is pounding from sheer terror because this is no longer just a virtual game. Your real life is now being put on the line. Just as you are spiraling into a crisis, a hand suddenly slaps your shoulder, accompanied by a loud voice calling your name. John, you startle and turn around to see Ina, the blonde girl, standing right next to you. In your confusion, you mistakenly call her the third daughter of Fenerlin. Ina immediately corrects you with a stern expression. I am the second daughter of Fenerlin. The other warriors have all gone into the dungeon, only the two of us are left. Hurry up, we're late so we don't have much time left. On the podium, the emergency alarm sounds again, signaling the dungeon gate will close in 5 minutes as the brilliant light begins to shrink visibly. Standing before the closing entrance, John firmly tells her to go in first and that he will follow immediately. Ina nods in agreement. But just as she reaches the edge of the teleportation gate, she suddenly pauses, turns back and gives a radiant smile, thanking John for his timely help just now. You gently avoid her gaze and coldly reply that she doesn't need to thank you for anything. Ina looks at you curiously and gently asks how you became so wise, as she has never seen a barbarian warrior so quick-witted and intelligent, and she really wants to learn from you. Looking at her admiring expression, you think to yourself that the only way is for her to be reincarnated into another life to stand a chance at being like that. But to save face, you offer a vague answer, always think carefully before you act. The innocent girl nods as if she understands. Ina gives a radiant smile, thanks you for the sincere advice, and promises she will definitely find a way to repay this favor if she is lucky enough to survive and return from the dungeon. Hearing the phrase, survive and return, John goes quiet. In the game, the barbarian tribe were people who didn't know what fear was, and it seems that in real life they are not much different. You look straight into Ina's eyes and softly ask a question filled with doubt. Ina, are you not afraid of death? The smile on her face fades at your sudden question, but Ina quickly regains her composure and calmly asks you back, isn't that natural? The girl bravely admits she is also very afraid of death, but because she was born with the destiny of a warrior, she would rather choose to fight than die in vain. Then she asks if you feel the same way. Her answer shakes you, and you silently admit to yourself that you are no different from her. It turns out they are just like you. It's just that they have no other choice but to fight to survive in this cruel world. It makes you admire their extraordinary courage. You clench your fist and angrily tell yourself that you are a true barbarian as well. Meanwhile, the emergency siren in the distance rings out urgently. Only 1 minute left before the dungeon gate closes completely. Even though your legs are shaking uncontrollably, you still wear a sly smile to reassure yourself. Scared is one thing, but seeing the boundary of the teleportation gate beginning to distort you, resolutely swing your shield and shout out, the dungeon is closing. There's no other way but to risk it all. Ignoring the screaming of the priest warning, it's dangerous, please step back. You charge straight into the light with the firm belief that this sturdy body and the vast game knowledge collected from thousands of characters will help you make something happen. The purple light engulfs your entire body. You roar proudly into the void. I will. You pour all your strength into shouting your final words before disappearing into the void. Survive in this hellhole. The system panel flickers and displays a chilling notification. You have entered the Level 1 crystal cave. Opening your eyes to a pitch-black void, you look around in confusion and exclaim in bewilderment. What the hell is this? What kind of middle-of-nowhere hellhole did I end up in? Braun held his head high, telling himself he was a veteran expert at this dungeon and stone game. He squinted, trying to deduce a logical explanation for his current predicament. Ron quickly calculated in his head, if he combined that with the iron-clad body of the barbarian race, he recalled his gamer persona from his past life, he affirmed confidently. With my massive wealth of game knowledge, I'll definitely survive. That's what I naively thought back then. Ron's eyes darted frantically around, then he cursed in frustration. Damn it! It's so pitch black, how am I supposed to see anything? He recalled his teammates from the beginning to find a connection, trying to remember the original game design from his memories. He brought his hand to his chin, pondering, then muttered, according to the game design, the walls of a level 1 crystal cave should always have luminescent crystals, glowing so I shouldn't even need a torch. Suddenly, a horrific thought flashed, making his eyes widen. He asked himself, wait, don't tell me this is the Dark Zone. That ultra-rare terrain located on the outermost edge of the first-level maze where there isn't a single ray of light. He looked bewildered at the thick black mist surrounding him, thinking, but the Dark Zone shouldn't be a random starting point, right? No, this is reality, so there are no guarantees. Since the starting point is random, I might have just been unlucky enough to end up in the Dark Zone right from the start. To test the system, he repeatedly shouted the holy commands, status board inventory character info bag skills daily log, standing in the middle of the void. The silence was infuriating. He sighed helplessly and cursed, damn it, nothing is working. As expected. Not wanting to just sit around and wait for death, he decisively began to feel around his hand, touching the ice-cold cliff wall, thinking, waiting here won't solve anything. It's better to just try walking in one direction. He cautiously began to use his hand to feel his way along the cliff in the pitch-black darkness. As he walked, he asked himself guardedly, am I moving too slowly? Maybe crawling would even be faster, but still I have to be extremely careful just in case. Before he could finish his thought, a chilling metallic screech suddenly echoed, making him jump. Ugh! He collapsed onto the stone floor, clutching his trapped leg and screaming in agony. A goblin trap! Blood gushed out as the iron teeth bit deep into his flesh. At the same time, a ruthless system notification appeared. Your character has stepped into a goblin trap. He bit his lip until it bled, trying to suppress the excruciating pain, and told himself, I have to endure it. I have to stay calm. Brian knelt on the cold stone floor, tightly covering his mouth, silently warning himself not to let out any sound at all. Goblins are the type of monsters that specialize in setting traps at level 1, and the goblin that set this trap is definitely lurking somewhere around here. Holding his breath in the pitch-black darkness, his eyes burned with a sharp, vigilant gaze. He squinted into the silent gloom, skeptically wondering if there was a possibility that the goblin wasn't around here after all. Ron shuddered, trying to banish that naive thought from his head. Maybe that's it. What if I got lucky and had already left for somewhere else? No, those kinds of relieving thoughts are always the most dangerous. I have to prepare for the worst-case scenario. If he couldn't be sure about the situation, he calculated the lurking threat. If there's a trap here, there must be a goblin around here, and if it heard my scream... He slumped his head down, suppressing a moan. Ron let out a soft, ugh. It will definitely find out I'm stuck in the trap. He shuddered at the thought of the monster's cruel nature. It will lurk in the shadows patiently, waiting until I am completely exhausted before it moves in to tear me apart. Sweating from the stress, Ron told himself he had to be extremely careful, and because of that, he must not make any noise. That's how this dungeon and stone game works. All right, first things first, he had to do what was necessary. He looked down at the iron trap biting into his leg and gritted his teeth. Cursing, the trap is coated in paralyzing poison. Those damn barbarians. They should have given me a pair of boots instead of these useless, tattered sandals. Ron angrily braced himself against the bone-deep pain to try and pry the trap off. Damn it all! Now complaining won't solve anything. Stop whining and just move already. If I have to fight anyway, it's better to get it over with quickly. He began to drag his bleeding leg forward, whispering a challenge to the hidden enemy. Come on out! The toxin seems to be spreading. My right foot is starting to go completely numb. Ron mustered his strength and shouted into the dark void, I know you're hiding there. Show your face. Damn it, why is it so terrifyingly quiet around here? But maybe because of the paralyzing poison, I don't feel that scared. Let's just consider that a plus. He couldn't hold back his rage and let out a roar that echoed through the cave. I told you, come out here, you bastard! Ron panted heavily, looking around at the empty stone walls. Inside, he suddenly felt doubtful. Or is all of this just my own paranoia? Is there actually no goblin here at all? He dragged his legs, stubbornly mumbling to himself. If you like to hide, just stay there. I'm leaving. Even if I'm acting like an idiot, I'm going to be the last idiot standing. He panted, dragging his wounded leg, continuing on not forgetting to keep hurling insults to lure the enemy. Your mother was a goblin. Ron started feeling dizzy from the blood loss, but he kept babbling, provoking the enemy. Your father was a goblin and your brothers are all goblins, so you're obviously just a cowardly goblin too. This is dangerous. The bleeding won't stop, and my head feels like it's been soaked in alcohol from losing so much blood. He suddenly froze, his eyes widening in alert as he heard a faint sound, footsteps. It was moving. Ron smirked, a provocative smile spreading across his face. What's the matter? Can't stand me insulting your family? The footsteps sounded from behind. It seemed to be drawing closer. He tried to walk faster through the thick darkness, intentionally moving away from its position. He knew it was trailing him, but not being able to see a thing was a real obstacle. I have to pick up the pace and get away. He gritted his teeth against the pain, dragging his blood-soaked legs as fast as he could. He could hear the creature's small, stealthy footsteps following him, never once falling behind. After running for a while, Ron faked a slip and tumbled to the ground to bait the trap. He glanced back, analyzing the situation. It was maintaining a set distance to shadow him. When he stopped, it stopped too. Watching the creature start to reveal itself, he felt a wave of contempt. Contempt it was smugly waiting for its prey to bleed out and die. It must be looking forward to watching me slowly lose my life in a panic accompanied by its chilling laughter. He intentionally let out a painful groan and collapsed. Ah, a cunning devil. Now it wasn't even bothering to hide its own voice anymore. Fine, time to change the plan. Lying motionless on the cold floor, Ron squeezed his eyes shut. All right, your prey has collapsed just like you wanted. Come on, get over here! The axe-wielding goblin crept closer, staring at his bloody leg and letting out a suspicious growl. Ron urged the enemy on in his mind. Hurry up and come closer! Suddenly, a small stone flew through the air and struck him in the head, making him flinch in pain. What the? Ron was furious, but forced himself to hold it in. He curled his lip in a bitter smile. It just threw a stone at me to see if I was actually dead, didn't it? Damn it, why is this creature so smart? They're much sharper than the barbarians. It's moving in. He held his breath, lying still, waiting for the perfect moment. When he heard the footsteps, he knew the goblin was right over his back. As soon as that grotesque hand touched him, Ron's eyes flashed with red, murderous intent, and he let out a roar. Too bad for you, I'm a barbarian too. He sprang up in a flash, spun around to face the enemy, and unleashed a savage grin. Welcome to your grave. Without a moment's hesitation, Ron threw his entire weight into a massive shield bash. Die, the bastard! The goblin looked stunned, not understanding what was happening, only managing to gasp in a panicked hiss, Cur! But life isn't like a game. He broke into a cold sweat when he realized his shield bash had missed its mark due to a miscalculation of distance. Damn it, my reach is too short. In that split second of life or death, John's other hand suddenly erupted with a burst of power, leaving him shocked. What is this? Without waiting for his brain to give the order, his flaming arm shot forward like a crushing machine. He shouted in panic, My body is moving on its own! In the pitch-black space, John threw a punch. He slammed a thunderous blow into the stone floor and thought, This is incredible. I can vividly feel every movement this goblin makes. Feeling raw primal power flooding through every fiber of his being, he roared with excitement. I'm much stronger than it! Ron screamed in triumph at his newfound strength. This body is completely different from that sickly shell that spent its whole life in a hospital bed. You're the prey here, you wretched goblin. This is the body of a barbarian. He swung his arms wildly, pouring his absolute rage into the cold stone floor. Every punch John threw tore through the air, carrying primal power that crushed all resistance from the enemy. I didn't hold back at all, raining down hammer-like blows until the ground shattered beneath the terrifying pressure. The goblin was reduced to nothing more than a pile of shredded meat. John threw a punch so powerful that the monster's blood splattered everywhere. Finally, he raised both hands and combined his strength for a finishing blow, ending the life of the lowly predator. Just as the goblin drew its final breath, a cold system notification appeared before his eyes. You have defeated a goblin. XP gained 1. Ron panted heavily. He sat down on the ground, his eyes wide as he saw the monster's corpse begin to emit a strange light. Watching the magical scene before him, he muttered in astonishment. Its body is disappearing. Everything is happening exactly as if this were still a game. Amidst the fading smoke, a glittering ruby appeared on the ground, leaving him curious. What is this? Ron leaned down to pick up the stone, his eyes sparkling as he realized the truth, the primary currency used in Dungeon and Stone. He inspected the stone under the faint light, and excitedly did the math. A level 9 magic crystal. Its actual value in exchange would be... The result of the economic calculation appeared in his head, draining all his excitement. It was barely enough to trade for a piece of bread. He curled his lip into a smile of absolute bitterness. Damn it! Is this all I get after struggling to survive through all that crap? John stumbled, leaning against the cold stone wall to support his weary body, and reminded himself. That's right, this place. Recalling the chilling images of dragons and monsters from the game, he reluctantly had to admit it was a true world, a place where dungeons and brutal monsters actually existed. Ron shuddered at the thought of the strange laws governing this place. The monsters leave behind loot when they die and then vanish completely into the void. He envisioned the small society outside the dungeon to give himself motivation, and in that bustling city outside, there were familiar scenes just like in the game with countless different races living together. Looking down at his bloody feet, John confirmed it firmly. This place is definitely the world inside the game I'm so familiar with. But he looked up at the dark wall, decisively extinguishing that final naive fantasy. I will never mistake this cruel reality by thinking it's just a fun game. John dragged his heavy, weary feet forward while system notifications continued to blink red. The system is flashing a warning that you're still bleeding out. You grimace, dragging your mangled leg that's killing your pace. Damn it, it's not like you're some weakling with a broken bone, right? But ditching your pride actually paid off. Since you aren't putting weight on that injured leg, it hurts way less and you're moving faster than expected. The best part is that you'll never trip over a trap on the ground ever again. No sooner had you said that than you slammed right into a bear trap pinned directly to the wall. You moan, grimacing. Damn it, another one. Now every other part of your body is starting to ache too, but you have to grit your teeth and survive. The system panel keeps blinking, alerting you are still bleeding. Lon worries out loud that the bleeding won't stop on its own. You collapse onto the cold stone floor, gasping for air, muttering prayers for help. This situation is getting way too dangerous. You need to find someone who can help stop the bleeding immediately. Clinging to a thin sliver of hope, John pumps himself up. You have to get back on your feet. If you just keep crawling in one direction, you're bound to get out of this hellish dark place. In a daze from blood loss, you suddenly remember that unlucky red-haired compatriot from the tribe earlier and silently wonder, I wonder what the hell happened to that guy. Did he really die? Or did he wake up back in his original body on Earth after going through a near-death experience like this? I think I finally understand why. Humanity needs religion to hold on to. A bright red warning panel pops up notifying you that your health is below 5%, making you smirk. You really are desperate. And all this system is good for is distracting you. It says if you don't get treated soon, your character is going to die just like your own miserable situation right now, Ron. You grit your teeth against the tearing pain, struggling to cling to the jagged cliff wall as you drag a long trail of blood behind you. Seeing a faint glimmering light ahead, you pant, trying to console yourself. I must be heading in the right direction. It's getting brighter out. Obviously, the entire first floor can't stay in total darkness forever. Staring toward the bright cave entrance, John tells himself that with the last of his strength, he has to reach that light to have any hope of surviving. He stumbles forward. In the back of your mind, you're still clinging to a naive belief. Surely out there, there's at least one or two kind people ready to step up and save you, right? But the moment you see an illusion of another barbarian reaching out to help you, John collapses and curses bitterly. Damn it, what a sick joke. A mocking hallucinatory voice echoes in your head. Why would they help a dying barbarian like you? Are you some kind of drop-dead gorgeous beauty or a wise scholar? You're just a big dumb brute who's a bit larger than the average person. It makes you clutch your head and groan. I think I'm actually losing my mind. You stagger up laughing at your own hallucination. You bastard, I guess you're pretty clever. Because you are after all me. If I don't keep moving forward, what the hell else can I do? I need to do something. It's gotten to the point where I'm even starting to hallucinate now. The cruel hallucination keeps ringing in your ears. Maybe you'll run into a monster before you ever meet a human. But you try to brush it off and encourage yourself, whatever. At least when I get out there, I'll have a better view than this pitch-black dump. Your vision begins to blur. John feels his consciousness fading. Your identity keeps splitting in two, then merging, then becoming blurry. You're definitely about to go insane from losing so much blood. The civil war in your mind intensifies as one side screams, I have to survive at all costs, anyone please. Please save me. While the other half sneers, survive. Look at your pathetic state. How do you plan to do that, you piece of trash? You're going to die anyway, right? Just give up and you'll be free. John reaches a blood-soaked hand forward, screaming wildly at himself, shut the hell up. I will never give up no matter what happens. There's the light, ignoring the damn system as it keeps flashing a bright red warning that your health has dropped below 4%. You use your very last ounce of strength to drag yourself out of the cave, desperate. You cast a pleading gaze outside and whisper, please, Is anyone there? The moment you collapse. John's eyes widen in shock as he barely makes out the figures of an adventuring party standing right in front of him. Overjoyed, he cries out, "Are those adventurers?" Meanwhile, a swordsman in the group points at you and calls to his teammates, "Hey look, there's a dying barbarian over there." A barbarian. The system panel carelessly chimes with another warning. John's health is below 2%, followed by an ironic achievement notification. Achievement unlocked, health dropped below 2%. Reward spirit stat will continuously increase by 1. A blonde swordsman walks closer, observes you, and critiques. Looking at this state, he seems like nothing more than a rookie. It makes you furious. You curse under your breath. Damn it! If you already know I'm a rookie, then help me out, you jerk. John's dazed eyes scan their entire formation. Your brain kicks into gear, wary. This group looks pretty suspicious, doesn't it? The blonde guy strokes his chin and asks skeptically, "How could a rookie have possibly crawled all the way here faster than us?" While he desperately tried to gasp for help, he was frustrated to realize, damn it, his throat was locked up. He couldn't even speak a word. John could only let out choked, guttural noises. His eyes bulged as he glared at them as if screaming, "Damn it, stop just standing there watching, hurry up and save me, you idiots." The blonde swordsman with the badge, shimmering on his chest, just stared down at his battered body with a cold gaze. Suddenly, the corner of his lips curled up into a calculated and sinister smirk. Looking at John, he turned to the priestess behind him and asked with an indifferent tone, "Priestess Ursina, do you think you can heal this guy?" Upon hearing that, his heart bloomed. He secretly thought, "What a priestess, heck, your party even has a priestess with you." John smugly analyzed the situation. If their party brought a priestess along, they must be high-level veterans. But before the smile could fully form, the pink-haired priestess coldly replied, "I refuse." It shocked him into stone. Instead of pleading, the blonde swordsman just nodded as if he understood the situation in front of him. "Oh, is that so?" He immediately turned to the teammate beside him, clicked his tongue, and sighed at John. "Well, that's a shame. Bassaron, can you give me one of your recovery potions? That potion is meant only for emergencies when we can't use divine power, isn't it?" "Come on, you have plenty, don't worry, I'll pay you back as soon as we get out of here." Being pestered. The teammate clicked his tongue. Tsk! In annoyance, but eventually threw a glass bottle containing bright red liquid toward the captain while John watched. He caught the potion, smiled, looked down at John, and kindly warned, "Since this isn't divine power, using this will sting a little bit, okay?" It irritated John, who growled in his throat, "Whatever, just hurry up and do it already, you jerk." Immediately, the captain tipped the glass bottle, pouring the blood-colored liquid straight onto the gaping, bleeding wound on his leg, just as the notification appeared. "Your vitality is increasing rapidly due to the recovery effect." As the message appeared, John's eyes widened. It felt like thousands of burning needles were piercing his flesh, making him scream wildly. In his mind, "What the hell is this?" John roared in agony, "It hurts!" It felt like his entire body was melting. So this was the reason they strictly forbid using potions in the middle of battle. The bone-deep pain made him grit his teeth and scream, "This hurts like hell!" The remnants of the potion rolled on the ground while the deep gash on his leg miraculously closed up. Having survived the brush with death, he exhaled in relief. Phew! With his heart racing, John muttered to himself, admitting he really thought he was going to die. At this moment, the blonde Captain Dross flatly interrogated him. "Now will you tell us, how on earth did a newbie like you manage to crawl here before us?" He tempted him. "If you know of some secret passage, I want to buy that information." John cursed internally. So that's it. That's the real reason these people are here. Fully understanding that there is no such thing as unearned kindness in this world, John had to make up an excuse. "It's best not to doubt me. I don't know. As soon as I stepped into the labyrinth, I found myself here." Dross rubbed his chin in thought and replied, "Is that so? I see. I've read about this before. Due to spatial instability, sometimes people can fall into the edge of the dark zone, though the probability is so low it only happens once every 100 years. John was startled hearing the statistics. Ridiculous, once every 100 years, you say? Observing their team, John assessed them. They had a mage and a priestess, meaning they must be at least mid to high level, and yet he experienced it on his very first trip. Something these people have never even seen before. The swordsman Dross nodded satisfactorily. "A quite interesting story, thanks." He generously waved his hand and told him, "You can leave now, and you can just forget about the cost of that potion too." John could only watch them silently, deeply understanding one truth. Time in the labyrinth is as precious as gold and silver. Watching their backs. He mocked himself. The fact that they wasted that much time on him from the start was a miracle. John tiredly propped his bloodied hand on his giant shield and slowly stood up. He told himself he should be happy to have survived, but that feeling of being pitied was truly disgusting. John watched the group of adventurers still strolling, up the rocky slope shining with light. Captain Dross turned to his teammates commenting, "That barbarian is really lucky. Lucky he had to go through all of that from the very start. If he had stepped on the goblin trap on the first floor, even if the trap didn't kill him, he would have ended up dead anyway. I'm saying he's lucky because he met us." The red-haired guy patron was immediately mocked by the female archer. "He's lucky he met Dross, not you. You wouldn't even want to use your potion because you're so stingy. There are tons of bastards like him out there." "You think so too, right, Priestess?" Priestess Ursina still kept a cold face, not bothering to answer a word. The female archer immediately nudged the red-haired guy with her elbow, defending her. "Do you think everyone is like you? If it weren't for the rules of the temple, she would have healed him already." "Is that so? I, for one, have met plenty of two-faced people, you know." The argument continued as the archer shouted, "Bassaron, you really should learn a few things from Dross. Like when he asked about the secret passage out of concern, for instance." "That's right, because the barbarian tribe doesn't like to accept help from others after all." Dross chuckled with a feigned air of humility. "Ha ha, you flatter me too much." Suddenly, the red-haired Bassaron asked curiously, "But really, when is this barbarian's blood trail finally going to end? Hasn't it been going on for a long time already?" Observing for a moment, Bassaron remarked, "Looking at that barbarian's psychological state from earlier, I don't think he's as lucky as you say. Yikes. I'm sure it will end somewhere around here." Now Rouse pointed toward a corner shimmering with light. "If we want to take a shortcut, we need to turn at this corner." "It's so good to have the guide," the female archer chirped, praising Rouse. "It's truly amazing that you can memorize the entire map of the first floor. Most people, guides only know the general direction," she added. Just then Dross stopped in his tracks and stared straight ahead. Humph. He wore a smug grin as he saw the colossal gate. "I think we're the first ones to make it here. It's a good thing we were fast." Dross's armored hand slowly touched the rock wall right at the edge. In front of them, a massive teleportation gate was emitting a brilliant stream of light. The blonde Captain Dross announced loudly, "All right, this is the teleportation gate that will take us to the second floor. Let's go." The female archer and the rest of the team started walking toward the gate, when suddenly the old mage stopped and called out, "Wait!" Rouse and his companions turned back, puzzled. The old mage pointed down at a trap on the ground. "Isn't that the sandal the barbarian was wearing earlier?" He raised his hand and cast a spell, lighting up the space. "I think you're right." Under the magical light, a blood trail appeared, snaking clearly out from deep within the darkness. The group of adventurers were stunned, speechless. The old mage pondered, "Rouse. How long did it take from that spot to where we met the barbarian?" The captain replied, "Unless you take the shortcut, it has to be about 15 kilometers. The old man laughed in a chilling way. "To think he crawled that far through total darkness. What a monster of a bastard," the female archer muttered. "He's definitely insane." Bastern, the red-haired guy, thought to himself, "If it were me, would I dare to spend hours crawling without knowing if there's a destination at the end? I didn't realize it before, but thinking back, that barbarian held out his right hand toward us." An image of the glowing red crystal flashed in his memory. "That's right, he was trying to show us the magic crystal." Bastern smiled, faintly acknowledging, "Because other than that, what else would he have to trade? I take back my sarcastic remarks from earlier. Rouse, what was that barbarian's name again?" Returning to John, reality proved that the other's judgment was wrong. "Hey, was it just luck? People like that will die soon." "Not at all. Crazy people like that never die unless they face an extremely specific situation." He slammed his shield into the ground, affirming, "No matter how difficult things are or how much pain they have to endure, they will never see death as an escape." The system board announced, "You have killed a goblin." Ron thought to himself after the life-or-death experience just now. He put all his strength into crushing a monster. "Get your head smashed in, you bastard!" Ron bravely rammed into his enemies, constantly clashing with goblins. Standing and panting amidst the monsters, he felt confident. They just keep coming endlessly. At first I was a little worried, but since I regained my vision, these goblins aren't a threat anymore. Ron carefully stepped over an obvious trap. These traps are scattered randomly all over the ground. Those idiots should at least know how to cover them with dirt to camouflage them. When a goblin jumped out with an axe, he just mocked it. Their ambushes are too predictable and the hiding spots are way too obvious. Ron immediately swung his shield and knocked it away. "Where do you think you're going, you bastard?" However, he started to feel exhausted. The only problem right now is... Ron clutched his rumbling stomach. "Ugh, I'm so hungry." He reached into his side pouch, hoping. He remembered clearly that the vice captain had given him some food. But Ron's cloth pouch was now miserably flat. He angrily held up the empty bag. "Damn it, was crawling and dragging myself on the ground earlier a bad decision?" John chewed on a tiny crumb of bread. Out of his 7 days of rations, 5 were already gone. He sat down next to the glowing crystal. "I guess I have to ration these as much as I can." John chewed noisily and clicked his tongue, praising it. "Why is this dry piece of bread so delicious?" When he used his saliva to soften it, the taste was actually very sweet. But the joy didn't last long. He winced. "I'm starting to get thirsty now." Ron sat alone in the middle of the rocky cave. "Where am I supposed to get water now? Misfortune never comes alone, does it?" The game interface appeared in his memory. In Dungeon and Stone, there was a hunger system. It only activated when you were in the labyrinth, and he never felt the need to carry water, because eating was enough. Ron sighed deeply. But this isn't a game. It was already an extremely hardcore game to begin with, but now that it's become reality, the difficulty of this world is truly beyond imagination. He picked up his shield again and started walking. This is just a different world that happens to be similar to the game I know. Ron began to reason. Since the vice captain didn't give him any water, there must be a water source somewhere in this labyrinth. Hiding behind a rock wall, he excitedly observed, "I knew it. That's the sound of running water." Other than the group of that damn blonde guy earlier, this was the first time he had encountered someone else in this place. Even though they met in this desolate place, no conversation took place between the two. It was as if in this hellish place there existed an unwritten rule: don't socialize with other adventurers unless absolutely necessary. Ignoring the world, he crouched down, counting the loot he had collected, and muttered to himself, 41, 42, 43, 44, looking at the pile of bright red stones. Ron nodded to himself, satisfied with the decent haul he'd collected, remembering how he almost kicked the bucket earlier. His current situation was actually pretty impressive, but then a huge problem cropped up. Yawning uncontrollably, he groaned, "I am so incredibly tired." Hunting all those spirit-gathering stones was bound to wipe him out, but he was truly struggling to keep his eyes open now. Usually, there are 2 ways to get some sleep in this labyrinth. The first is to leave your life to fate and just pass out, or the second is to find an ally to watch each other's backs. Remembering earlier, he had tried to rush up and grab someone to team up. One guy was scared pale and stammered out an apology. He frantically made an excuse, saying his party already had all the members they needed. When he tried to block another group, he was flat out rejected. "Our party's full." Some even pinched their noses and dodged him straight up, saying, "We aren't interested in a barbarian. Ugh, the smell of blood is disgusting." Back in the present, he stood alone in a corner, grumbling to himself. "I can't believe they all shunned me," he cursed under his breath. "Those jerks." He thought irritably that he wasn't even asking for a full party invite, just a temporary alliance. Just to get through the night, that's all. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Hey!" The young man with the bulky backpack turned around, wearing a bright, mysterious smile as he continued, "Looking for a bed buddy for the night." Upon hearing that, veins popped on John's forehead. He barked, "What the hell did you just say, you creep? Who the hell are you?" The guy replied nonchalantly, "Huh, I guess you aren't looking for a bed buddy. I thought I might be able to get some shut-eye because you looked like a reliable barbarian, but I guess not." It suddenly dawned on him. He cursed himself if that's what he meant. He should have just said it clearly. He quickly corrected himself. No, I am looking for a bed buddy." His gamer memory reminded him that in the game that really was the term, bed buddy. Oh, thank goodness. Then stay with me. My name is Han. John was still breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking he meant an ally or a friend. A man saying that word in real life just sounded so perverted. Shaking off the creepy feeling, he offered his blood-stained hand. "Fine, my name is John, son of John." Both parties happily shook hands. Han chirped, "I'll call you John. It's best to have 3 bed buddies, but it seems like it'll take too long to go around finding others." Suddenly he glanced over with a blushing smile. "So why don't we just spend the night together?" It made John panic and curse. What the F? He recoiled, his face turning pale as he thought. Is it the way this guy talks? Why does it sound so weird and shady? Despite the goosebumps, he muttered, All right. Han high-fived him to seal the deal. Decided then, why don't we play rock, paper, scissors to see who sleeps first? And just like that, they decided to spend their first night in the labyrinth together. Even looking back, it still gave him the chills. The game ended and Han smiled smugly. Aha, I won, I get to sleep first, right? With his hands clenched into fists, he swallowed his frustration. Fine. He cursed internally. Damn it, I knew I'd lose. Why the hell do I have zero luck? Han held out a pocket watch. Take this. It's called a watch. You can wake me up when the shorthand points here. John pouted, thinking, he must think barbarians don't know how to tell time. Han eagerly added, You understand, right? I can explain it again if you want. He replied dejectedly, though he was fuming and cursing up a storm in his head. Damn it all to hell! Looking at the seemingly expensive watch, he told himself. This is probably how most people see barbarians in Dungeon and Stone. This feels like crap, but I'm sure I can take advantage of this at some point. Turning to look at his new friend who was already snoring away, he sighed and thought, Look how comfortably he's sleeping. Is this what veteran adventurers are like? Watching Han, sleeping soundly. He wondered if the guy would lend him his sleeping bag if he asked. He let out a long, weary sigh. While on guard duty, he muttered, This is fucking boring. Because there wasn't a single goblin or adventurer lurking around. Although it was convenient, he stared intently at the pocket watch in his hand, impatiently thinking, Move faster, you piece of junk. The seconds and minutes on the watch face ticked by with torturous slowness. Finally, it was time for the shift change. He called out, Han, wake up. The guy scrambled up, rubbing his eyes and asking if anything had happened. John replied curtly, Nope. Han stretched, smiled, and said, All right, thanks. You should get some sleep too. I'll wake you up in 2 hours. John nodded. Yeah, all right. He laid down, but his eyes stayed wide open. He thought, no way I can actually rest. Hearing the guy mumble in his sleep. He didn't break it. He screamed in his heart. How the hell can I trust someone I just met? So he had to give an Oscar-worthy performance by sprawling out his arms and legs and telling himself to start snoring. He tried to keep his mouth wide open, eyes shut tight, acting the part of a tired savage barbarian who'd had a long day. Peeking through half-closed eyes to check the situation, he prayed. Hope he doesn't notice. Seeing Han smile and mumble, What a funny creature, he thought smugly. Heh, it's working perfectly. It's so easy to guess what they're thinking because they always assume barbarians are idiots. Continuing the snoring act, he cheered himself on. All right, the stupid barbarian is sleeping like a log. Still keeping that sloppy pose, he calculated. Since I'm leaving myself so wide open, he'll definitely make a move if he has any ulterior motives. Show your true colors, damn you. As a result, when the shift ended, he sat up clutching his shield, looking haggard. Damn it, I didn't even get a wink of sleep. Glaring resentfully to the side, he was furious. For 2 hours, this jerk didn't do a thing. Exhausted, he flopped back onto the ground, covering his face with a groan. I should have just slept. What the hell have I been doing? Despite his regrets, he stood his ground. There was no way he was going to let his guard down that easily against a total stranger. I can't sleep until I'm sure whether this guy is trustworthy or not. With a dull, vacant expression on his face, he sullenly admitted to himself that he felt like he was about to die from sheer exhaustion. Trying to force his heavy eyelids open, he kept telling himself he couldn't fall asleep. Just as he was dozing off, a shout suddenly rang out, making him jump. John, seeing his companion gripping his shoulders and shaking him, he froze, stammering, I... He quickly regained his cold composure, brushing it off. I wasn't sleeping, but the guy immediately called him out on it. Why don't you wipe the drool off your face first? Embarrassed, he wiped his mouth and coughed. Sorry. Han just laughed it off. Hey, it's fine. Lucky for us, nothing happened while you were asleep, so I won't go on about it. He suddenly realized he'd actually fallen fast asleep. His eyes widened in shock, and although his face turned beet red, he still managed to choke out a response. Thanks. If you want, you can get some sleep. I'll take the first watch. The guy smiled sincerely and replied, It's all right, you look exhausted, why don't you sleep? It's my turn to watch anyway. Looking at that friendly smile, the walls around his heart slowly started to crumble, and he whispered, Thanks. He remembered when they first met, and the guy had kindly asked if he was looking for a partner for the night. John silently judged that he seemed like a decent guy, remembering that this was the first person who actually talked to him when he hit rock bottom, flashing a bright, cheerful smile. My name's Han. He pondered it. The guy hadn't scolded him for nodding off. He had even kindly waved it away. Hey, it's fine. Lucky for us, nothing happened while you were asleep, so I won't go on about it. And he even refused to accept any compensation for his mistake, lying sprawled out with his legs wide, snoring away. He sullenly judged his situation in this world of dungeon and stone that he knew. Then suddenly snapping his cold, sharp eyes open, he reached a harsh conclusion. There's no way in hell anyone is actually this nice. The companion's shadow loomed over him, accompanied by a twisted grin and a bone-chilling question. You awake? He raised his massive hammer high, preparing to bring it down. He gently said, Why don't you sleep a little longer? Lying exposed on the ground, his eyes wide and muscles tense as he realized death was calling, the hammer whistled. Through the air, he gasped in shock at the lightning-fast, fatal strike. He rolled to the side to dodge, letting the hammer smash the crystal on the ground into pieces. Regaining his balance after the narrow escape, he retreated into a defensive stance, his face burning with killing intent. Seeing his prey slip through his fingers, Han broke out in a cold sweat, stammering. He dodged it. Not bothering to argue, he gripped his shield tight and braced himself against the ground, ready to lung like a bloodthirsty beast. Seeing the blood-red look in his eyes, the guy, flustered, he tried to plead. Now wait, let me explain for a second, which made him think with disdain. What kind of BS excuse is he going to cook up now? He backed away in a panic, holding up his hammer to defend himself and yelling, Wait! That made him curse under his breath. What a complete idiot. Not saying another word, he charged forward, slamming his shield straight into the guy's face, thinking, What the hell do you think a barbarian is? Taking the full force of the brutal blow, the fake-out spat blood flying backward. His boots slid across the ground in humiliation after the impact. The sparks flew as he closed the distance and grabbed the guy by the collar. While this coward kept stubbornly begging, Wait, I can explain. He stared at him with venomous eyes and analyzed the situation. I didn't die from one hit like a goblin. That means I need to land another one. Saying is doing. He slammed his shield down again and roared, Crack open, you piece of trash! The traitor fell hard onto the cold stone floor, screaming in agony, yet still desperately clinging to life. He crawled on the ground in a pathetic heap with the guy standing over him like a vengeful spirit. He listened to the guy's pathetic wailing, I'm sorry. He turned back with a bruised, tear-streaked face, begging, Please spare my life. He looked down from above, coldly interrogating him. Why did you do it? He whispered a confession. Your magic crystals. I wanted your magic crystals. I was just planning to knock you out and take them. My shield. That made him silently sneer. You were going to kill a barbarian just for a few magic crystals. He nodded frantically, adding, That's right. And your shield, too. I was going to take your shield. Barbarian gear. Barbarian gear is high quality and sells for a high price. He thought he'd successfully bullshitted his way out of it. He tried to force a withered smile. See, that's right, so you'll spare me, right? But he saw right through it, immediately thinking, No, this little brat is still hiding something. Without a hint of mercy, he delivered a straight kick to the face, making the guy cough up more blood. He pointed the edge of his shield right at the guy's throat, threatening, This is the last time. Be honest. At the same time, his game logic kicked in. In this game, killing another adventurer is a major crime. There has to be a bigger reason. Pushed to the edge, the young man screamed his confession, Your heart, your heart. He frowned in confusion, asking back, What did you say? Terrified, he explained, That's right, the heart of a barbarian. Barbarians are selling for a sky-high price. He continued, I heard they're being used as ingredients for a new type of magic. By now he had reached full enlightenment and realized the truth. I get it now, to this guy. I'm just a goblin carrying a bunch of loot. The image of the barbarian race appeared like a grindable raid boss, a difficult creature to kill, and in the eyes of this guy, hunting. This was a gold mine, but one with massive value enough to bring... He bitterly summarized the opponent's motive to himself, a massive reward. He grabbed him by the collar, shaking him. So why did you make your move now instead of the first time when I was nodding off? He whimpered in response. Because I needed to blink for a second, too. That left him speechless, criticizing the guy for being anything but careful. Just a parasitic opportunist. Though choked to the point of gasping for air, the scum still tried to stammer out a plea. Since I've confessed everything, you'll forgive me, right? John pondered, bowing his head to look at the trembling scum on the ground. Then smiled and asked, Forgive you? I'm sure I'm going to run into many more people like you, and they'll probably say the exact same things to me, won't they? John's eyes turned blood red with killing intent as he roared, "So you really think I would spare the lives of those bastards over and over again?" The fraud, terrified out of his mind, craned his neck to argue, "No, of course not. I'm nothing like those people," just as he raised his shield to prepare the final blow. The guy desperately screamed, "I'll hand over all my assets to you." John's blood-stained hand tightened around the handle of his weapon while the other guy, still desperately begging, "I don't have much money now, but once we get back to the city, please just give me one more chance. You won't regret it," ignoring his pleas. Just one day after setting foot into this hellish game world, Ron had officially taken a human life, followed by a system notification popping up, congratulating him on his first kill achievement and rewarding him with +1 point to his mental stat. 2 days had already passed since he logged in. He was now decked out in gear he'd looted from Han's shoulder armor, a backpack, and a heavy hammer, and even fancy leather boots, causing his stats to skyrocket. John had finally graduated from living like a savage feral man. He had a water canteen for when he was thirsty. I had a compass to find his way, a pocket watch to check the time, and even bandages and medicine to treat his wounds. Thinking about it, it was quite ironic. Turns out only after cold-bloodedly taking the life of a fellow human could Ron actually start enjoying life like a real person. His character stat sheet lit up brilliantly as Ron swung his hand, smashing a poor goblin that got in his way. A level 1 Ron, physique 25, spirit 37, new +1 skill equipment level 72, new +48, total combat power 81, new -13. Watching the monster evaporate after just one hit, he muttered to himself, wondering if he should have chosen a weapon from the start instead of carrying a shield. No. But then he brushed it off, because who would have guessed he could actually fight this well? Maybe because he was inhabiting the body of a barbarian. He always felt like he was being controlled by another personality during actual combat. Lost in thought. John stopped dead when he suddenly ran into 2 goblins brandishing weapons. He analyzed the situation quickly. Since it was already the second day, the goblins had started traveling in pairs. However, his combat stats had also increased significantly, thanks to all the gear he'd looted. So even though the 2 grotesque monsters came at him mouth agape at the same time, Ron still easily used his shield to smash them to bits, keeping his grinding progress as smooth as butter. Another 1,000-pound punch was delivered, sending the monsters to meet their maker. Finished with the annoyance, he sheathed his weapon and exhaled a long, tired breath. With heavy, dark-circled eyes, Ron groaned and whined that he was about to die from exhaustion. Fighting non-stop since the incident with Han. It was a miracle he'd lasted this long. He needed to get some sleep immediately. Trying to drag his broken body up, he muttered, "Even without an overnight companion, it's better to be lonely than to bring trouble upon myself. Getting stabbed by goblins in my sleep might still have a higher survival rate than entrusting my life to some old adventurers." Just as he thought about that beautiful scenario, John immediately frowned and cursed. "Damn it, these short bastards have a sharp sense of smell. Every time I just drift off, alone they appear creeping in with knives." Driven crazy by sleep deprivation, Ron swung his hammer and roared at the top of his lungs, "I haven't even closed my eyes for 10 minutes, you nocturnal dogs." He smashed his hammer frantically, turning a chunk of the ground into rubble. After slaughtering every single one in sight, he let his shoulders slump, closed his eyes tight, and prayed, "Please just don't show your faces anymore. Please just let me get some sleep." But life isn't a dream. No sooner had the damn system shrieked a notification about the character being attacked while asleep than John jumped in terror as a nasty goblin plunged a blade into his flank, stabbed painfully in the flank while sleeping. John turned pale, thinking, "I didn't feel anything at all. Motherfucker." He snapped, swung his hammer to crush the sneak-attacking monster, and roared insults. "You bastard!" Before he could even breathe, another goblin lunged from a blind spot, making John jump again. Gasping for air from fatigue, he glared and growled, "Next!" seeing their comrade vaporize in a heartbeat. The remaining goblin panicked, hesitating and not daring to advance. Watching the monster turn and run for its life, John let out a silent sigh of relief. "That's right. Get lost. I don't have the strength to chase after you anyway." He winced, clutching his bleeding wound, and muttered to himself, "If I were a bit shorter, or if that goblin had jumped higher, it definitely would have pierced my throat." Pulling out a health potion. Ron groaned. "I can't believe I was so careless that I didn't even sense them getting close. Looks like I really need to get some proper rest." But first, he had to deal with this wound. He poured the potion over himself and winced until his face twisted from the sting. Ugh, why is this potion healing more painful than the stab itself? Continuing his trek through the cave, Ron calculated that 14 hours had passed since parting ways with Han. Now was the time everyone started looking for overnight companions, but he couldn't trust anyone now that he knew a barbarian's heart was so valuable. A spark of hope flickered and he made a decision. But if it's a fellow barbarian, I can completely trust them. That's decided, I'm going to find a barbarian. But fate led John to encounter a group of humans who smiled and invited him. Hey barbarian, are you looking for an overnight companion? Making him sigh internally. Humans. Another guy in the group enthusiastically tried to recruit him. You look pretty tired, man. Want to join us? And John maintained his weary thoughts. All humans. They kept pouring out sweet words. You'll be the third person. Because you're a barbarian, we trust you completely. It made him smirk internally. Humans, how ironic. Yesterday they shunned me, but today they're fighting to grab me. He firmly shook his head in refusal. No, I'm looking for another barbarian, then analyzed it himself. Well, it makes sense. Yesterday I looked covered in blood and was only wearing one shoe, so who would want to take someone like that on as an overnight companion? The adventurer looked surprised and asked, Huh, you're looking for another barbarian? That's tough. Why are you looking for them? John startled, realizing the issue. Because barbarians usually climb to the higher floors within 2 to 3 months right after their coming-of-age ceremony, so maybe the number remaining on the first floor is less than 100 people. Right. With this hulking body being stuck. On the first floor, I must look ridiculous in their eyes. The group eventually left with a blessing. May the god Lafronia watch over your journey, he replied. Thanks, and asked himself, must I give up on finding a barbarian? Ron decided to change tactics. All right, let's be realistic. Whether they're barbarians or not doesn't even matter anymore. I just need a companion for the night. As long as it's not a human, I'm good. Calculating as he walked, he concluded it had to be a different race. Even if their numbers were smaller than humans, they surely outnumbered the barbarians, and the elves always kept their promises. Or perhaps the dwarves, just as passionate as the barbarians, would be the best choice, he told himself. But honestly, any race would do as long as they weren't human because, unlike humans, most other races have distinct traits. They wouldn't be blinded by a few measly coins and stab another adventurer in the back. After setting that double standard, John wandered through the cave for about an hour before suddenly freezing, spotting a figure huddled under the rocky ceiling. The person jumped in shock upon seeing a giant looming over them. The system notification chimed, "You have encountered an injured elf." John smirked to himself, thinking, "Found you." The female elf looked terrified, her eyes wide with defensiveness. He was certain his target for survival tonight had finally appeared. "Found you," he thought. "You have encountered an injured elf." In a deep, gravelly voice, Ron asked, probing her, "Are you alone, elf?" Instead of answering, she reached for her bow, ready to fight, which made him sigh. Too paranoid, he thought, but I guess that's fair. Anyone would be scared out of their wits if they were injured alone and suddenly had a massive barbarian looming over them. Ron frowned, racking his brain to figure out how to win over this prickly elf to act as a night watchman. Staring at the blood seeping out, Ron estimated she was wounded in the abdomen, and judging by the cut, it didn't look like it was made by a goblin's dagger. He narrowed his eyes and asked bluntly, "Were you hurt by humans?" Hearing the word, humans. The female elf jolted, stepped back and fell silent. Her legs gave out, drained of all strength, and she helplessly collapsed onto the cold ground. Clasping her hands together, she sobbed, begging, "Please save me, sir." John made a confused face and let out a bewildered, "Huh?" With tears streaming down her face, she frantically pleaded, "Please, please spare me just this once, Mr. Barbarian, I beg you. I still have a little brother at home I need to take care of." He looked down at her, clicked his tongue, and thought, what the hell is this? What kind of elf has no pride? Most elves in the game are incredibly cold and arrogant. Given her looks, I thought she'd be the same. Ron mentally took note. If he had known her personality was like this, he would have approached her differently. Well, let's clear up this misunderstanding with a friendly smile. I tried his best to force a smile that he thought was as warm as possible to reassure her. Don't worry. With his menacing, bloodthirsty face standing out in the darkness, Ron spoke gently. I don't intend to kill you. But the girl just let out a shrill scream. Ah! She sobbed, burying her face in her hands. I know you're a barbarian, but did you really have to go that far? Please, just this once, let me live. Hearing this, John broke into a cold sweat. He was baffled, wondering what on earth barbarians usually did to make her this terrified, and felt a surge of frustration. Rummaging through his bag, he cursed to himself, "Why? Is she this scared just because of something I said? Damn it, what kind of reputation does this race have anyway?" He tossed a roll of bandages straight at the elf and suggested, "Why don't you patch yourself up first? We'll talk later." Caught off guard, she instinctively caught the roll, looking stunned. "This is..." She called out the item's name in surprise. "Lycho leaves!" John's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly committed that to memory, realizing. So that's what those are. I was afraid they were poisonous, so I didn't dare use them. But now I can use them without worrying, still in shock. The elf looked up with a blank expression, asking, "Why would you give these to me?" Wearing a stoic philosophical face, John replied in a cool tone. "Do I really need a reason to help someone?" But inside he was screaming, "Of course I have a reason. A huge one." He turned his back to her and instructed, "I'll keep watch so you focus on treating your wounds," while locking in his ultimate goal. He wanted to become her overnight traveling companion. While keeping watch, John analyzed the situation. It sounded a bit scummy, but this wasn't exactly the worst-case scenario for her. She was injured, he noted, and exhausted. Taking a glance at her appearance, he concluded. And she's incredibly beautiful, too. Her current situation was far more miserable than his. A moment later, the sound of tearing bandages echoed, followed by a soft report, "I'm done." John turned back, slightly surprised. Already, it seemed she was quite skillful. She appeared much less guarded now. "I suppose it's time we start our introductions." He looked down and formally introduced himself. "My name is John, son of Jensen." The elf replied in a timid, shy voice. "Erwin?" Seeing her submissive attitude, John wondered. "Why are you so afraid of me?" Erwin replied timidly. "Because I am an elf and you are a barbarian." John was left dumbfounded, thinking, "Wait, what the hell does that have to do with anything?" Instantly, the image of a bloody battle flashed through Erwin's memory, illustrating the claim that barbarians and elves were two hostile races. A scene of a huge barbarian swinging a weapon down onto an elf's head looked incredibly violent. John suddenly realized and broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Ah, right. Yeah, that has everything to do with it. But this is the first time I've heard about a hostile relationship between these two species. Didn't they have a great relationship in the game?" Fearing John had misunderstood, Erwin frantically waved her hands to explain, "No, I mean that war ended 15 years ago. Right, I don't harbor any ill will toward the barbarian race at all." She huddled up, concluding, "So I really don't want to fight you, sir," while John's gamer brain was calculating. 15 years ago. How much time has passed since the game story, I know. Whatever, never mind. Since he didn't have time to look for anyone else, John declared loudly to clear the air. "I don't hold any grudges either," which made Erwin brighten up, her eyes sparkling as she asked, "Really? Not missing a beat?" John leaned in, resting his hands on his thighs, and flirted quite seriously. So Erwin, do you want to be my overnight traveling companion?" Erwin stuttered, repeating, "Overnight companion." John then explained the current situation. "I am extremely tired, and I'm sure you are too. So why don't we team up for tonight?" The beautiful girl rested her chin on her hand, pondering. Then a sudden idea popped into her head. A legendary rumor she'd heard surfaced in her mind. They say that barbarians value their warrior's honor above all else. Grabbing onto this lifeline, Erwin clasped her hands together and looked at John with expectant eyes. "Can you swear on your warrior's honor that you will not harm me?" John swept his cloak, smirked, and nodded. "A vow, is it?" "Of course. I swear on the name of my tribe." But inside he was chuckling. "Man, I don't care a lick about warrior's honor, but I guess it's useful to pull out every now and then." "The deal is done." John sat down opposite her with a solemn expression. "All right, but let me make this clear first," which left the elf confused. "Yes." John frowned, correcting the address. "I am not Sir. I am John, son of Jensen." Meanwhile, he thought to himself, "Trying to reclaim some of my youth." He wasn't sure about his past, but this body of John's was only 20 years old after all. He closed his eyes, placed a hand on his chest, and vowed loudly, "I, John, son of Jensen, swear on the honor of a warrior." Erwin also obediently clasped her hands together and promised seriously, "I, Erwin, Fantasy Zetacia, swear on the honor of my tribe." Both spoke in unison, pledging not to harm each other for the duration of the night, making John secretly overjoyed. Since the formalities were finally out of the way, he suggested, "Well, I'm going to sleep first. I'm sure you want to as well." The elf girl replied awkwardly, Not exactly, but if that's what you want. John shoved the pocket watch he'd snatched into her hand and gave her strict instructions. This is valuable, so keep it safe. Erwin nodded obediently, promising to do so. As John lay back on the stone floor, he sighed, thinking about how hard it was to get a good night's sleep. But being overly cautious never hurts. John decided to fake sleep for 10 minutes to see how she'd react. I was just drifting off when he jumped eyes wide at a sharp, urgent voice calling, "Sir!" John scrambled up drool on the corner of his mouth asking what time it was, to which Erwin replied excitedly. She held up the watch, reporting that 2 hours had passed. Wiping the drool from his face, he stared blankly, wondering when he'd fallen asleep. I hadn't even had the chance to fake snoring yet. Was the combo of a blanket and a backpack really that powerful? If that guy Han had lent him this stuff, John would have ascended to heaven the moment he got ambushed. So he decided to leave this sleeping potion of gear for his partner, suggesting she use the backpack as a pillow. Erwin's eyes widened, flustered. Even though her mouth was set to refuse, she clutched, the blanket tightly, her cheeks glowing with a radiant blush. John turned away decisively to keep watch, leaving Erwin to happily whisper, "I'll use them carefully." "Thank you, sir." The moment she laid down, the elf girl drifted straight into a dream, making him respect her ability to fall asleep the second her head hit the ground. He looked at her sympathetically, and thought, she must be exhausted too. Erwin's day was probably just as grueling as his. Sitting with his legs crossed back against the rock, John fell into a deep silence. It felt like 5 days had passed, though in reality it had only been 3. The fact that I'm starting to have random thoughts means my mental state is improving, he mused. He began to wander into thoughts about his real life, wondering what his body was like back home and if he'd been reported missing yet. But he quickly felt a pang of sadness, realizing who the hell would even bother visiting me. Quickly brushing off the gloom, John bucked himself up, telling himself to stop thinking. Even if I go back, there's nothing waiting for me there. Thinking like that made him feel a bit lighter. Watching the time on the pocket watch tick away, he realized his will to stay was evaporating. After a few more shifts, he'd have to get up and get going. Glancing at his companion, who was still sound asleep, John calculated that there were only 10 minutes left in his shift. A pragmatic calculation suddenly flashed in his eyes as he wondered to himself. He kept watching Erwin sleep, weighing whether or not he should ask her to keep traveling together. His gamer instincts kicked in, analyzing the pros and cons because, since she was an elf, she would definitely contribute significantly in combat. But if they formed a party, he'd have to split the loot, which would cut his share down quite a bit. Even though the goblins had been swarming in mobs for the past 3 days, John trusted his own muscles, smugly thinking he could easily wring the necks of 3 or 4 goblins at once. So, between a safe sleep and getting more magic crystals, which choice was more logical? His train of thought was cut short when he heard the sound of crunching footsteps echoing from inside the tunnel. 2 human adventurers appeared out of nowhere, whispering to each other, confirming if this was the elf girl they were looking for by her familiar bow. Pierced by John's murderous glare, one of the guys puffed out his chest and demanded, "Hey, you barbarian! What's your relationship with that elf?" He replied nonchalantly, confirming they were just partners for the night. The fat guy sneered mockingly, "A barbarian and an elf, what a strange pair," then curiously asked how much time they had left. John's eyes were sharp as razors, radiating an icy, oppressive chill as he growled, "I don't have to answer you." The 2 guys broke into a cold sweat and stepped back in fear. The fat guy flashed a lewd, cunning smile and nodded, "I see." He immediately turned on his heel, ordering his subordinate, "Let's go," watching their backs. John frowned, feeling an ominous gut feeling. What the hell was this terrible feeling? They were 100% hunting for Erwin. Without a second's hesitation, he turned and shook her hard. "Wake up!" Erwin was still sleepy, tucking her face into the blanket and mumbling, "5 more minutes." John's blood boiled. He glared, swearing internally, "We're about to get ambushed and you're still asking to sleep in." Out of patience, the barbarian grabbed the whole bundle of blankets and shook them violently. "Wake up now!" Being shaken like a shuttle. Erwin groggily opened her eyes with a small sound. Seeing John acting suspicious, he leaned down, glared, and called her bluff. She was faking sleep. The blanket had slipped down earlier, but now it was pulled all the way up to cover her face. Busted Erwin's eyes flew wide in panic. With a reflex like a spring, the elf girl popped backward and screamed. He leaned in, demanding, "Why were you faking sleep?" Erwin broke into a cold sweat, stammering, If I woke up." Her eyes welled up with tears, looking like she was about to cry. She sobbed, You were going to abandon me and leave." John paused, wondering, is that really what she was worried about? And then he ruthlessly confirmed the reality. Erwin and he weren't official allies, just temporary companions for the night, a cheap relationship maintained only by taking turns keeping watch for one night. As he hoisted his shield onto his shoulder, preparing to leave, he thought to himself, the moment she opens her eyes, that damn promise will automatically disappear. Meanwhile, Erwin scrambled after him, asking what had happened with those two guys. Hearing his report of the situation, Erwin blinked, relieved. So nothing happened. John whipped around, suspicious. Then how the hell did they know it was you? She hung her head and confessed, They must be in the same guild as the human who tried to kill me, recalling the memory. Erwin trembled as she confirmed the emblem embroidered on their clothes was exactly the same. That guild is called the Crystal Alliance. John's pragmatic brain immediately went into overdrive. Damn it, it's not just one or two nobodies, it's an entire organization. The situation was taking a turn for the worse. The best thing to do is dump this elf and make a run for it. Seeing the elf girl clutching her bow, trembling with anxiety, John's newly awakened conscience. But the barbarian let out a long sigh. Come to think of it, this elf was only 20 years old. He hiked his backpack up his shoulder, clicked his tongue, and shrugged, giving in. Fine, whatever. We'll talk while we walk. Owen's eyes lit up instantly as she scurried after him, pestering, So you're really going to help me, sir? But John immediately doused her with a bucket of cold water. Let me hear your side of the story first before we decide anything. He kept marching, urging, I'll listen as we go. We're already behind schedule as it is. The girl nodded vigorously, beaming. Yes, sir, starting to recount her miserable situation. Erwin confessed, I happened to run into them on my very first day in the labyrinth, and they decided to set up a party of companions for the night. Recalling that fateful evening, she shuddered. I had a gut feeling that something was wrong, so I jolted awake in the middle of the night. What met her eyes then was a man, a human looming over her with a grotesque grin. Oh, you're awake, are you? The man licked his lips with perverted intensity and commanded, You can just go back to sleep nice and quiet. As she scrambled to keep up with the barbarian's long strides, the female elf continued. I only realized later that he was the manager of a gang with a very professional business model, operating right here on the first floor. She bowed her head, dejected. I managed to escape by some miracle, but the underlings from his guild have been hounding me like bloodhounds, never letting up. That's actually when I got the wound on my stomach. Suddenly, John slammed on the brakes, spun around with a completely fed-up expression, and cut her off. Wait a second. Some miracle. Erwin pondered. I think they've been using transmission stones to keep tracking me. John muttered. Transmission stones, huh? What the hell, that item doesn't even exist in the game I used to play. I need more details. The girl beside him quickly explained, Transmission stones are a type of magical artifact that allows communication after they've been synced up. Their range is up to 300 meters. John realized they were basically modern-day walkie-talkies. No place to hide, they have the numbers and they're equipped with magical comms. If he dumped Erwin now, she'd definitely be caught. While running for his life with his axe, John asked, You don't look like you've done anything wrong, so why is that alliance chasing you so relentlessly? I mean, seeing her head hang low, he raised an eyebrow, guessing, to tie up loose ends. Erwin broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, I'm sure it's more than just that. The elf shyly confessed, Well, when I first escaped, I was swinging my knife around, and it happened to hit him right in the danger zone. Curiosity piqued, John turned back to ask, The danger zone? What do you mean? Erwin's face turned bright red, and it took her forever to squeeze out the word. You know that spot. You know what I mean, sir? She offered a sheepish smile, explaining the tragic fate of the victim. I heard it was completely severed. He couldn't even reattach it with magic. Hearing about that life-ending castration, John broke out in a cold sweat and roared, That's more than enough reason for them to tear this dungeon apart to hunt you down, you idiot. How can you even laugh about it? Even though he scolded her, he secretly thought. But then again, maybe it's what you'd call karma. As Erwin giggled, Sorry. Her eyes suddenly went wide with shock as she picked up an unusual signal. Erwin turned sharply, panicked, and warned, John, someone is following us, don't look back. With the keen ears of an elf, she listened and gauged the distance. They're about 150 meters behind us. John silently noted that this was way too far to sense anything, but she didn't seem to be lying. Maybe this is an innate ability of the elves. Sensing the danger, he decided, "We're picking up the pace. Can you keep up?" Erwin gritted her teeth and replied, "Yes, for now." The wound on the elf's stomach had split open and was leaking blood from the exertion, yet she didn't complain a single word, darting swiftly through the darkness. John silently gave his partner a compliment. This girl had some guts. After running for a bit, he asked, "What's the distance between us and the pursuers now?" Erwin reported nervously, "It's still holding at 150 meters. John frowned, analyzing the situation. Even though we're running for our lives, the distance isn't closing. That stalker must be constantly reporting our position to his allies. This is getting dangerous. He gripped his axe tighter, his mind racing. We have to take them out. If I were their target, that's exactly what I'd do. However, John kept a cool head to weigh the pros and cons. But once I kill that bastard, there's no turning back. I need to think carefully about the risks and what I stand to gain. Seeing the barbarian go silent, Erwin asked anxiously, "Mr. John?" While his brain was running at full capacity to make the right call, he skipped the small talk. John turned and asked point blank, "Erwin, what are you best at?" The elf proudly showed off her domestic skills. "Housework, I'm great at cleaning and tidying up, though my cooking is a bit subpar." That left him speechless as he stared at her. What the hell is she talking about? John snapped, "I meant in a fight." She jumped, scratching her head with a forced laugh. Oh, you meant in combat." Regaining her composure, Erwin puffed out her chest and announced confidently, "I'm very skilled with a bow." A glowing fireball appeared in her hand as she added a top-tier skill. "I can also use spirit magic, a fire attribute." John nodded, evaluating the asset running beside him. She was the perfect archetype of an elven archer, and on top of that she possessed the fire attribute, the rarest element of all, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. He looked deep into Erwin's eyes and interrogated her. "Have you ever killed someone before?" Her hand gripping the bow tightened slightly. Li Nai replied that she never had, but Erwin's gaze instantly turned resolute. She lowered her voice, determined to survive, saying, "But I can do it." Hearing that, Ron breathed out. Exhaling as if he had already calculated everything through, he said, "So, Erwin, you're proposing a get-rich-quick contract while we're on the run. Do you want to become my teammate?" "This deal stays in effect until we escape the labyrinth. I take 9 parts, you get 1. I won't accept any complaints." Before the leader could finish his sentence, the elf girl eagerly shouted her consent. "I'm in. I agree. Deal closed." Realizing the success, John returned to reality and asked quickly, "Good. What's the current distance?" Erwin immediately checked the scanner and reported 100 meters. His eyes sharpened silently, gauging the enemy's persistence. "We're running as fast as we can, but they are still closing the gap." Seeing a dark, narrow turn in the cave ahead, John's tactical brain ticked over. Instead of just blindly running, he banked, sharply veering into the blind spot, and shouted an order to his new recruit. "Erwin, we're turning here. Summon your spirit." Erwin obediently replied, "Got it." She immediately summoned a fire spirit to light the way, and the two of them slid down the slope. While sliding down the rough surface, John muttered to himself, "Never thought I'd be stupid enough to drag my own hide back to this place." Standing in the dim corner, Erwin pricked up her ears, listening intently, then reported anxiously, "I have a feeling they're getting closer." Seeing that, Ron immediately issued a combat order. "Now cancel the summon immediately." The elf girl quickly dispelled the magic and replied crisply, "Understood." A few seconds later, their pursuer loomed into view, dashing right past their hiding spot, making both of them jump in shock as they pressed themselves against the cave wall. Ron frowned, analyzing, "They're still tracking us even with limited visibility. And they stopped right on top of us. Someone in that group definitely has professional tracking skills." Seizing this golden opportunity, Ron turned and whispered, "Erwin." Catching her determined gaze, he decisively commanded, "Shoot, don't hesitate." Erwin raised her bow, pulled the string taut, and aimed straight at the enemy standing clueless below. A gust of wind whizzed by, and the arrow struck home, piercing straight through the top of his head. The unlucky guy was sent straight out of the labyrinth immediately. The human collapsed onto the cold ground, while John and Erwin stepped out of the shadows with a cool, badass demeanor. However, the female archer stood stunned, staring at the corpse with a pale face, unable to speak. Seeing his teammate shell-shocked from killing someone for the first time, Ron stepped up and gave her shoulder a firm pat to comfort her. "You did great. If you had hesitated just then, both of us would have been in danger." Having reassured her, the barbarian immediately swooped down on the corpse, beginning his habit of looting gear, a hard habit to break. Just as he picked up a glowing blue communication stone, the device emitted a frantic scream from the other end. Jin Sardin. A different man's voice rang out directing Saren, answer me. Damn it, I've lost contact with Saren. He's chasing that spirit and the... Barbarian all brothers, listening to this broadcast, pay attention. The guy roared, ordering with an ear-piercing intensity, gather at the goblin area for me, hearing the live broadcast. Ron crossed his arms and clicked his tongue, mocking, his name is Saren, huh? Thought I'd snagged a decent catch, but turns out he didn't have much worth anything on him. He pragmatically inventoried the loot, just a decent bag of magic crystals, 2 knives, for self-defense and a healing potion swiped from his belt. Erwin stroked the tight leather outfit she'd salvaged from the corpse and muttered, and the clothes he was wearing. I've already changed into them, even if wearing dead people's clothes feels a bit weird. While fiddling with the communication stone, Ron comforted his teammate. It's better than nothing. That leather gear is definitely better than the rags you were wearing before. Looking up at the elf girl in her new outfit, Ron secretly gave her a rating. Changing clothes, really. Sharpened her presence too, of course, in a positive way. Pushing the clothes talk aside, he held up his new toy and asked the expert, Hey, how do you use this communication stone? Let me guess. There must be some blasted button on the side, right? Saying that, the barbarian decisively pressed the switch on the stone. Immediately, the portable radio blared, I repeat, Saren, who was chasing that elf, has been taken out. That target is in the goblin area, and they're with a barbarian equipped with a sledgehammer and shield. The guild leader delivered the final blow with an insane price tag. The bounty for the 2 of them is 10,000 gold. Hearing that, Erwin's face went pale as a sheet. Trembling, she called out, Sir? Not panicking at all, Ron calmly called his teammate. Don't worry, Erwin. Quickly summon the fire spirit. We'll start moving along the outer edge of the dungeon. While running for his life, he laid out his wild goal. We're heading straight for the 2nd floor, making the elf girl shriek in alarm. What? Her nimble legs struggling to keep up, Erwin still didn't forget to question the insanity of the plan. Sir, are we seriously planning to climb all the way to the 2nd floor on our own? Seeing her still babbling, Sir, this sir, that... John finally gave a firm nod, confirming his own craziness. Exactly, that's the plan. Still running breathlessly. Erwin hesitantly reminded him. The 1st floor and the 2nd floor are completely different places. You know that, right? John calmly replied, I know. He coolly laid out the defensive strategy. It'll be fine if we just stick to the area near the entrance. Besides, you and I make a pretty good team, don't we? Hearing the words, good team, the elf girl's cheeks suddenly turned bright red and she shyly asked, We're a good team, which made him assert firmly, that's right. The analytical brain of a gamer in him immediately clicked. A melee tank fighter paired with a long-range DPS archer has always been a perfect combo. Besides, if he didn't team up with Erwin, the monsters on the 1st floor wouldn't be rich enough to feed 2 mouths anyway. Erwin still couldn't hide her worry, so she muttered in protest. And besides, if I teamed up with Erwin, how could the monsters on the 1st floor possibly be enough to feed 2 mouths? Erwin couldn't hide his anxiety, muttering his objections. But this is our first time doing something like this. How can we risk going straight to the 2nd floor? This feels exactly like we're throwing ourselves into an orc's den just to avoid a pack of goblins. Suddenly, the communication stone in your hand started broadcasting the filthy chatter of the pursuers. Still haven't found those losers yet. If you find that elf wench, besides the 10,000 gold bounty will grant you the privilege of enjoying her first, causing the girl to tremble in sheer terror. Terrified, she clutched onto John's cloak and whimpered, My lord. He immediately reassured her with a masculine tone, Don't worry, I won't abandon you. But the magic device didn't stop spreading horror as another guy suggested something cruel. That sounds like a sweet deal, but if she struggles too much, can I just chop off an arm or a leg? Then a savage laugh responded, Help yourself, just make sure to leave the important parts intact. You guys know what I mean, right? Heh. Horrified by the enemy's cruelty. Erwin trembled and clung to John, nodding frantically. My lord, I'll go. Let's head to the 2nd floor. John smirked, thinking to himself that it was the perfect psychological trigger, as he didn't need to waste any more breath convincing her. It was true that he always liked doing good deeds and helping those in need, but of course only when it brought lucrative benefits to himself. He turned and gave a slight nod. All right. John's eyes narrowed with killing intent as he told himself that if he could wipe out this inhumane trash, While also gaining personal satisfaction from accidentally doing a noble deed to save someone, it would truly be killing two birds with one stone. So there was no reason for the barbarian to refuse to help anymore. Hurrying after Erwin, he shouted to check, "Wait, do you actually know the way up to the second floor?" He replied decisively, "I don't know the exact route, but as long as the two of us just keep running straight north, we'll get there eventually." His knowledge of the labyrinth's map layout began to kick in because the structure of this labyrinth was designed according to a rule: if players just follow the darkest areas, they will definitely find the teleportation portal leading to the higher floors. Suddenly, Erwin stopped dead and gasped, "Ron, wait!" The elf girl pointed at a clearing. "Warning, there's a goblin bear trap ahead," making John think in surprise. Traps are appearing only now. A bit late, isn't it? I remember back then I'd only taken a few steps before I stepped on them. Another logical hypothesis flashed through his mind. Could it be that these damn goblins are so afraid of light that they don't dare to lurk or set traps in lit areas? Thinking this, he almost wanted to cry, asking himself just how unlucky he had been that first night when he fell asleep in the dark. Meanwhile, Erwin had already nimbly drawn her bow to charge forward. "Let me handle this, my lord. You just rest and save your strength." Looking at the girl's back as she eagerly rushed forward, John called out, "It's best if you don't do anything foolish and use your elf magic right now. You need to save your energy for the big fight coming up." Pulled back to the harsh reality, the elf girl turned around and smiled awkwardly. "Oh, of course." Watching the other's clumsy, guilty-looking stride, Ron knew full well she was lying through her teeth. Meanwhile, Erwin was running and feeling confused, wondering how this giant could read her mind so well. Suddenly, two goblins jumped down from the stone ceiling, ambushing them, making Erwin gasp in terror. With the reflexes of an elf, she immediately jumped backward to dodge the monster's vicious pounce. Her boots landed firmly, helping her quickly regain her balance, pressing the attack. Erwin aimed her bow straight into the air and unleashed a sharp counter-shot. The arrow pierced the goblin's skull, making it roll its eyes and vomit blood before falling to the ground. The remaining monster, seeing its companion killed, roared frantically and lunged straight at the archer, facing imminent danger. Erwin didn't flinch, but calmly pulled the bowstring taut, preparing to finish off the moving target in front of her. With sharp eyes, Erwin focused intently, pulling the bowstring back to aim perfectly at the target. The arrow tore through the wind and flew straight, sending the monster to meet its maker instantly. Having finished the job, Erwin turned back and gave a bright smile to claim credit. "My lord, did I do well?" John nodded in praise. "Well, you did great. That's true elf archery skill right there." At the same time, he silently assessed that she was much more flexible and skilled than he had imagined. He opened his hand holding two glowing red crystals and said, "Here are the magic crystals." Erwin's eyes lit up, just waiting to split the loot. "You get 9 parts and I get 1 part right." She happily clasped her hands, hoping, "My younger brother is pestering me to buy something. With this, I'll be able to earn a little something soon, right?" Seeing her excited attitude over an exploitative 10% wage, John broke into a cold sweat and replied, "That's right. Keep it up." This made her full of energy. "Yes, I will work hard," making the barbarian extremely confused, wondering if she was truly this naive or just being sarcastic. Suddenly, the communication stone crackled again, updating the situation and relaying more detailed information. "We are raising the bounty on that elf's head to 20,000 gold. Erwin jumped and cowered as the boss yelled cruelly, "Whatever it takes." Seeing his companion panic, John calmly reassured her, "Don't worry, no lunatic would dare crawl around, searching in the dark like this." Moreover, he knew full well that this ragtag alliance didn't have a shred of team spirit. The results proved him right. The radio frequencies started to get chaotic with various polite refusals. "I'm busy relocating to hunt the Zong wolf. Are there any brothers who want to go take a break with me? Any of you guys want to go take a break with me?" John smugly pointed out that plenty of people couldn't care less about the bounty, but despite his words, he felt a nagging unease because everything was going too smoothly for someone with his luck. If bad luck were tailing him, something intense was bound to happen soon. He was mid-thought when he blurted out, "Huh!" A pack of zombies suddenly appeared out of nowhere, making Erwin shriek, "Sir, there are ghouls!" John was just as stunned. "Huh, strange, how are there ghouls here?" Based on his knowledge, the first-floor monsters were divided into specific zones, and the ghouls were supposed to only lurk in the south. John's eyes sharpened as he formulated a theory. "Don't tell me we ran so far in our panic that we drifted all the way to the border, surrounded by the zombie pack." Erwin turned to him, flustered, asking for orders. "Can I fight them on my own?" Aran immediately hoisted his hammer and refused. No, we'll fight together, because the game mechanics state that players only get experience bonuses when they take down a monster species for the first time. That means if we want to level up fast, we have to kill as many types as possible. So running into this ghoul pack is actually a huge windfall. Setting up their combat formation, John commanded loudly, I'll take the front line as the vanguard. You handle the ones lurking in the back, approaching the zombie pack. He recalled their behavior from the game. These ghouls would stand perfectly still until their prey entered their range. Just as expected, the moment John crossed the invisible boundary, a ghoul immediately opened its slobbering mouth and roared fiercely. The whole pack started charging aggressively, but John just calmly clicked his tongue. Thank God everything is still going exactly as planned. He swung his shield, smashing it straight into the lead monster's face, and shouted, You trying to lead the way, huh? Even though ghouls have strength and speed far superior to those little goblins, they were still just bottom-tier monsters, with an extremely monotonous and predictable attack pattern. A zombie tried to sneak up behind the barbarian, but before it could even touch his cloak, it was neatly shot down by Erwin. Ron smirked to himself. Having a reliable teammate support me like this is a piece of cake, along with the notification that they'd received experience points for killing a ghoul. The two kept sweeping through towards the north until the third day in the labyrinth. While walking, Erwin suddenly stopped and called out, Huh, sir, look at this. The elf pointed at a bright red bloodstain on the ground, analyzing, It's blood. I don't think this is goblin blood. What do you think it is, sir? She also reported that the trail of blood led exactly in the direction they were planning to go. Hearing the word blood, John's face turned pale and he broke into a cold sweat, wondering, Blood, don't tell me. There's no way it could be this much of a coincidence. No sooner had he finished speaking than a rusty bear trap caught his eye, sitting right next to a very familiar sandal. Ron froze in place, speechless at the cruel reality staring him in the face. His eyelid twitched repeatedly as he realized this was the exact damn spot he had stepped into on the first day he was thrown into this maze, and sitting silently right behind where he was standing at that time was the portal. The massive, glowing, brilliant teleportation gate. Stupid memories flooded back the image of a massive barbarian dragging his bloodied body crawling desperately away from the gate appeared vividly. Furious at fate's mockery, John slammed his shield into the ground and roared wildly, What the hell, are you kidding me? Making Erwin jump and shrink back, tearing up. Hike, I'm sorry. It turned out the teleportation gate to the second floor was less than 10 meters from his original starting point. He gritted his teeth, looked up at the sky, and lamented, This is just insane. If only he had just crawled a little bit in the opposite direction back then, it wouldn't have come to this. Just how terrifying is his bad luck going to get, seeing her teammate fuming? Erwin trembled and asked hastily, Sir, did I do something wrong, causing John to jump and try to play it off? What's wrong with you? Then he had to cool down, waving his hand. It's not your fault. Don't worry about it. But she remained curious and stuttered, Then why did you... He mentally reviewed the clues at the scene. The blood stain, the piece of bread, the broken sandal, and the look on his face. Erwin suddenly gasped, hearing her sob with sympathy. Sir, you've had to endure so much, haven't you? He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, could she actually have looked at this situation and guessed the reason for my behavior? Seeing her clasp her hands in prayer, surely you must have lost a precious comrade here. I believe they have gone to heaven. John quickly dismissed that scenario in his head. No, of course not. There's no way I'm believing that. She's definitely misunderstanding. Pushing that aside, he cleared his throat and asked, Anyway, are you ready to head up? And he received a bright smile. I'm a little scared, but I don't think I'll die if I go with you, sir. She had a strange habit of dragging out her words. Ron wrapped it up. All right, then let's go. Erwin replied, Okay. Before the system reported their destination. You have arrived at the second floor. He finally felt relieved, thinking, I wasn't planning on dying that easily anyway. Before they could prepare themselves to step onto the next level, the two fell freely from midair, taking the impact on his sturdy back. John heard her panic and shout, Sir, are you okay? He secretly thought about how he used to wonder what it would feel like to go through a portal. He scrambled up, muttering, I'm fine, but it feels like a pile of... It's like I was chewed up and spat out by a... Well, I'm truly surprised. The other girls didn't tell me about this part. I've never teleported through a gate and had a free fall like this before. He felt a bit jealous. At least she landed perfectly. I'm so jealous of the agility that the barbarian race completely lacks. Regaining his formation, he suggested, let's scout this area first, while wondering, is this the northern area of the goblin forest on the second floor? I scan my surroundings, carefully analyzing the situation. There's a portal behind us that can take us back to the first floor at any time, and I can't sense any living creatures within a 50-meter radius. Thanks to the stars above, I can see clearly enough to judge our surroundings, though it won't get any brighter here since we're inside the labyrinth. Hearing Erwin ask, curiously, "Sir, is this really the second floor? I've never heard of the second floor being a forest." I conclude thinking they must be talking about a different area of this level, recalling the game's mechanics. I remember that the first floor had 4 portals each leading to a different zone. To the north was the goblin forest. The layouts are clear in my mind. The east is the beast's lair filled with brutal undead. The west is the Deadlands, and finally the harshest area of all to the south is the Black Mountain Range. As if suddenly enlightened, Erwin excitedly raises a hand to add, "I think I remember now. No matter where you go, they all lead to the third floor, right?" I nod, confirming, "Exactly." I start asking her about how to get out of this place. "So what do we do now? Do you know the way back to the city from this labyrinth?" The knave spirit rests her chin on her hand and asks a foolish question in return. "Won't we be sent back automatically when the labyrinth closes?" I have to summarize it for her. The rules are clear in my head, 168 hours for the first floor and 240 hours for the second. When the time runs out, the labyrinth spits the adventurers back out to the city. Calculating quickly, I plan to hunker down here to avoid those troublesome people. The Crystal Alliance won't come up here because they don't work well together. We're staying here on the second floor until the 168 hours are up, and then we'll head back down to the first floor. Regardless, we can't just stay rooted in one spot, so I decide, but we can't just hide by the portal forever. We can't spend the whole day here, so let's explore a bit. Quickly shifting the responsibility of a scouting, I order, "You lead the way, Erwin." She happily agrees, "You got it." Walking among the trees, Erwin prances about, exclaiming, "It feels so nostalgic being in the forest." She smiles brightly, even though she knows full well that a bunch of monsters live here, but it still feels a bit like the elf shrine. As we walk, she calls out to warn me, "Be careful, there's a trap there, so try to follow exactly in my footsteps, sir." Pointing at a hidden corner on the path, Erwin warns further, "Look, there's a trap there too." I admit, I don't see anything, so I have to let her guide me. "Right there under that pile of leaves, watch." As soon as the warning ends, she tosses a rock straight into the pile of dry leaves, causing the nasty animal trap to snap shut. It makes me jump and I stare in surprise, silently impressed by my teammate. She was right. Is this the tracking ability of the elves? Then seeing her hands on her hips, smugly asking, "What do you think, sir?" I nod in recognition. Suddenly she looks really reliable. I nod thoughtfully. Ron speaks up to praise her. "I think you're good at throwing rocks," while thinking to myself that there's no need to actually praise her. Erwin's eyes widen in protest. "What was that? Is that all?" "Finding traps has always been your duty, sir," I reply calmly. "Don't get worked up over such a small thing. You're already a true adventurer." Hearing that the spirit girl is thrilled, her cheeks blushing pink with excitement, Erwin bashfully hugs her chest and obediently replies, "All right." I glance at her, thinking smugly, "A true adventurer, huh? She's pretty easy to manipulate." Suddenly realizing something unusual, I analyze. Wait, something's off. There are traps, but I can't sense any goblins around here. I quickly rack my brain for information. Of course, unlike the first floor, traps in this area don't necessarily mean there are goblins nearby. The traps on the second floor are more like a landscape feature than anything else. I quickly order to boost morale. "Enough chatting. Stay focused. You go first, I'll follow." Erwin happily obeys. Sure, Ron recalls information from the game. This place was called the Goblin Forest. In the game, besides the traps, the other main feature was the goblins. They usually travel in packs of about 10. Sometimes there are even mutated goblins warriors or archers. The further you go toward the edge of the forest, the more mutated monsters you find. And there are even high-level monsters too. I mentally calculate a safe plan, but that doesn't matter because we only intend to hang around near the portal. I lay out a clear strategy. We'll clear the traps in the surrounding area and start expanding our search radius. If we get into a dangerous situation, we'll run straight back down to the first floor. She replies firmly, "Understood." I watch Erwin throwing rocks to clear the path, thinking, we're expanding the area by using rocks to trigger the traps. It would be very troublesome if we accidentally stepped on one while running away. Finished. Erwin turns back excitedly, fishing for praise. Did I do a good job? I clap and shower her with compliments. You're great. You really are a true adventurer. While she's happy, she suddenly freezes her eyes, widening in alarm. Erwin lowers her voice to report the situation. Sir, it's a pack of goblins. I immediately ask quickly, how many? She estimates, I'm not sure, but definitely more than 10. I think they're about 50 meters away. Observing the target closely, Erwin whispers, it looks like they haven't spotted us yet. What should we do? I quickly make a decision. We'll fight. How close can you get without being noticed? Erwin confidently replies, if I go alone, I can get within about 30 meters of them. I nod, sealing the plan. Understood. We'll stick to the plan. She quietly responds, understood. Erwin begins to tiptoe across the dry, leaf-covered ground. I observe every step of my teammates, silently admiring her. It's truly amazing that she can move through all those bushes without making a single sound. Perhaps that's just how the elves are. Getting close enough, she hides behind a tree trunk and aims straight at the pack of monsters. Ron stands from afar, watching Erwin signal that she's ready to engage. She pulls her bowstring taut, ready to fire. The arrow pierces the wind, flying straight toward the goblin pack. The moment it flies, I stomp my feet hard against the ground to dash forward. While running for my life, I wonder to myself, I wonder if she hit any of them. I couldn't hear a thing because of the distance, so I dashed past my teammate and shouted, cover me from behind. Copy that, Erwin replied firmly. With her sturdy shield in hand, she charged headlong into the fray, officially kicking off the party and dishing out some punishment to the goblin horde. Unfortunately, the moment the fight started, he gritted his teeth, realizing the harsh truth: the second floor was on a completely different level. He quickly assessed the situation and the heap of trouble he was in. The number of goblins was triple what they faced on the first floor. It was honestly pretty intimidating. Even though they were just goblins, there was also a goblin warrior among them. He should have been afraid, but against all logic, his usual tank-like instincts kicked in. Surprisingly, I didn't feel afraid at all. Instead, the warrior's heart beating in my chest was thumping like crazy, pulsing with uncontrollable bloodlust. He charged forward, roaring like a god of war, tearing through the air. The heavy shield in his hand struck out with a lethal blow, sending one unlucky goblin flying. Seeing this, the rest of the enemies surged forward to bite at him. He nimbly glanced left and right, not wavering for a second. With a powerful swing of his muscular arm, he sent a soul-shaking blow that sent the guy trying to close the distance sprawling. Then he effortlessly swung his weapon like a giant fan, sweeping away everyone else who dared to get near. His eyes were sharp, filled with a killing intent that locked onto the next target in his sights. A physical therapy-style headbutt sent an enemy flying into the air. While he was busy dishing out the pain, he suddenly felt a chilling, killing intent behind his neck. A blade grazed his face by a hair's breadth, forcing him to tilt his head back and dodge. "Damn it!" he cursed. As he retreated to create some distance, sweat beaded on his forehead. This was way too dangerous. My head would have been gone if I reacted a second slower. The monsters were still rushing in like moths to a flame, regardless of their own lives. He frowned. Damn it, they won't even give me a second to breathe. Even if they're just regular goblins, facing more than 5 at once is pretty threatening. With every exit blocked, he steeled himself to take the hits. Guess I'll just have to accept getting hurt. However, he smirked when an arrow flew from out of nowhere and pinned the enemy right in the throat. Well, that's if I were alone. In the distance, the elf Erwin was finally letting out a sigh of relief after that incredible cover shot. With a teammate handling the sniping from the back, his morale instantly soared. It looked like Erwin was back in position. I'll clear this place out. He opened his arms wide to welcome the horde of monsters, taunting them like a madman. Come on, you bastards, bring it all on! And the battle ended. A dry system notification popped up. You have defeated a goblin warrior. EXP +1. He started tallying his loot. 11 magic crystals. After clearing out the first group of goblins, he squatted down, looking satisfied with his hard-earned work, especially considering it took him all day to get 44 on the first floor. This was a rewarding haul. I wish I could have grabbed the warrior's weapon or armor, but they disappeared along with the goblin's corpse. As a captain who keeps things fair and square, he split the loot. Even though they're both rank 9, a swordsman's magic crystal is more valuable, so I'll give you a larger share. Erwin happily accepted the 2 bright red crystals. Thanks a lot. Standing up and adjusting his backpack, he ordered, "Let's keep moving." The elf eagerly replied, "Understood." He meanwhile continued dreaming of getting rich, excited to see how much money he'd make. By the end of the 4th day, however, he reflected on the harshness of the dungeon. Once we started moving past the 3-kilometer radius, we began running into groups of goblins. It happened every 5 minutes, and the trouble kept upgrading. He clicked his tongue at a new pack of monsters. This time there were archers. Suddenly, Erwin reported the supernatural occurrence in a panic. "Master, the archer is turning invisible." He immediately took a defensive stance with his shield and growled a reminder. "That's an invisibility spell. Focus, Erwin." From behind, she obediently replied, "Understood." The knife-wielding goblins took the opportunity to rush in as decoys. He assessed the situation. Things were getting tough because of the archers. He casually swung his hammer, flattening a grunt to clear the path. He confidently asserted, "But I don't think we're going to lose." While he was hacking and slashing, a dark arrow silently aimed straight for him from the shadows. Sensing the trajectory, he activated his high focus mode. "With this body, I just need to focus." His eyes widened, capturing every frame of the projectile's movement. His massive body nimbly dodged in a spectacular display to avoid the incoming arrows. The moment he sidestepped the arrow, he instantly turned into a speeding locomotive heading straight for the thicket where the sniper was hiding. His muscular arm tightened around his weapon, bracing with all his might for the finishing blow. The goblin archer only had time to look up with terror-stricken wide eyes. Its head flew off before it could even be crushed. Splat! A perfect finishing blow. The system chimed again. "You have defeated a goblin archer. EXP +1. After cleaning up the mess, he stood in the dark forest and declared, "Let's take a break. Rest for a bit." No sooner had he said that than the elf's legs gave out and she flopped onto the ground, sighing. "Finally a break. How many hours have we been walking in circles, sir?" He calmly dropped a number that exhausted just hearing it. "About 15 hours. Seeing his teammate was completely spent after a day of grinding, John generously offered, "If you want, you can sleep first." Her eyes lit up like she'd found gold. "Really?" Then she innocently asked, "Where are the sleeping bags and blankets?" He helplessly sighed, acting like a nanny. "I'll get them out." Gear was quickly unloaded with the shield and bow set aside to establish a makeshift campsite, sitting on guard duty. He glanced at her fast asleep. Quiet, he thought to himself. She must have been absolutely exhausted. She never made a sound when she slept. Gazing at the elf's peaceful face, Ron smugly nodded. "Hey, maybe she feels safer when she's with me." Looking up at the vast night sky, he stretched and summarized the productive workday. "We've been hunting for 15 hours. John sat deep in thought, analyzing the harvest. "We've earned more rewards than I ever imagined possible on the first floor, but we've started encountering other adventurers because we're traveling further out. They all travel in groups of 3 or more, and sometimes there are even beings from other worlds." Leaning back against the rough tree trunk, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Of course, we only pass each other by whenever we bump into them, but just seeing them drains my energy." John's gaze turned sharp and vigilant. I deeply grasped a truth of surviving in the dungeon. Adventurers are even scarier than goblins. His gaze flicked back to his teammates sleeping soundly, and he let out a silent sigh. "Especially now that I have a massive reason to be worried," I muttered to myself, assessing the beauty of this burden next to me. The fact that she's so gorgeous is a real problem. Suddenly, the elf girl pokes her head out from under the blanket, blinking her eyes and teasing me. "Am I really that beautiful?" John jumps, his voice tightening with embarrassment as he grumbles, "Go to sleep," while feeling utterly bewildered, wondering to himself, didn't she just say that? Pleased to be complimented. Erwin obediently replies, "Okie dokie," and rolls over to keep sleeping with a satisfied smile, leaving me with a huge question mark over my head. What is up with her, all the other elves, that I know are nothing like this? Time flies and the system interface signals the 4th day back into the cycle of slaughter. I charge forward, swinging my hammer to take the lead, and the elf girl, right behind me, eagerly joins in. In the blink of an eye, it's the 5th day. We're leaning back to back, gasping for breath, enjoying a rare moment of peace after battles that drained us completely. Tension climbs as the 6th day passes. John and Erwin have to walk with absolute caution, wary of other adventuring parties passing through the fog-covered forest. Finally, the moment of relief arrives and the 7th day is here. I exhale, readjusting my backpack. Finally, it's time to leave the dungeon. The system suddenly displays a countdown. 21:13, 2 minutes and 47 seconds left until the first floor closes. Erwin carries her blanket bundle, dragging her feet with a haggard expression, complaining, "I'm so tired, I'm going to sleep the moment we get back." Seeing this, I nod in understanding. I agree. Let's head back now. She whimpers. Okay. John walks while carefully calculating the time. Getting there early is better than being late. On the way back, the elf tribe's radar goes off and Erwin lowers her voice to report. "Master, be careful, there's a new trap ahead." I quickly realize the pattern. The goblin groups must have respawned. It's not just landmines. She reports the target details. There's a group of goblins about 70 meters away at 1 o'clock. 8 regular ones, 2 archers, and 2 warriors. Are we going to fight them? Let's snag some end-of-day experience points, John says firmly. In the distance, the green-skinned goblins are still gathered, grinning and baring their teeth, completely unaware that the Grim Reaper is about to knock. Suddenly, a fatal slash from a blind spot flashes by, and the unlucky goblin only has time to widen his eyes in terror. John emerges from the shadows like a war god. His massive muscular frame casts a shadow that crushes the small monster's confidence, and his eyes flash with a savage crimson light. The killing intent radiates intensely. Seeing such a massive creature even more terrifying than a monster, the goblins shrink back, sweating profusely. The division of labor is crystal clear. I just sent one grunt flying while mapping out the plan. Erwin, you handle the archers, so I'll target the warriors first. The sledgehammer in John's hand doesn't stop swinging, delivering physical therapy, head-smashing blows to any monster that dares to stand in my way. Overconfident in my own brawling skills, I smugly flex my abilities. After so many battles, I've become a master of these brawls. John, the thousand-eyed, thousand-handed Guan Yin of the battlefield, doesn't forget to praise his teammate. Excellent. Plus, I think Erwin is gradually getting used to this. She knows exactly who to shoot when necessary. She definitely said there were 2 archers, but I didn't see a single arrow flying toward me. The time to wipe out all the goblins has also shortened. I don't forget to give a thumbs up. Well done, Erwin. The elf girl beams smugly, saying, "Hey." However, John still reminds her seriously to optimize tactics. But let me know when you've finished off the archers. I don't want to keep worrying about them while I'm fighting. Erwin obediently takes the blame. "Oh, I'm sorry, Master." She quickly clarifies her oversight. I wasn't sure if the last one had been hit or not. Hearing that, I nod in sympathy. Oh, is that so? Deep down, I highly value this level of caution. Exactly. Uncertain information is far more dangerous. Looking at the elf girl's clueless face, John smiles proudly like a father watching his daughter grow up. She's grown so much over the past few days. I'm so proud. While lost in self-flattery over my training skills, I'm startled when Erwin points and shouts, "Master, there's something really cool over there," approaching the object emitting a faint blue light. John immediately realizes it's a rare top-tier drop. This is in essence a goblin archer essence. But instead of dancing in celebration, my expression immediately sinks and I break into a cold sweat of anxiety. Damn it, why did it have to drop in such an awkward spot? Memories of the game flood back as I recall how overpowered this item is. It's part of the skill system in Dungeon & Stone, providing both a passive and an active skill. Each level you can only take one, but essentially it's a cheat code, so for an adventurer it's even more precious than treasure. John continues, to analyze the risks of this gamble with fate. But there's a limit to the quantity you can absorb, and the power of the essence varies greatly depending on the goblin species. So the character's fate depends entirely on the chosen essence. Staring at the shimmering glow, I'm still stunned by how surreal this real-life game is. The drop rate is almost 0. I never thought I'd see it here. While Erwin is mesmerized and exclaims, "Wow, this is an essence," I'm just left speechless. This is way too lucky. I have a bad feeling about this. Erwin naively asks a shocking question. "Master, will you turn into a goblin if you eat it?" I suppress a sigh, brushing aside the secret thought. As if I could be that lucky. To patiently play the teacher, she only gets a fraction of a goblin's power. To make it easy for her to visualize, John immediately uses a vivid example filled with danger. For instance, that guy who hunted us on the first floor. He absorbed the essence of a razor-maned wolf and tracked us by scent. I generously offer, "Do you want to take it? Do you want to take it?" Hearing that, she scratches her head and refuses politely. Huh, well, not really. But immediately Erwin eagerly agrees, not missing a beat. "So if you don't want it, I'll take it then." I inwardly broke into a cold sweat at my teammate's utter nonchalance. She seems to be getting more thick-skinned by the day. Oh well, whatever. Actually, you've carefully planned out your own leveling route. I already know exactly which essence I want. If you just blindly absorb everything without thinking about the future, I'll end up spending a fortune later. A goblin archer's essence has zero appeal to a barbarian like me. Let's wrap this up. Seriously, let's make a deal, Erwin. Just promise me one thing, and you can have that essence. I was supposed to tell her that when we got down to the first floor, but a piercing scream suddenly tore through the night. From the hillside, a group of people emerged aggressively, weapons drawn and radiating killing intent. Stand still! The armored leader pointed directly at us, shouting as if he owned the place. You barbarian and that elf, what the hell do you think you're doing? You frowned in confusion. Huh, Erwin. She hid behind your back, bewildered, and retorted, What do you mean? We're just hunting. John gritted his teeth, his bad premonition coming true. I knew our luck was too good to be true. Your large hand pressed onto the elf's shoulder, firmly cutting her off. No need to answer them. She looked up dazed. Huh, before she could understand what was happening, you shoved her forward, forcing her to touch the orb of light directly. She jolted and shrieked the moment she made contact. The essence shattered, turning into a blinding stream of energy that flooded into the elf's body. The group stared in shock, and the leader stammered before roaring in frustration, What the hell was that? She ate it. What the hell did you guys just do? Seeing a priceless treasure vanish into thin air right before his eyes, the leader went berserk, screaming and throwing a fit. That essence belonged to us. Ignoring the barking dogs, you stood firm, pulling Erwin behind you to protect her. She clutched her chest, still dizzy, and whispered, Ugh, thank you. I had anticipated that we might run into people like this. They must have rushed over here when they saw the essence's light. But what can they do now? Erwin has already swallowed it. Standing like a mountain blocking their path, you spoke firmly, challenging the scum. Come on then if you want to fight. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, John quickly assessed the board. We're outnumbered, but we need to be bold. Precisely because we're being overwhelmed. They'll underestimate us the moment we let our guard down. You flared your killing intent and roared to provoke the mob. I'm ready to fight. Bring it on, and if you're scared, get the hell out of here. As soon as the words left your mouth, your muscular legs stomped into the ground, and you turned to run for your life without a second thought. Sprinting like a madman, John yelled to his teammate, Don't slow down until we reach the teleporter, and Erwin, of course, scrambled to follow. Got it. She was running for her life, looking back in a panic. But those 4 guys, they're gone, right? Do you think they'll chase us all the way down to the first floor? Even if they don't chase us, they're probably heading to the same place as us anyway. Erwin looked confused. What do you mean? Panting heavily, you explained. They're a 4-man party. That's a decent number for clearing the second floor, but they were loitering around the entrance of this level. That means they're probably planning to head back to the first floor and return to the city on the 7th day. It's not good. Back to the main point, you concluded. In other words, they're doing the exact same thing we are. Hearing this, the elf looked at you with eyes full of admiration. I see you're amazing. While she was busy praising you, Erwin's innate radar suddenly pinged an urgent alert. She panicked and shouted the bad news. Sir, a group of goblins is 50 meters away, busy running from humans. You decisively avoided the monsters. We're bypassing them this time. But life isn't a fairy tale. Erwin frantically added, It's no good. They're running toward us. You frowned, confused by this anomaly. What the goblins have never spotted us before these past few days, all thanks to Erwin's detection skills. Suspicion rising, you calculated. Is it just a coincidence? You quickly made a sharp turn. We're going the other way for now. Just as she was about to obediently agree, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, causing her to jump out of her skin. With lightning reflexes, you lunged forward, hugging Erwin and pinning her to the ground to dodge the deadly projectile. Glancing at the arrow embedded in a tree, your pupils contracted. You realized the bitter truth. This arrow wasn't from a goblin archer. Still wrapped in your massive arms, she blushed and coughed violently. I could have dodged that myself. Why, yeah, but... You immediately cut her off with a grim face. It's those guys from earlier. Seeing this green-skinned horde rushing toward you, Ron instantly read the enemy's dirty tactics. They lured the goblins here. They must be waiting for us on the other side. Gritting your teeth in rage, you exposed their scheme. The plan is likely to use the goblins to wear us out of the frying pan and into the fire, huh? You turned to order her, we'll have to fight. Use your power. The elf blinked blankly. My power, you irritably reminded her, the cheat code you just stole. I mean, use the power of the essence. Like a living dictionary. You recalled the knowledge every essence has its own unique ability. You scanned the data in your brain. The thing Erwin absorbed earlier was from a goblin archer. According to the game system, it would boost your stats a virtual stat board, popped up in your head with a series of bonus points, concluding with the addition of both passive and active skills. She was still frantically waving her hands, but I don't know how to use it. You could only glance at the dummy beside you and drop the bombshell. It's already working. Looking down at herself, Erwin jumped in surprise as she saw her body gradually becoming translucent. Perfect. You activated the active skill, Thief's Footsteps, to help her turn invisible. You stroked your chin deep in thought, observing the mechanics of the real world. So it activates just by will instead of having to say a command to trigger it. Meanwhile, the skill owner was still clueless, thinking, wait, it's already working, pushing aside any thoughts of studying it. John tossed a heavy object toward her, shouting, catch this. Carry the shield and hammer, he ordered clearly. I'll handle the goblins myself. You just find the guy with the crossbow. Seeing that her comrade intended to go solo, the elf girl panicked and worriedly cried out, ha! Going alone, isn't that too dangerous? His gaze sharpened, cutting through her hesitation. There's no time. Just hide, and when I give the signal, shoot the guy with the crossbow. You'll only have one chance. Charging headlong to the front line with his weapon, he roared back, until then, don't do a thing. Erwin called after him in vain. Wait, sir. What signal? What? His armored boots slammed into the ground, blocking the path. He confidently gauged his position, muttering, this spot is enough. The ravenous monsters surged from the bushes. He locked onto a goblin on the left, swinging his shield to parry while keeping an eye out for the dirty snipers. Those bastards hadn't shown themselves since the first crossbow volley. He braced himself and smashed his hammer down, shouting firmly, I bet they'll show their faces the moment these goblins are dead. The battlefield turned chaotic once more. John was single-handedly holding his own, surrounded by green-skinned monsters frantically swinging their blades in a frenzy. As he crushed skulls, he mentally counted around 10 goblins. Analyzing the situation with machine-like speed, he realized 2 of them appeared to be swordsmen. Seeing no arrows flying his way, he concluded there were no archers. Before the words even left his mouth, an arrow whistled through the air and slammed into his shield, shaking his entire arm. He was forced to swallow his words. There it is. John glared, his mind racing amidst the bloody fray. Now I have to watch out for the goblin archer's arrows too. Suddenly he jumped as a lethal shadow lunged from behind. The unexpected threat was a cunning goblin that had snuck up from behind and scrambled onto his back, intent on strangling him. John gritted his teeth, struggling to resist the vicious chokehold. At the same time, he had to strain to block the relentless attacks from the goblins on the ground. The situation was dire, having to fend off the sneaky crossbowman, while receiving absolutely no help from the elf girl Erwin. Exhaustion washed over him, and as wounds piled up, the barbarian couldn't stop breathing heavily. He slammed his hammer down with all his might, dropping to one knee from exhaustion. He wheezed, things are getting really dangerous now. Suddenly, his sharp intuition made his eyes widen. Eyes wide with shock, he thought to himself, what is this? Seeing 2 streaks of light cutting through the wind toward him, he panicked and cried out, 2 arrows at the same time. He quickly analyzed the trajectory, one from the goblin archer, and the other definitely from the crossbowman. Cold sweat poured down his face as he tensely admitted, there's no way I can block both at once. Making a split-second decision, he roared decisively, then I'll block the crossbow bolt first. As bone-chilling pain struck, he bit his lip and cursed, damn it, that monster's arrow! Got me right in the elbow. Feeling the icy poison rapidly spreading, he panicked, thinking, this arrow must be poisoned. His left arm was completely unresponsive. Looking at the heavy weapon in his hand, he debated, now that only my right arm works, I have to choose between the shield and the hammer. The decision was made in an instant. He decisively let go of his right hand, dropping the hammer to the ground, and told himself, just keep the shield. He stood firm with the armored barrier in front of him. He roared with determination. As he took his stance, he muttered angrily, the real enemy is those bastards hiding in the shadows, not this pathetic small fry goblin mob. He analyzed the critical situation. Using the hammer would make clearing the goblins easy, but then how could he possibly block the next crossbow shots? Being without the hammer didn't matter. He delivered a powerful kick into the stomach of the nearest goblin. Get out of here! then used the steel shield to shove the rest of the monsters away. "Get lost and stay out of my sight!" Wiping the blood from his face, he shouted irritably, "Damn it, there are still this many of you!" Suddenly, the goblins scattered in a panic. He stood there dumbfounded. What, they're all running away? Letting out a sigh of relief, he consoled himself. No point in wasting energy chasing them. At least I managed to hold my ground. From the bushes, a mocking laugh echoed. "Single-handedly cleaning up that trash." 3 hunters stepped out slowly. The leader clapped mockingly and laughed loudly. "Impressive, truly impressive." He hardened his face, staring straight at them, and said coldly, "I knew it was you lot, but I don't see the crossbowmen." The one with the headband smirked arrogantly and replied, "Yeah, it's us. Where's that damn elf girl?" He tightened his grip on the shield, glaring provokingly. "Come and get me." The leader chuckled, amused. "You really are a true barbarian. You wiped out all those goblins and you're still looking energetic." He raised an eyebrow, glancing at the bleeding wounds on his body, then suggested sinisterly, "But it looks like you're pretty badly hurt, isn't that right? If you tell me where that elf girl is, I'll generously let you go." Hearing that ridiculous offer, he sneered internally. "Let me go. Does he really think I'm stupid enough to believe that empty promise?" Seeing his provocative smirk, the leader furrowed his brows, annoyed. He asked, "What the hell are you laughing at?" Then he scowled, called him a psycho, and ordered his lackeys to attack him. "Kill him first, then ask questions," the old man named Elias said, brandishing his sword cautiously, warning his comrades not to let their guard down and to treat this fight. It's just like hunting a giant monster. Without pausing, the guy put all his strength into his legs, stomping hard on the ground and roaring as he charged forward. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth, feeling his left arm, which was completely numb. He wondered to himself if Erwin had found the crossbowman yet, and decided he needed to send a signal, a one-of-a-kind gesture that anyone in this world could easily recognize. The moment that brilliant idea struck, he smugly muttered, "That's it," and decisively raised his middle finger to the sky with a confident, arrogant grin. He thought to himself, "I'll use this." This bizarre action made the hunters freeze in confusion, shouting to ask what the hell he was doing. While he was sweating bullets, wondering if Erwin could even understand this signal because it was so far away, he couldn't hear a sound. He knew there was no turning back now. He leaped into the air, ready to strike, telling himself there was no other way. He just had to trust her. His steel shield collided with the headband guy's sword in a shower of sparks, creating a massive shockwave. The headband guy struggled to parry, groaning in pain, then frantically shouted for his partner Elias. Hearing the call, the old man, Elias immediately circled behind and swung his razor-sharp sword in a flurry of slashes to break him free. Being attacked so suddenly, he winced and let out a grunt, inwardly gauging the old man's strength. This Elias guy is no joke. Even though he was on the back foot, he was determined to hold his ground, telling himself he absolutely couldn't retreat now. He gritted his teeth and pushed his shield forward with all his might, determined to draw their attention and create an opening for Erwin, while parrying attacks. From both sides, he was sweating profusely, anxiously muttering. But a terrible thought suddenly flashed through his mind, making his blood run cold. Don't tell me she's already been taken down by the crossbowman. Just as despair was about to set in, an arrow tore through the air at breakneck speed. The big guy standing on the edge suddenly widened his eyes in shock at the unexpected turn of events. The old man. Elias was also stunned, breaking out into a cold sweat. He and the headband guy both jumped in surprise and blurted out, "An arrow!" Watching the arrow's trajectory, he felt a surge of hope and muttered, "Is that a crossbow bolt? Or is it Erwin's? Whose is it?" The arrow thudded into a shield. He cheered, certain it must be Erwin's. But his flicker of hope was quickly extinguished when the big enemy guy raised his shield and roared at his cohorts to just focus on taking down the barbarian. He would handle blocking all the incoming arrows. He swung his large shield to deflect the barrage of arrows, laughing smugly and challenging the shooter. "Where are you aiming when I'm here to block you?" Watching that, he clicked his tongue and cursed, "That shield-wielding jerk." He realized the guy's purpose from the start was to stand there and single-handedly block all of Erwin's arrows. The situation was back to square one. He struggled to back away, using his shield to deflect the lightning-fast strikes from the headband guy and old man Elias. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously. He gritted his teeth, admitting he couldn't handle them all at once on his own. The old man. Elias seized the opportunity to swing his sword in a lethal strike, muttering, "That's it." Fresh blood sprayed everywhere as the blade tore through his back, but he gritted his teeth through the pain, thinking to himself with grim resolve, I have to be willing to sacrifice whatever it takes to win. Blood gushed from the deep wound on his back. John gritted his teeth, enduring it, and muttered, "Well, my left arm is useless anyway." He decisively braced himself to take the hit and gain momentum. He lunged forward to ram the headband guy, smirking to himself. Trading a useless arm for the life of that red-haired guy isn't such a bad deal. Taking the terrifying impact head-on, the red-haired guy coughed up blood, terrified, and groaned, "You're a monster." Ignoring those weak last words, John's eyes blazed with the cold, sharp light of a true predator. Not caring about his injuries, seeing his partner taken down the old man, Elias immediately used the momentum to leap into the air, crazily swinging his sword directly at his head. With lightning-fast reflexes, the barbarian immediately heaved his heavy shield, backing away to dodge the scythe of death. The missed swing made the old man freeze, his eyes wide with confusion, watching his prey slip through his fingers. From afar, the big guy with the shield hurriedly shouted to warn his partners, "Focus on me, I'll block the arrow," before he could finish. A flaming arrow flew in and exploded right on the surface of his shield, leaving him reeling while John smugly whispered to himself, "Nice work, Erwin." Seeing the shield-bearer struggle and curse at the wide-area blast, he mocked him with delight. "Serves you right. You think you can block all those arrows? My archer is an elven archer, you idiot," John boasted while swinging his shield hard to smash it right into the face of old man, Elias, making him let out a painful cry. The massive blow made the old man stagger and lose his balance. This created a perfect opening for him to reorganize his battle formation. Witnessing the tide turn so quickly, the red-haired guy clutched his wound, scrambling to get up while panting in a panic. "The situation looks bad." The coward hurriedly turned tail to run for his life, promising to go deal with that bitch of an elf, making John curse in anger, because the distance was too great to chase him down and stop him. "Old man," Elias charged again, shouting, forcing him to give up. John had to swing his shield to parry, telling himself, "Now I can only put my faith in Erwin." His heels dug deep into the dusty ground, putting all his strength into a final counterattack. At that same moment, Elias crazily unleashed a violent horizontal slash that tore through the air as it rushed toward him. But just as the sword was swung, the old man's eyes widened in terror as he realized something was wrong. Ignoring all defensive barriers, John used his own body as a battering ram, slamming his shield directly. With the strength of a wild beast, the giant shield slammed into the guy. The horrific impact sent the minion flying backward. Enraged, the old man shouted, "You bastard!" and swung the edge of his shield. He slashed the shield straight down. Standing there panting before his battered enemy, he coldly declared, "Now there's only you left." He silently assessed that this old man's strength was truly formidable. He couldn't understand why an expert like him would team up with this bunch of losers. Even so, as both sides clashed fiercely again, John smugly thought to himself that choosing the wrong teammates was the biggest mistake of the old man's life. Watching the old man keep backing away to dodge attacks, John squinted and smirked. "Planning to keep backing away forever? I bet you're trying to stall for time until that red-haired brat comes back, right? But I won't let that happen." A cunning plan instantly popped into his head. "I'll pretend to swing my arm with a massive strike and throw this shield away." John smirked decisively, tossing his only defensive weapon, which soared high into the sky. The feint was a perfect success. He lunged forward to grab his throat. Just waiting for that moment, the giant rushed in and gripped the old man's collar tightly. Gritting his teeth with every word, showing absolutely no mercy, Ron used his rock-hard forehead to deliver a devastating headbutt straight into Elias's face. Blood splattered everywhere. He opened his mouth wide and roared savagely, "You think—" He screamed frantically, "I'm going to die in this dump." "Die, guy." Finally, the giant, dripping with blood, stood tall and arrogant, the lifeless corpse of the miserable old swordsman at his feet. The life-or-death battle ended. John wiped the sweat and blood from around his mouth, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. From the dark forest, the elf girl, Erwin, rushed out, calling out loudly with a voice full of worry, "Big brother." The girl teared up, sobbing, as she asked if he was okay. Seeing she was safe, John felt relieved. It seemed like Erwin had won on her side, too, seeing his body tattered and bleeding. Erwin frantically shoved a potion into his hand, urging him, "Your wounds are too deep, big brother. Drink the recovery potion quickly." John asked confusedly, "Drink it?" The girl firmly insisted that this potion works much better when drunk than applied topically. Besides, you've been poisoned, so drink it fast. He had no choice but to stutter, all right, and downed it. The potion was bitter. He tossed the empty vial, which rolled onto the cold ground. As soon as the potion hit his stomach, John's entire body instantly erupted in a red aura. He winced and fell to his knees, feeling as if his internal organs were being cooked alive. Every blood vessel ached crazily, and his skin was burning and itching unbearably. Seeing John suffering through the potion's effects, Erwin cheered excitedly. "Hang in there, big brother, you can do it," John asked wearily. "What time is it now?" The girl checked her watch and replied, 11:20. 10 minutes have passed. Hearing that, Ron calculated that there were only exactly 40 minutes left until the first floor closed, so they had absolutely no time to stop and rest. Not wanting to waste a single second, John suddenly ordered, "Strip them." The elf girl jumped in shock and yelled, "Huh?" The girl blushed and stepped back, stammering, "Why all of a sudden?" She wasn't sure, but he must have had a reason. John was left speechless and explained, "No, not you. I mean, strip those hunters' bodies." Realizing, Erwin gave a shy, "Ah." While the system's countdown timer showed only 39 minutes and 59 seconds left, John quickly changed his mind because time was too tight. "Forget it. We don't have time. We'll just take their gear, magic stones, and backpacks." So, Erwin hurriedly took the task of collecting items from the red-haired guy and the crossbow user while he urged her to hurry up. The time ticked down to 34 minutes and 27 seconds, then 26 minutes and 48 seconds. Erwin happily held up the captured crossbow and called out, "Big brother." After looting everything clean, the two ran for their lives through the forest, ignoring the time limit, as it ticked down from 13.5 minutes to over 2 minutes. When the clock hit exactly 50 seconds, Erwin happily pointed ahead and screamed, "The teleport gate," and John decisively ordered them to dash straight in. With only 48 seconds remaining, they both managed to leap through the glowing gate just as the countdown hit 40 seconds. A notification appeared confirming they had successfully entered the first floor. Erwin stretched and sighed in relief, exclaiming, "So happy," ignoring John, who had fallen flat on his face, grumpily thinking, "We got thrown out, didn't we? Why does she land perfectly every time?" The elf girl turned back, flashing a radiant smile and saying, "You worked hard." Ron scrambled up and replied, "Yeah, you too. There were about 30 seconds left, right? That was a close call." Suddenly remembering the unresolved issue, Erwin chirped, "Oh right, the essence thing." He asked confusedly, "What essence?" Then she quickly reminded him about the promise he made her make earlier. Memories flooded back. John nodded, "Ah right, but there isn't much time left now. Let's talk about it once we're outside." This made Erwin hesitate, stuttering, "That thing, Looking at the system timer, it showed only 10 seconds. John panicked, scratching his head and wondering, "Damn it, what was the name of that tavern again?" The countdown dropped to a mere 4 seconds. The giant sweated, clutching his head and groaning, in confusion. Right at the very last second, he shouted joyfully, "Ah, the Black Whale! Let's meet at the Black Whale Tavern." And Erwin hurriedly shouted back, "Agreed." As soon as she finished, the maze officially closed and a blinding light appeared to teleport the characters back to the outside world. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. He stretched and stood up straight as the light faded, muttering, "I'm back." Standing before the towering city walls, he softly confirmed, "Back in Raphronia." Looking at the crowded plaza, Ron clicked his tongue. "I knew all the hunters would gather in one place, but this is ridiculously crowded." He took out his pocket watch and adjusted the hands, reminding himself that time in the maze moved slower than outside. So even if he were stuck in there, for days when he returned to the city, it would always be noon the next day, and he had to set the clock back to exactly 12 o'clock. As he was deep in thought, a big guy named Barrion waved from afar and called out loudly, "Jensen's son, Ron." This made him frown, racking his brain. "Who is this guy? His name starts with a B, I think." The two giants lunged at each other, shaking hands with a loud thud. The bulky Barrion waved from afar, calling out to Jensen's son. Blonde frowned, digging through his memory. Who was this guy? Started with a V, right? The two giants lunged at each other, shaking hands with a loud thud. John confidently called out the name of Van's second son, Karak, but the guy corrected him, saying he was the third son, so John just nodded awkwardly to save face. John patted the guy on the shoulder and laughed. "Karak, Van's third son, I'm glad you're still safe." Then another guy cut in, and Karak excitedly welcomed Sonic's fourth son. "Serum, you made it back alive too." The whole group started shouting each other's names loudly to catch up, leaving John standing on the sidelines muttering, "This guy is pretty famous," while his fellow countrymen started bragging about using their skills. Splitting those Maine wolves in half is like a walk in the park. Trapped in the middle of a rowdy bunch of muscle-bound men, Ron sighed in annoyance to himself. Are they really starting a reunion here? Where on earth did all these barbarians come from? Just then, a guy yelled, challenging Karak to head to the checkpoint for a duel to test their courage. The challenge was like a spark. Karak fiercely agreed to go and prove his worth. His warrior spirit was fired up and the whole group stampeded off. As they walked, they bragged and boasted about who had collected the most magic stones. Hearing the rowdy calls from afar, Ron could only let out a long sigh and lethargically called back as he walked. Arriving at the achievement checkpoint, the female clerk kept reading out the impressive numbers for each warrior: 24,476 stones, 28,420 stones, 41,498 stones. The crowd of barbarians gasped in amazement, surrounding and praising their countrymen. Over 40,000 stones. That's incredible. Carrick Van's third son. He truly is the warrior of warriors. When it was John's turn, the clerk looked at the mountain of giant sacks and asked in shock, "Are all of these magic stones?" John calmly nodded and confirmed, "That's right." As soon as she announced she would begin the tally, her hands moved with lightning speed, making John's eyes go wide in amazement. "She's so fast!" In the blink of an eye, the clerk firmly announced the final total. All done. The total is 182,413 stones. As the result was announced, the bunch of muscleheads immediately bugged their eyes out in pure shock, screaming, 180,000! John, the son of the commoner, got that many. 180,000 stones. That is the highest record of all time. They scrutinized him even more closely, then continued screaming with envy. It's not just the magic stone. He's got an axe boots and a backpack too. How could this even be possible? I'm dying of jealousy. John is truly the greatest warrior. The excited crowd hoisted him up, chanting his name over and over, "John, John." I can totally see why these idiots are reacting so crazily. Sporting a smug grin, the barbarian thought to himself, of course. I'm definitely the first barbarian to enter the dungeon empty-handed and come back as a civilized man. Swept up in the sweltering atmosphere, he joined in raising his steel axe and roaring, "I am the greatest warrior, basking in the glory while up in the air." He mused, "This isn't so bad." Suddenly the guards shouted at the crowd, "Stop making so much noise here." They all scrambled to offer apologies. Even though the guards demanded silence, the barbarians remained loud, leaving people sighing and muttering, "Is this checkpoint always this noisy? Those barbarians again." After finishing the paperwork, the muscle-bound group sprawled out in a heap to wait. Sitting right in the middle of his fellow tribesmen, Ron calculated carefully. Best to stick with the other barbarians just in case there's a procedure I don't know about. I'll wait for everyone to get out and follow them. He scanned his surroundings. He suddenly froze upon spotting a familiar figure and muttered, "Huh, is that?" He instantly recognized his former teammate and silently whispered her name, Erwin. He watched the elegant girl. She was happily chatting away with her sophisticated kin about how to handle fire spirits. John felt a bit of a disconnect as he glanced at the barbarians, picking their noses and screaming next to him. He sighed, comparing the two. So she hangs out with that kind of person. I'm surrounded by a bunch of wild men, so jealous. Suddenly he saw Erwin turn, wave, and smile at him. John nodded in satisfaction, thinking, thank God she looked this way. He mouthed the signal, "See you tonight." She nodded slightly and smiled in response. Sure. However, when an elf friend asked if Erwin knew that brute, she jumped and denied it completely, saying, not at all. At that same moment, a barbarian loomed over, demanding to know what John was staring at, and if he knew that fairy girl, which made him jump and quickly deny it too. The countryman balked it completely and roared triumphantly, "I knew it! A great warrior like you wouldn't be close with those cowardly pointy ears." That loud voice immediately reached the elf friend's ears, making her eyes bulge with rage. The barbarian could only hold his head and silently curse, "Damn it." The situation suddenly turned tense as the barbarians and elves glared and growled, ready to tear into each other. John went crazy, wondering, I'm going to lose my mind with this bunch of wild, shameless idiots. What the hell is going on? Is this Romeo and Juliet hoodlum version? Thankfully, the checkpoint gate rumbled open, saving the situation. John sighed in relief. Ah, they're finally done, huh? His fellow barbarian patted his shoulder, urging him to get going since everyone had gathered. "Let's go, everyone." And so the crowd shouted and stomped off. "All right, let's move." As he walked, he thought, "In this atmosphere, I can't talk to Erwin. I'll have to talk to her late tonight." Just as they returned to the city, a child ran out shouting, "Daddy." John, trailing behind, could only sigh as he watched the reunion. The father and child hugged tightly, the child sobbing. "I missed you so much, Daddy," the father replied, moved. "I missed you too. Have you been a good kid at home?" In another corner, a girl hugged her relative with pure joy. "Big brother, you're back. I'm so happy you're alive." In stark contrast to the happy reunions, a woman grabbed a man's shirt, wailing, "Happiness and joy for families and friends. But where is my husband? Where is he?" The man could only bow his head in apology. "I'm so sorry." Nearby, a mother collapsed to the ground, screaming and sobbing, "No, no, ah," while her young daughter asked, confused, "Mom, where's Big Brother?" The mother called out her child's name in pain. "PL, PL. A warrior knelt, torturing himself. "It's all my fault. It's all because of me." His teammate hurried to comfort him. "No, we really couldn't do anything, could we?" Witnessing the scene, he thought to himself, "I've played Dungeon and Stone so many times." The sound of wailing still echoed everywhere. "Robin, why the hell is it like this?" John trudged through the chaotic crowd, silently reflecting. "But when I have to face these faces in real life instead of through 2D graphics, the feeling is really strange." Cut to a tavern. A barbarian raised a giant beer mug, roaring, "Drink up." The atmosphere was noisy and boisterous. The muscle-bound group just kept chugging beer and shouting, "Cheers!" They competed to tilt their massive giant beer mugs into their mouths like empty barrels. John slammed his mug onto the table, eyeing his countrymen with annoyance, and asked himself, "Are these guys all crazy?" He reminded himself of the reason he was sitting there. "Like I said, the reason I'm sticking with these barbarians is because I'm afraid I'll miss some important paperwork." Seeing them shouting and pouring beer loudly, he clicked his tongue. "Important paperwork, my foot. They're just pouring alcohol down their throats. If I stay here, I'm just wasting my time." And so he stood up abruptly, preparing to leave. "I've got things to do, I'm off." The barbarian sitting next to him was startled and asked, "Huh? Are you really leaving already?" The whole bunch of barbarians clamored, clearly reluctant to let today's protagonist go. "Hey, son of Jandel, where are you headed? Why leave so soon?" Baran broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "I'm the protagonist. Damn it. I just hope they don't try to stop me." Thankfully, they were pretty easygoing, all waving goodbye in unison. "Well, guess this is it. Good luck to you, the greatest warrior son of Jandel." John silently walked away without another word. He strolled out of the tavern, leaving the noisy crowd behind as the sun began to set. Enjoying the evening breeze, he let out a soft sigh of relief. It was so peaceful, watching the locals going about their daily lives. He quietly assessed the situation. There were no monsters or people here trying to harm him, just passers-by casually inviting each other for drinks and chatting about ordinary family matters. Stopping in front of a clothing store, he concluded that this place had laws, rules, and a truly relaxing vibe. Clutching his new clothes in his hands, he let his mind wander and relax. Even if he stumbled here, he could pick himself back up as if nothing had happened. There might even be someone willing to lend a hand. He pushed the door open and entered the inn. Ron reminded himself that while this might be a fantasy world and far more barbaric than the 21st century on Earth, he locked the door to room 305 and headed for the bathroom. Even so, he let the warm water wash away all his fatigue. He closed his eyes and soaked it in. It was so peaceful. Life in this city wasn't so bad after all. He pulled a towel over his hair and stepped out. He stretched his body, feeling refreshed. That feels amazing. Without wasting another second, he let himself collapse onto the soft bed, spreading his arms and legs as he stared at the ceiling. He covered his eyes with his hand and confessed the truth to himself without the mask of the big tough guy. He curled up on the bed like a fragile child, whispering, "I want to go home. I really, really want to go home." Darkness engulfed the quiet room. He thought bitterly, "Even if there's no one waiting for me at home." He woke up when the clock struck 21:18. Ron rustled around, dressing up to head out. As he slipped on his shoes, he calculated, I got out of the dungeon at noon, so I've slept for about 4 or 5 hours. Now I have to head to the Black Whale Tavern to meet Erwin." But when he asked for directions, an old bread seller replied in surprise, "The Black Whale Tavern, that place disappeared 15 years ago." Ron was stunned and asked back, "Disappeared?" The old man waved his hand, telling the story. Yeah, the son got into gambling, so the tavern changed owners and even changed its name. What a shame it was a booming business for generations. Ron turned pale, realizing the issue he had anticipated this. But the world in the game is definitely many years behind the real world. John hurriedly pressed, "What's the new name of the tavern?" The old man scratched his head in confusion. "Let's see, what was it called again? Standing in front of the new tavern called Piton Put." John observed the neon sign and muttered, "Piton Put." He looked at the building and wondered, is this really the old Black Whale Tavern? It looks completely different from the game. At least I can still read the language of this world. I should probably stop by the library or somewhere similar soon to learn more. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by a rowdy, noisy atmosphere and a waitress rushing to pour beer. Ron frowned at the chaotic scene and muttered, "What a total mess." Before he could even look for his teammate, a familiar voice rang out. "Hey, over here!" Erwin stood up happily, waving her arms. He glanced over and was shocked to see, wait, is the girl sitting next to her the one from earlier? The silver-haired girl crossed her arms on the table, her gaze sharp as she looked at him and said, "So you're that barbarian?" John approached and answered straightforwardly, "I am the son of Jandel John. And who might you be?" The girl coldly finished him off with one sentence, "I'm her older sister." Ron asked for the person's name, but she replied coldly, "Just call me Teresia." He thought to himself, her full name is Erwin Phonicize Teresia. Seems like she doesn't want to tell me her real name. He smirked, wondering, "So Teresia, why are you here?" She immediately slammed the table, raising her voice. "Barbarian, I have a question for you." Teresia glared at him with eyes burning with cold fire, questioning, "Why would you arrange to meet a young girl this late at such a sleazy tavern?" She continued her barrage of insults. "Last night you called Erwin out to this disreputable place. Then you stood her up, leaving her out all night, and now you have the nerve to ask me my purpose." Before he could react, she finished him off with a contemptuous scold. "You thick-skinned barbarian, blasted with insults." Ron stood there blankly wincing as he asked, "What do you mean last night?" Teresia narrowed her eyes menacingly and snapped, "Are you trying to play dumb?" Confused, he turned to his teammate. "Erwin, how long has it been since we left the dungeon?" She looked flustered and stammered, It's been about 30 hours. Hearing that number, Ron was so stunned his face turned pale. He thought, 30 hours. Sweat poured down him like rain. He was horrified as the brutal truth hit him. It hadn't been 4 hours, it had been 30 hours. The guy finally understood the problem and thought, no wonder I felt so refreshed when I woke up. Turns out I'd been sleeping straight for over a day. Seeing Erwin's tearful expression, he apologized from the bottom of his heart. "I am so sorry, Erwin." He crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and bowed his head sincerely. 1,000 apologies. I was just sleeping the whole time. This sincere attitude made the two sisters. The elf's jaw dropped in such shock that Erwin started stammering. Her brother, seeing this, wondered to himself, is she really that stunned? Has she seriously never seen a barbarian apologize before, Teresia? Clearing her throat to regain her air of superiority, she huffed. "Regardless, I didn't expect a barbarian like you to know the meaning of punctuality. Anyway, what did you call Erwin here for?" Ron lazily picked at his ear and replied coolly, "I could give you a whole list of long-winded reasons, but I'm not obligated to report to you. If you're so curious, ask Erwin yourself." Hearing that dismissive tone, a vein bulged on Teresia's forehead. She gritted her teeth and sneered, "I knew it, these damn barbarians are always so infuriating. You're just a rookie after all." Teresia slammed her hand on the table and continued lecturing. "What does that have to do with anything? You should lose that arrogant attitude unless you plan on looking after Erwin for the rest of your life. You really are a savage." Caught in the middle, Erwin could only stammer, brother," not wanting to bicker any further. Ron slammed a heavy bag of money onto the table and declared, "Here, take it. That's 350,000 stones." He briefly explained why he had called her there. This is Erwin's share from those essence crystals. Watching the two sisters just stare at him, he clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, why does this feel like I'm in a Korean soap opera? His brain went into overdrive. The image of a mother-in-law throwing money at the daughter-in-law flashed in his mind. "Take this money and stay away from Erwin." Seeing her refuse to take it, he frowned and asked, "Why won't you take it?" Teresia glared at him with suspicious eyes and challenged, "Are you plotting something else, just as I suspected?" "Wait, the previous line was part of the dialogue. Let me adjust." Teresia glared at him with suspicious eyes and questioned, Are you plotting something else just as I suspected? Exasperated, he turned to his little teammate for an opinion. Erwin, do you agree with her? The girl bowed her head, flustered, and replied, that is... Ron closed his eyes and let out a sigh, explaining everything clearly. The deal when I gave you that essence was that you'd help me until I earned the money I wanted. Huh. Erwin looked up in surprise. Is that all? He nodded firmly. That's right. We'll also split the earnings 50-50. Hearing that, the elf's eyes lit up. A radiant smile spread across her face as she exclaimed, I... But then her smile vanished. Erwin sighed sadly. The girl slumped, hanging her head in rejection. I'm sorry. Ron felt a pang of regret, thinking, why? We're a pretty good team, aren't we? Teresia immediately grabbed her sister's hand and declared loudly, from now on, Erwin will be entering the dungeon with me. Teresia explained the reasoning. We were just following tradition, letting her go alone for her first time. Otherwise, I would never have intended for her to go alone. Hearing that, Ron clicked his tongue, realizing the problem, and felt a twinge of jealousy. So that's it. Turns out she's already got someone to carry her. Damn those people with connections. Teresia pushed the bag of money toward him and said firmly, if you understand, just take this money. He hurriedly called out, wait. I assume this 350,000 stones is the result of splitting the essence based on current market prices, right? She replied nonchalantly. Of course that is. The loot the two of us earned together. He immediately countered, then I'm short 280,000 stones. The agreed-upon split was 90-10, remember. Caught in his trap. Teresia smirked. Oh, right. I almost forgot. She casually tossed another bag of money onto the table. Here, 280,000. He frowned, snatched the bag, and cursed under his breath. What the hell? Was she just trying to cheat me out of my money? As he took the money, his anger flared. Ron muttered to himself, these damn pointed-eared jerks. Now I understand why barbarians hate these elves so much. He coldly ordered them to leave. If you're done, can you just get out of here? I still have things to discuss with Erwin. Teresia immediately glared at him, grabbing his arm. You still have things to say. He looked at her confused. Yeah. Seeing the tension, Erwin spoke up to intervene. Sister, I'm really grateful that you were worried enough to come here with me, but I think you can go home now. I need to say thank you and goodbye to him too. Teresia stared at her sister in shock for a moment, then sighed in acceptance. Fine, you're not a child anymore, I suppose. Though she agreed to leave, she still turned and pointed a finger directly at the barbarian's face, threatening loudly. Then swear to this, you barbarian! He looked at her blankly. Swear. Teresia stated her conditions clearly. Swear that you won't sleep with Erwin. Swear that and I'll leave immediately. Upon hearing that, Erwin's face turned bright red and she stammered in a panic. What are you babbling about? Meanwhile, Ron just kept a straight face analyzing the request. Not sleep with her, huh? Does that mean all other options are still on the table? The sharp-tongued sister snapped, Swear it. He closed his eyes and compromised just to get it over with. I swear. Ron thwacked his chest firmly, swearing with the dignity of a warrior, even though he was secretly mocking himself. As if I care about the honor of some damn warrior. Erwin, sitting next to him, could only frantically call out, Aye, brother! Having received the oath, Teresia turned, smirked, and walked away triumphantly. All right, then, I'm going home, Erwin hurriedly called after her. After taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped and turned her head. Oh, I almost forgot. Teresia offered a gentle, sincere smile and said, Thank you. Thanks for saving me, Erwin, John said. With her sister just having left, Erwin slumped over the table, letting out a long, shameful sigh, leaving John speechless. She looked up at him with her large, glistening eyes, asking anxiously, What should I do? I've never dared to talk back to her like that before. Do you think she's angry? Ron calmly reassured her with a smile. By the look of it, I don't think she's that mad. Don't worry. Erwin breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, that's right. Remembering what really mattered. The elf fidgeted nervously. Thank you for the offer earlier, but I already decided a long time ago to work with my sister. So I'm sorry. He waved his hand dismissively. You don't need to apologize. I mean the offer to be carried by a high-level elf. That's a pretty sweet deal. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't be dumb enough to refuse either. He pulled out a small bag and pushed it toward her. And this is it, 63,000 stones. The money from the magic stones we got from that redhead and the guy with the crossbow. I already took my cut, so don't sweat it. He continued giving her instructions. I kept those two guys' backpacks at my place. There's quite a bit of stuff in there, but I think you should head over and see for yourself tomorrow. Ron secretly admired her. She always knew what he was going to ask before he even spoke. He had already abandoned the idea of teaming up with her, but it really was a shame. Suddenly, Erwin hesitated and asked, "So how should I repay you?" I was stunned. "Repay me?" She blushed, flustered, and explained, "I said for sure I would repay you since you helped me out." Hearing this, Ron finally understood the situation and thought, so this is why her sister told me not to sleep with her, huh? She must have been worried I'd make some perverted demands. He scratched his chin thinking. Repayment, huh? After weighing it for a moment, he glanced at the food counter and said casually, "I can't think of anything right now, but about that. Do you want to grab a bite to eat?" Erwin brought her hand to her lips, thought about it, and shook her head. "I'm not hungry." The barbarian firmly turned away and finished the conversation. "Then I'm just going to order food for myself." Erwin's face flushed slightly, and she stammered, Suddenly, the elf stood up and declared loudly, "Then I want a drink. I deliberately didn't touch a single drop yesterday." The barbarian was caught off guard. "Drink you?" She leaned in, excited, and invited him, "I want to have my first safe return drink with you." Seeing that attitude, John muttered to himself. A safe return drink. I remember that was a custom in the game, too. Erwin explained seriously, for elves who only live in temples. The first drink upon returning home safely carries a lot of meaning until they reach adulthood. She smiled and continued, "I'm so happy." Suddenly remembering something, she pointed at him. "You have to say thank you, too," he stammered. "Thank you." The elf grinned. "Of course. We went through everything together in the dungeon, so it's only natural we share this first drink." While he was thinking about something else, Erwin spoke up. "Of course, this probably isn't my first return drink, but—" He was confused and interrupted her. "What are you talking about?" "This is my first time, too, you know." Erwin's jaw dropped in total shock. "Ha," he replied. "I remember you told me you were only 20 years old." Erwin's eyes went wide with surprise. "You aren't joking." Regaining his composure, he smirked and confessed, "It really was my first time stepping into a dungeon, too." With that cleared up, a lavish feast of grilled meat and snacks was quickly brought out. Erwin lifted a large wooden mug, grinning from ear to ear. "Hey, you really did a great job." Ron happily raised his mug in response. "You did too." The two wooden mugs clinked loudly, followed by a hearty shout, "Cheers!" Before long, they had wiped the table clean, leaving only empty plates behind. Starting to get tipsy. Erwin rested her chin on her hand, giggling. "Hey, you're wearing a shirt today," John retorted naturally. "Yeah, and you're wearing a dress today, too." Gulping down the rest of his beer, John muttered to himself. "That's enough small talk. Is it time to get to the main point yet?" Beside him, she was still gushing, "Ron, you're so good at drinking." He wiped his mouth, turned serious, and brought up the earlier topic. "Erwin, you said you wanted to repay me earlier, right?" "I just thought of a way." The elf was startled, looking bewildered and blushing as she asked, "What is it?" Leaning in, Ron whispered mysteriously, "But not here. Sister's team will catch us." Hearing that, Erwin's face turned even redder, stammering as she waited. "So—" The shy elf smoothed her hair and suggested, "Why don't we go back to your room?" Then she nodded to herself, locking it in. "Yeah, that sounds reasonable." Standing in front of room 305, John's voice sounded deep as he commanded, "Erwin, spread out a little." She replied with just a soft moan, sweating profusely with a look of intense concentration. Ron grumbled, "Even if you say that." It turned out to be a violent muscle-stretching session. Erwin screamed, "My shoulder, you're dislocating it." The brutish guy could only try to brush it off. Standing in front of room 305, John's deep voice boomed out a command for Erwin to spread out a little further, met only by a soft, strained groan as he broke into a sweat, his expression one of extreme focus. Ron grumbled that no matter what she said, it turned out to be a brutal 7-joint stretching session with Erwin screaming at the top of his lungs, "You're dislocating my shoulder," while that brute just tried to shrug it off. "It's so hard to control my power," the elf girl wailed, tears streaming down her face as she shrieked. "My arm has never been twisted back that far before. Are you sure doing that is right?" "I swear I'm desperate. I'll even swear on my family," the girl added, sounding frantic at the sight. John sighed, finally letting go. "Fine, all right. You should get some rest." Erwin rubbed her arm, relieved to find she was still alive. "My arm. It's still here, isn't it? After all that?" Ron silently drew his own conclusion, "So that's how it is." The +4 in the toughness stat doesn't do a damn thing in real life, she realized. Regaining her composure, the elf glared at him. Did you invite me here just to test my abilities? The barbarian admitted it bluntly. Yeah, you're not allowed to use your powers inside the city. I just wanted to see the difference in essence between the game and real life. Wait, you mean you knew? The elf asked, looking stunned. I had no idea. Recalling the past, Ron muttered as he explained. Daniel and Stone was never a user-friendly game. Just look at the 3 basic stats: Constitution, Spirit, and Ability. That's enough to tell you how it works. He continued, rambling on. Those are the 3 main stats, but if you click the plus sign next to them, thousands of detailed substats appear. I gave a visual example. For instance, if your stamina goes up, you can carry heavier items and land more effective physical blows, he concluded. That's why characters have such wildly different combat capabilities, even if their total stats are equal. He boasted about his knowledge, but couldn't help but curse. I learned all of this by grinding thousands of hours into the game, and yet there are still stats I have no clue about even after playing for 9 straight years. Damn those developers. Looking at her, he analyzed. One of the stats I understand the least is Obsession. It's a stat attached to the essence crystal you see. Erwin swallowed hard as John pressed on. I know nothing about it other than that it's in the sub-branch of the spirit stat. Erwin, since leaving the dungeon, have you noticed any changes in yourself? He nudged her for an answer. Like thinking too much about something, or maybe being impatient. Erwin looked bewildered. I'm not really sure. Suddenly something clicked. The elf girl began to explain, oh, what about cookies? I didn't eat that many before, but as soon as I got back, I gorged on a whole bunch. Ron nodded to himself, silently deducing, so that's it. Maybe the obsession stat increases cravings. That would make sense given how useless it was in the game. As he was lost in thought, a hand tugged on his shirt. Ron mumbled, but there might be other new stats I don't know about. I should consider them, while the elf softly called out, Hey, big brother, ignoring the scientific theories. Erwin blinked her sleepy eyes and whined, I'm sleepy. Ron clicked his tongue, deciding to drop the unfinished thoughts. There were a few more things I wanted to check, but oh well, fine, let's go to sleep. The candle in the room blew out, signaling that a long night of rest had begun. Ron drifted into a peaceful sleep, only to suddenly wake up with a start. Wait a minute. He looked down at the elf girl who was clutching his arm tightly while sleeping soundly. He broke into a cold sweat, remembering. Her older sister told me I wasn't supposed to sleep with her. Gazing at Erwin's sleeping face, the barbarian clicked his tongue to reassure himself. Well, it's probably fine. I guess she meant the other kind of sleeping together. The next morning, a pile of weapons and equipment lay scattered across the floor. Ron crossed his arms, evaluating their loot. So this is the entire haul. Owen's girl crouched down beside him, chirping excitedly. Wow, that's a lot. Coming to your place early was definitely worth it, she remarked, looking up at him. Are you planning on selling all of this? He answered, everything except for a few pieces. The elf excitedly picked up a set of gear. In that case, can I have this set and this belt? The barbarian was straightforward with his price. Sure, if you're willing to have it deducted from your share, that is. The elf girl replied happily. Yes, of course. At the weapons shop, the bearded merchant held up a sword and enthusiastically quoted, I'll give you 350,000 stones for this one. Moving to the next shop. A guy who bought junk grinned as he reported, all of this together comes to about 180,000 stones. Standing at the exchange counter, the manager pushed a bag of money across the counter. That's 250,000 stones in total. Looking at the 3 heavy bags of money on the ground, John calculated that he had earned a grand total of 1,450,000 stones. Clinging to her own small pouch of money, Erwin trembled, unable to believe it. Hey, big brother. This isn't a dream, is it? Meanwhile, John was busy crunching the numbers. If I subtract Erwin's share, I've made 1,400,000 stones. Even when I was playing the game, I'd never made this much money. Right on the very first run. He thought, a smirk of pure satisfaction spreading across his face. A perfect start. Once everything was settled, Ron turned to her and said firm and clear, All right then, let's go our separate ways here. Erwin was taken aback. Huh. Ron wondered, confused. Why is she so surprised? There's nothing left for the two of us to do together. The elf hung her head, looking sad, and made an excuse. We're going in the same direction anyway, so we could walk to the central square together. even though in her heart she was secretly wishing, "I just want to stay by your side a little longer." Seeing that he compromised, "All right, fine." After walking for a bit, they both ran into a crowd gathered at a street corner blocking the way. She stretched her neck to look inside. Erwin asked, curious, "Why are so many people gathered here, the barbarian?" The barbarian frowned, looking ahead and replying, "That is..." The guard pointed his spear outward and shouted, "Clear the way! Everyone back!" John calmly analyzed the situation. It was an execution at the gallows where a man was trapped in a guillotine, eyes bulging. His eyes were wide with pure panic. Right below him, a woman with her hands tied behind her back was collapsing, sobbing bitterly. John muttered, recalling the plot. These people didn't commit any heinous crimes like murder, rape, or arson. The executioner's hand gripped the rope tightly, and the guard shouted clearly, "We will now begin the execution." John continued to recite the harsh laws in his head. Their only crime was failing to pay taxes. He reflected on the grim setting of this world. Rafflonia is the last surviving city of an otherworldly realm that collapsed under a witch's curse. Images of corpses and monsters flashed through his mind. The only place to extract resources in this confined space is the labyrinth. Images of weapons passed by as he coldly concluded, "So those who are incapable of paying taxes will simply be executed." The guillotine blade came crashing down coldly, sending droplets of bright red blood splattering everywhere. The barbarian clicked his tongue. "They're just doing that to reduce the number of mouths to feed." Immediately, the crazed crowd shoved and pushed, scrambling forward and screaming, "Me first move!" Hurried hands holding loaves of bread competed to dip them directly into the steaming, fresh pool of blood. Two commoners shoved the blood-soaked bread into their mouths with a manic expression, roaring, "Oh my lord!" Witnessing that horrific scene, Erwin covered her mouth in fear, stepping back and stuttering, "What is that? Why are they dipping bread in blood?" John stood with his arms crossed, calmly explaining, "There is a legend that says you will be blessed with financial luck if you drink the blood of the executed." Watching the bright red blood flowing, John asked, "Erwin, what is the tax for the first year?" The shy girl replied, 700,000 stones for outsiders." He silently assessed the situation. It was a bit different from the game, but generally quite similar. The barbarian continued to ask, "And what about from the second year onwards?" Erwin turned pale, breaking into a sweat as she explained, 800,000 stones, and there are conversion fees on top of that. Hearing this, John muttered, "Just like in the game." Watching the crazed crowd biting and fighting over the blood-soaked bread, he calculated that the tax would increase every year. "So I need to become much stronger within the next year." Imagining the worst-case scenario, he shuddered, thinking, if I end up unable to return to my old life, and I don't train, my blood might just become the stuff those people are dipping their bread into. Planning his survival in his head, he set his goals. To avoid that outcome, I need to save money. Recalling the game map, he made a resolve. Floor 6. At the very least, I must become a scavenger capable of reaching the 6th floor, carrying the noble goal of surviving in this world, and avoiding becoming bread-dipping material. John stepped into the vast space and muttered, "The library." The library in the game was still under construction, wasn't it? Walking while being glared at with prejudice, he muttered, "Why is everyone staring?" Probably because it's rare to see a barbarian show his face in a lib. Before the word library could escape his lips, he stopped in his tracks, seeing an unbelievable scene before him. Looking closely at the sleepy face drooling as she slumped on the table, John tried to rack his brain. What was it? The second or third daughter named Ina. He poked her shoulder, frowning. "What the hell is she doing here, being woken up, Ina?" Slowly opened her sleepy eyes, looking around blankly, not understanding what was happening. Dazed, she recognized an acquaintance and spoke up, "Jaden's son, John." He nodded in greeting. "Glad to see you're still doing well." Immediately, she jumped up, slammed her hand on the table with a loud thud, and shouted, "Same to you, Jaden's son, John!" He became the center of attention. Ron quickly reminded her, "Keep it down." She still yelled, "Sorry, I never thought I'd run into a fellow barbarian here, helpless before the human megaphone." He sighed, "Forget it. What are you doing here?" Ina looked down at the book and explained very logically, "You told me to think before I act right. So I thought I needed more knowledge to be able to think." Hearing that philosophical answer, Ron nodded in praise, commendable. He silently assessed that she was definitely different from those muscle-brained barbarians out there. Ina continued seriously, While wandering in the labyrinth, I realized that monsters aren't the only enemies. Relying on his intuition, Ron guessed that something must have happened in the maze. If it were any other barbarian, they would just be bragging about their achievements right now. Clutching the book to her chest, she let out a short sigh. Yeah, that's why I decided to go to school, but reading books is so hard. He was speechless, muttering, "That's the problem." Cutting her academic career short, she stood up and declared, "So I'm heading to the temple to ask the elders to teach me how to read and write." Seeing her about to bolt, Ron asked in surprise, "You're going right now?" Ina scratched her head, admitting, "If I don't go now, I'll forget." The pragmatic man shook his head, weary. The more he learned, the more he saw that barbarians were truly a sad species. Walking a few steps, Ina suddenly turned back, smiling brightly. "I just remembered I promised to repay your advice if we make it back alive." She winked, setting a generous condition. "If you need help, come to the Mad Bull Inn. I'll do my best to help you." Although slightly skeptical of her memory, Ron still nodded in agreement. "Sure. Don't forget this promise in a few days." Watching her sturdy back fade into the distance, he calculated, "I'll probably need your help sooner than later." Returning to the harsh reality, John looked up at the vast space around him, muttering, "But how am I supposed to find the book I need in a place this huge? It's enormous." While he was struggling, his eyes caught a nearby desk and he gasped in surprise, approaching the girl slumped over it. He thought to himself, "She must be the librarian, right? To think she'd actually doze off on the job." Trying to regain his dignity, the barbarian cleared his throat loudly. Startled by the noise, the librarian hurriedly looked up, blinking dreamily as she asked what was wrong. John got straight to the point. "I'm looking for a book. Where can I find information on history?" Before he could finish, she muttered an incantation. Seeing his body suddenly begin to glow, the barbarian instinctively stepped back, thinking, Did she just cast a spell on me?" He looked around confused, wondering, nothing even changed. The librarian yawned lazily, explaining, "Just walk around and you'll find the books you need. Just keep in mind you're not allowed to take them out. And when you're finished, please put them back in their rightful place." John scratched his head, still puzzled. "I just need to walk around and—" He watched as she slumped back onto the desk and started snoring again. Speechless, he muttered, "She fell asleep again. What is wrong with this woman?" Leaving her be, he turned and walked deeper inside, realizing, "I quickly understood how this magic works." As he began to wander the library, he picked up a glowing book and nodded to himself. He deduced, "I guess this magic highlights the books related to the keywords I'm thinking about." He clicked his tongue, having figured it out. Now it makes sense. Why is there only one librarian in this massive place? He flipped open the pages and muttered, "I'll start with this one." The title of the first book, The Collapse of the World, appeared. "Thousands of years ago, no living creature could survive on this land due to a witch's curse," he read, continuing through the epic. It mentioned the last remaining fortress, Raphronia. It was the only place that escaped the disaster. The royal family opened a path to another dimension for those starving due to limited resources. That very path became the labyrinth of today. Closing the book, John reflected. The early history of this world is quite similar to the prologue of the game. He moved to his next target, a second book titled Basic Alchemy. Looking at the illustration of a magic stone, he summarized, "It says here that magic stones harvested from monsters can be crafted into bread, water, steel, and the like." He rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless. "No matter how many times I read this, I can't wrap my head around this theory. I'll just commit it to memory for now." He moved on. He reached for the next book, The Holy War. "This one," he muttered, "talks about how the barbarians and the spirits started to despise each other." He clicked his tongue and skipped it. Fine, but what about this fourth one? This was exactly what he needed to read. The content of the fourth book, Evil Spirits of the Abyss, caught his attention. In this world, evil spirits referred to beings from another dimension that possessed human bodies. He nodded, acknowledging, "Well, technically, that's entirely accurate." Looking at the illustration of the purges he analyzed, it doesn't explain why this happens. But it's clear how hard the royal family and the church tried to nip this phenomenon in the bud. Putting the book back, John concluded, "In other words, as long as I don't utter those forbidden words, I'll be fine." He mocked himself. What a clever trick, since I'm the very evil spirit being talked about. He opened the fifth book, The Death of the King, and skimmed through it. This book is about the first king, also known as the immortal King Levision III. His death was 155 years ago. He frowned, piecing the events together. The game starts the day after Levision III's death. That means it's now 155 years after the game's timeline. He realized, no wonder. All the knowledge I have from the game constantly contradicts the reality of this world. He grabbed another book, Observation Logs on Spatial Instability, and rubbed his chin curious. Is this the book that guy with the blonde hair told me to read? Recalling the night, he muttered. What I went through is indeed rare, just like that blonde guy said. Reading a certain page, his expression darkened. But this book mentions a hypothesis, that entering a spatial gate just as it's closing could be related to this instability, realizing the harsh truth. He buried his head in his hands and cursed under his breath. So falling into this debt-ridden mess was basically my own fault. Damn it, the more I think about it, the more depressed I get. I'm not going to think about this anymore. Looking out the window, he saw the sun had set. He resolutely closed the book. It's already dark. I'll read the rest later. Lying on his bed at the inn, he counted. 3 days have passed since I left the labyrinth. He rested an arm on his forehead, making a plan. This month has 30 days, right? The labyrinth opens at midnight on the 1st, so I have 27 days left. He closed his eyes to drift off, determined. Starting tomorrow, I'll look for new members. Just as he was falling asleep, he suddenly jolted awake. His eyes snapped open as he sat up, startled by loud, frantic pounding on the door. He heard someone shouting, Hey, wake up! John blankly called out the name of the intruder, Erwin, irritated. He opened the door, grumbling, What the hell brings you here so early in the... Before he could finish, a bizarre gust of wind blew straight into his face, causing John's face to crinkle in annoyance. Standing before him was the elf, hugging a swirling, shimmering blue wind. She cheered excitedly. I successfully formed a contract. Look, I tried 10 times with the spirit stone my sister bought for me, and it actually worked. Hugging the floating burden. Erwin smiled brightly. And look, it's a wind type. It'll be amazing when combined with fire. Standing there enduring the gust of wind that was wreaking havoc on his hair, he answered with a deadpan expression. You're lucky. He silently calculated the economic value. A spirit stone, an item that allows for a contract with a spirit with only a 10% success rate. That thing costs a fortune, and she tried it 10 times. She must come from an incredibly wealthy family. His face still being whipped by the wind, he waved his hand dismissively. I get it. Now can you put that thing away? The stubborn girl pouted. But I haven't even shown you everything I can do yet. John glared coldly, pointing at the room currently being ravaged by the gale. Just how much more do you want to turn my room into a war zone? Following his gaze, the elf's jaw dropped in horror as she realized the chaos her showing off had caused. She covered her face in panic and shrieked, I'm sorry, I'll clean it up right away. The wind-type burden floated in midair, blankly watching its master's panic. In just a short moment, the room was spotless. John sat back and reflected. She once said she had a knack for cleaning. She really is fast. Erwin wiped her sweat and proudly reported, All done. John calmly responded, Congratulations on successfully forming the contract with the spirit. She beamed, responding, Thank you. He reminded her sternly. But you don't need to go through the trouble of coming to find me. Wouldn't it be better to use your time more wisely before we head back to the labyrinth? Aaron stammered, feeling awkward. That's true, but... She looked down, rubbing her thigh, and muttered aggrievedly, But I ran all the way here, because I wanted you to be the first one to know about this. Watching her. John frowned, wondering if it was because he was her first teammate. She seemed a bit too clingy, and he decided it was best to keep this relationship strictly professional. He quickly switched into customer service mode, flashing a polite corporate smile. Radiant, he said, By the way, I'm planning on staying here for a long time, so if you ever have any trouble, just come find me. I still want to be friends with Erwin, he concluded with a smooth line. We're comrades who have been through life and death together after all. Erwin's eyes welled up with emotion, and the elf girl nodded happily. Yes. Meanwhile, John was internally calculating the benefits of building this connection. Having this kind of relationship is a pretty good move, he thought. As dusk fell, John stood in front of the building muttering, 26 days left until I have to return to the dungeon. Whether that's a long time or short depends on how you look at it. But I know how to make the most efficient use of this time. Looking up at the sign, he wondered, is this the Mad Bull Inn where the rest of the clan is staying? Just as he stepped inside, a group of boisterous, muscular men shouted, "Who's that? Isn't that the strongest warrior, the son of Jandel Braun?" "What Braun?" Roars filled the air, deafening him. "Braun, I've heard of you for a long time." He winced, covering his ears, and clicked his tongue. They're always as noisy as a marketplace." A man threw an arm around his shoulder and laughed boisterously. "So what wind blew you in here? Are you planning on staying here too?" "That's a great idea. This place only costs 300 stones a night." John was surprised, thinking, what 300 stones? That's dirt cheap. The man pointed at a room packed with people crowded like sardines in a tin and boasted, "There are 10 warriors, sleeping together on 5 beds in one room, but if it's you, we're happy to give up a spot." Seeing the horrifying sight, John broke into a cold sweat and realized, no wonder it's cheap. He hurriedly changed the subject. "No, I came here to find Fennerlin's third daughter, Ina." The man immediately corrected him. "Ina is Fennerlin's second daughter, John." The muscular girl walked down the stairs and called out in surprise, "Jandel's son, John!" The guide loudly introduced her. "Fennerlin's second daughter, Ina. It just so happens Jandel's son, John, is looking for you." She walked nonchalantly through the crowd straight toward him and tilted her head. "Why are you looking for me?" John got straight to the point. "I have a favor to ask. I want to spar with you." She frowned. "For practice." He nodded firmly. "Right. I need to train." He analyzed the situation internally. "If I rely only on pure combat skills, I definitely won't survive against these guys in a duel." Ina scratched her head, confused. "That's not really a favor." She pointed to an open field where dozens of people were clashing. With a loud boom, she explained, "Just run out to that training ground and you'll find someone to fight right away." John was speechless, muttering, "Looks like I was worried for nothing. No need to beg for this." Standing in the training yard under the glowing sunset, Ina generously declared, "Except for the morning, I'm ready to fight you anytime." He warmed up his muscles and said decisively, "Then let's start right now, Ina." A nosy onlooker shouted like a megaphone, "Ina and Braun are about to clash brothers." The harsh sound of weapons clashing rang out. Braun raised his shield to block, determined. "I'm here to learn, but that doesn't mean I plan on losing." Ina crouched down. She swung her greatsword with enough force to tear through the wind, delivering a powerful strike. Her eyes glowed with fierce fighting spirit, showing no mercy. The result was brutal. John panted heavily, his whole body bruised and smoking, muttering, "Getting absolutely wrecked." The crowd outside cheered for Ina. "She really is the strongest warrior now." Shouldering her sword, the fiery girl checked on him. "Are you still okay?" He sat slumped on the ground, brushing off dust. "Yeah." While the crowd continued to roar in her praise, John acknowledged that she was truly skilled. "This really is a way to use my time without wasting a second." He wiped a streak of blood from his lip, his gaze filled with sharp, steely resolve. He roared, "Again!" John gritted his teeth and raised his shield to block her 1,000-pound blow. Ina roared with excitement, "Again!" She swung her greatsword wildly, repeatedly shouting, "Again, one more time!" As darkness began to fall, John hid behind his shield, gasping for breath, and leaned his sword against the ground, exhaling. She asked, "Do you want to continue? I want to rest." He thought, acknowledging her strength. Ina was powerful. He replied firmly, "No, that's enough for today." Ina happily acknowledged, "I understand." She did well, John thought, adding in his mind, "She's smarter than the average person in this clan, and I don't think she'll betray me since she's one of them." He spoke up, "Hey, Ina, next time are you planning on going into the dungeon alone again?" She replied blankly, "Probably. I don't have the money to form a party. I've locked on to my target." He thought, reaching his hand out. "Then, the best choice for me is—" "Ina, do you want to be my teammate?" she asked, surprised. "A teammate." He stated his conditions directly. "Yeah, but I'll take 80% of the profits. In return, I'll cover the party registration fees." Suddenly, Ina's expression darkened and she cut him off. "Enough. No need for any more explanations." Seeing her reaction, he broke into a cold sweat, panicked. Damn it, does she not like these terms? He hurriedly tried to appease her. "Listen, I'll also pay for equipment and everything else." Before he could finish, she stepped forward and grabbed his hand tightly. Ina flashed a radiant smile that shattered all his doubts. "Even if you explained it, I wouldn't understand. I'll trust you, John Jandel." John breathed a sigh of relief. He gripped her hand back. I look forward to working with you. I've got a companion now, he celebrated internally. The next day, the two of them walked together to the clan's temple. A white-haired elder greeted them, welcome Fennerlin's second daughter Ina and Jandel's son John. John looked at the old man silently, clicking his tongue. He really didn't want to be here because of him at all. But there's no other choice. The elder laughed heartily, asking, "It's rare for a warrior to leave the temple and come back, isn't it? Are you here to learn to read and write like Ina?" he asked. John firmly replied, "No." The elder curiously continued, "Then what are you here for?" John got straight to the point. "I want the divine mark," he said, tapping his chest confidently while thinking to himself. "More precisely, I want the immortal mark. This is a broken skill I absolutely must have if I want to clear this dungeon." He recalled the fundamental settings of this world. Every species in this otherworldly realm has its own distinct characteristic. For instance, fairies sign contracts with spirits to borrow their power, while dwarves receive the blessings of armor. Armor helps boost the effects of items. Beastmen can form pacts with ancient beasts known as holy beasts, and finally there are the tribal people. For you to possess a divine mark... The elder suddenly leaned in, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized him. "Oh, how did you know about that?" John stepped back, sweating profusely. The old man kept pressing. "That's not something a young warrior would know, is it?" John gritted his teeth, silently cursing. He's getting suspicious again. Regaining his composure, he calmly thought. But it's fine. This is exactly why I came to the library to research the divine mark. John feigned indifference, coming up with the perfect excuse he had prepared. "I read about it in a book," he added, throwing in historical details. "I heard the divine mark was a huge help in the war against the fairies." The elder suddenly burst into laughter and slapped John hard on the back. "So that's where you heard it. You read books, huh? That's interesting." The old man stroked his beard and declared with satisfaction, "I'm proud of both you and Ina. Sure, we have no reason to refuse to grant a divine mark to a warrior who asks for it." Hearing that John was eager to seal the deal right away. Then right now. But the elder suddenly grew serious. Interrupting him, "But young warrior," the elder raised his fist and loudly announced, "You'll need about 800,000 stones for a divine mark." He frowned, peering at him skeptically. "Do you think you can afford that much?" John calmly replied, "I'll pay." Ina, standing next to him, gasped in shock. John, are you serious?" He thought to himself, "That's right. This thing is really hard to get in the early game, because the price is so exorbitant." Recalling the game's mechanics, he muttered to himself, "Especially since the higher your level, the more you need rare materials instead of just money." With a confident smirk, he closed the deal. He threw a heavy money bag onto the table, bragging, "This is 1 bag of 500,000 stones and 3 bags of 100,000 stones. I have the money." The elder's eyes went wide with surprise. "Son of Jandan, Ron, where on earth did you get this much money?" Having anticipated this, he thought to himself, "I've already come up with a reason for this." He smirked deviously. "I'd be very disappointed if you didn't ask that." Starting the act, he played the part well, recounting, I was lucky enough to stumble upon a wounded fairy on the first floor." Lying through his teeth, he continued, "I made her work as a slave to earn magic stones. Then I fed her some essence." He made a sinister face, finishing the story, and extorted a pile of money from her sister as compensation. Those fairies are so helpless." Hearing this, the elder burst into a hearty, joyous laugh. "I don't know when the last time I laughed this hard was." The crowd around them began to gather, cheering. "That's amazing, son of Janet John. You really cleaned out those cowardly pointy ears. You're probably the first person to ever do that. That's incredible." John sweated, looking at the crowd, wondering, do they really hate fairies that much? The elder stuffed something into his hand. "Here, this is a gift because you've shown such great potential." John looked down, stunned, to see 2 coins in his hand. He cursed. Holy crap. Did he just give me back 200,000 stones? I just made 200,000 stones from a made-up story. Excitedly staying in character, he raised his arms and shouted, "I will continue to squeeze those pointy ears dry to become an even greater warrior." The crowd roared loudly, "He's awesome!" Immersed in the cheers. John smiled brightly, thinking, these people are starting to grow on me. They're way more lovable than I thought. A divine mark is a type of enhancement skill that works by making the body absorb the essence of magical materials to grant special power. He recalled the barbarians tattooing their children when they were born. while their souls were still pure, so the spirit veins could be seen even into adulthood. This is why all barbarians have tattoos. The old mage asked one last time, I'll give you one more chance to reconsider this. Young warrior, you won't be able to receive any other type of divine mark if you choose this path. John firmly replied, it doesn't matter. He calculated. The high-level immortal mark is the core of a barbarian tank build. The old mage began to lower his hands. Then I shall begin. John silently analyzed. The other possibilities also offer high performance, so choosing the immortal path is an obvious choice for any gamer who has grinded this game long enough. Magical light flared as the needles pierced his back. A bone-deep pain hit him, making John wince, but he gritted his teeth, enduring it, screaming internally. Do I have to go through this every single time? This hurts like hell. As soon as the ritual ended, a system notification appeared. You have activated the first level of the immortal mark. Natural regeneration has increased significantly. Physical stats increased by 13. Putting his shirt back on, John turned and bowed. Thank you, sir. The old dark mage then gave a mysterious smile. Heh heh heh. As he walked out, John sweated, nervously confused. Why is he laughing? The old mage grinned sinisterly, muttering, That's the first time I've seen a warrior say thank you to a mage. He walked out quickly with a tense look on his face. Did I do something wrong? It's best to get out of here before he starts getting suspicious. The scenery shifted from the silent night to the bright golden morning sun. He walked down the street, calculating. The next morning, I headed to the shopping district to pick up some essential gear. Through my training with Ina, I'd realized one thing: I wasn't cut out to be a swordsman. As I pushed open the door to the weapon shop, I thought to myself, once I get that essence, I'm sticking purely to shield techniques. So wasting time trying to master swordsmanship would just be a drag. The shopkeeper greeted me with a bright smile. Welcome. What can I help you find today? I stated clearly, I'm looking for a one-handed blunt weapon. He led me to a section filled with heavy-duty gear. All right then, everything from here to here is favored by barbarians. Looking at the crude weapons, I figured they'd definitely suit a barbarian's taste, but I waved him off. I want something a bit more standard. A weapon like those would be destructive, but it's overkill for the first-floor monsters. They're easy enough to kill as it is. The shopkeeper pulled out a mace. How about this one? I picked it up and nodded, satisfied. Perfect. It's not too big. System-equipped medium mace. Total gear level increased by 85. I kept shopping. I even had a helmet custom-made, since nothing on the shelves fit my head. 170,000 stones. A custom-fitted partial armor set too. 360,000 stones. Checking my wallet, I sighed. I'd bought everything I needed, and I was left with only 50,000 stones. A long time had passed since I left the dungeon, and naturally a daily routine had set in. At breakfast, the elf Erwin chirped happily. Hey, big brother, I muttered to myself, reliving it. At 7 in the morning, I wake up and eat with Erwin. I asked her, You come all the way from over there, isn't it exhausting? She gave a shy, bashful smile. It's because the food here is both cheap and delicious, the loop continued. After that, I'd head to the library and read until 4 in the afternoon. I glanced at the librarian and shook my head. She was asleep again. By night, in a noisy tavern, I did the math. Then I'd grab dinner somewhere new, picking up bits of information I couldn't find in the library. Nearby, some hunters were excitedly discussing the monster there. Sounds seriously dangerous. Chewing his food, Ron remarked, This place is expensive, but the food isn't even that good. Around 5 in the afternoon, Ron would head over to the barbarian district to start his physical conditioning. By the 7th day of training, he decided to mix things up. He'd sharpen his sparring skills against the other muscle-bound brothers. Wiping away sweat, Ron waved his hand and shouted, Next! I have to admit there isn't really any proper combat technique here, just like I expected. But jumping in and brawling on pure instinct turned out to be a pretty solid practice. Sure enough, the constant grind paid off. Reflexes up, agility up, even my vision got sharper. Finally, my physical stat inched up by another point. Thanks to the consistent beatings, I was eventually able to beat Ina in our sparring matches, drawing cheers from the crowd. The son of Jaden. John won. Taking back my jacket, I smiled. Thanks for the spar today. The crowd was still hyped, shouting, John, the greatest warrior. The girl wiped her sweat and beamed. You really have gotten stronger, you know. I looked at her. Her skills were great, but she had this bad habit of fighting way too mechanically. I'd brought it up before, but it was so ingrained in her it would be hard to fix overnight. By 9 at night, I'd drag my exhausted body home to wash up. And like clockwork, Erwin would pop up again, chirping, "Hey, big brother, let's go get dinner." As I dried my hair, I helplessly asked, "You walk for a whole hour every time you come here, aren't you tired?" She blinked her big round eyes and replied cheerfully, "Not at all. Let's go, let's go." By the time we finished, it was usually close to 11 at night. Only then would Erwin finally head back to her lodgings. Standing at the door, she waved goodbye with a lingering look. "I'm heading back now. Good night." Despite my stony face, she didn't forget to add a sweet wish. "Good luck in the dungeon tomorrow, okay?" I nodded. "Yeah, you—" Watching the goofy girl disappear, I muttered to myself, "It's already tomorrow. Time flies, doesn't it?" Getting caught up in this eating, training, and sleeping loop, a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Now the countdown was exactly 24 hours until the dungeon opened. The system board popped up showing that John's base stats from physique to gear had been boosted to a whole new level. Name Ron Jandal, level 1. Physique 66 new plus 41. Spirit 37 ability level 1. Item level 2 118 new plus 146. Total combat stat 158.5. New plus 77.5. The next morning at exactly 8:10, Ina and I were standing in front of the grand doors of the Explorers Guild. Walking to the front desk, I stated firmly, "I'm here to get the link spell." The staff member peered over her glasses at the two of us. "Just the two of you." I nodded. "That's right." She gave instructions. "Please place your hands on the crystal orb." Magic flared up blindingly bright. Once the system scanned us, the staff member hit us with the price, 2 rank 9 explorers, that'll be 15,000 stones total. I winced as I pulled out my wallet, thinking, that is one steep price for a one-time buff, but I've got no choice. Beside me, Ina was whimpering in shock. "Do you have any idea how much BTS that could buy?" Ignoring her whining, I reminded myself that spawn points in the dungeon are random. If I didn't cast this link spell to stick with my teammate, I'd be screwed early. Ina asked curiously, "So what determines an explorer's rank anyway?" The clerk answered professionally, "We evaluate it based on the amount of essence in your soul." I tacked on a question that reeked of money grubbing. "So if my rank is higher, does the price go up?" The clerk smiled a purely corporate smile. "Naturally." With the paperwork done, she kindly reminded us, "All set. This spell will only be effective for 24 hours from this moment. Keep that in mind." Once finished, I turned and patted Ina on the shoulder. "Let's go eat." Sitting in front of a table overflowing with meat, Ina stuttered at a loss for words. "John, what is all this?" You nonchalantly replied that you had ordered the most expensive meal in the place. It cost 800 stones a final feast before heading into that hellhole. Drooling, she was still in shock. "Wait, this meal cost 800 stones. Am I dreaming?" Seeing her comical expression, Ron tilted his chin and said, "Just try it." As soon as she shoved a piece of meat into her mouth, Ina's eyes widened as she shrieked, So good! What is this?" "I feel like I'm in heaven." She gobbled it down like she hadn't eaten in decades, rambling, "From now on, I'll work harder, I'll earn tons of money just so I can eat this again." You broke into a cold sweat watching that human-powered excavator. You offered a strained smile. "Sure, good luck with that." Meanwhile, John couldn't help but wonder, what on earth does she usually stuff her face with? After they finished gorging themselves, they trudged to the dungeon entrance only to be told it wouldn't open for another 10 minutes. The guards blocked the path gruffly. "You aren't allowed in yet." They stood there looking up at the massive, swirling magic gateway. John marveled. "It was too chaotic last time, so I didn't notice, but this gate is huge." While he was distracted, his eyes caught a familiar sight. Before he could finish that thought, a piercing scream rang out. "Stop!" A pack of shirtless barbarians came thundering toward them, ruining the atmosphere and hollering as if it were a festival. "I see the gate, we made it." "Brothers," another muscular guy cheered. "Classic Bathun, we made it just in time." His followers echoed the praise, hailing Bathun as a great warrior. Ina crossed her arms, watching the rowdy bunch, and clicked her tongue. They must have just finished their coming-of-age ceremony. Ron sighed, thinking to himself, "Do these guys always play the last-minute game? They run themselves to death. Don't they ever get tired?" Meanwhile, the shirtless leader was still smugly beating his chest. "I told you to trust me." Ina stroked her chin, smiling wistfully. Sigh. Watching them makes me miss the good old days. You shot her a sideways glance, pouring a bucket of ice-cold reality over her. Wake up, we just went through that. That was only a month ago. A deafening alarm sounded. You may enter now. The magic gate erupted in a brilliant light. The crowd surged inside like a dam breaking. Ina eagerly urged John, let's go. You calmly held her back. Wait, Ina. Ron began to explain, there's something I want to test. I read that if you enter while the space is... Before he could finish, she interrupted with a cheerful look. It's fine, Ron, I don't understand a word you're saying anyway, I'm just sticking with you. Hearing the announcement that the gate would close in 1 minute, Ina started to panic and break into a sweat. She stammered, but shouldn't we go in right now? Ignoring his shivering companion, you observed and measured the gate. It was definitely smaller than when it first opened. Ron calculated, I remember it being about this size when I went in last time. We'll go as soon as he says that. The familiar warning from the guard rang out, the gate will be closing soon. A cold glint flashed in your eyes. Waiting for the perfect moment, Ron swung his arm and shouted, now let's go! Ina took the order, charging forward. Got it! Both of them dove into the magic vortex, leaving behind the frantic shouting, wait! It's too dangerous! The surroundings immediately plunged into silent darkness. You slowly opened your eyes in the pitch blackness. Seeing through the quiet night, John's lips curled into a smirk. I knew it. Beside him, Ina flailed her arms and legs in a panic. I can't see anything, John. John calmly reassured the noisy machine. Calm down, Ina, this is a dark zone. A flame flared up, banishing the darkness as you calmly raised a torch. I brought a torch this time. She blinked, confused, and repeated this time, ignoring her confusion. Ina pointed ahead and asked curiously, what's that, John? Under the flickering light, you stared at the mysterious stone pedestal, thinking triumphantly. It's still here, just as I predicted. John turned to explain to the clueless girl, that's a monument. We can open a teleporter to the second floor with it. We're going to the second floor right now. With a devious smirk, you proudly thought, a pro gamer knows how to exploit bugs. Without wasting another second, John placed his hand on the cold stone. A blinding surge of magic exploded outward, creating a massive, radiant teleportation gate. It lit up the dark space in front of them. While Ina's jaw dropped in amazement, you just calmly commanded, let's go. At that moment, the system panel kept pinging notifications. First person to open the gate. +2 XP. Character leveled up. Max essence capacity increased by 1. Walking through the gate, she was still stunned and asked, how did you do that? Ignoring her. John carefully observed their surroundings, analyzing the terrain. The ground beneath their feet was dark and mushy. These are the ruins of stone structures. The girl was still noisily marveling. The chief said it would take at least 3 days to reach the second floor. You casually made up an excuse. I read it in a book. Ina's eyes lit up with admiration. Wow, you're amazing. You shrugged, changing the subject. Anyway, there's nothing special about this place. As you walked through the bleak, leafless forest you used, as I felt that chilling atmosphere and listened closely, I could even hear faint, mournful cries echoing around. This place is definitely the land of the dead. Lone turned to check on her teammate Ina and asked, can you feel it too? She turned back, looking confused. What was that? As she stroked her racing chest, she described it with excitement. It feels like something is filling up my entire body all the way from the depths of my veins. Your mental state must have leveled up. Congratulations. He nodded, a sudden realization dawning on him. Mental state, huh? So that's how leveling up works in this world. Glancing at his newly updated character stats, Ron quietly synthesized his game knowledge. This dungeon and stone game also has a megapixel energy level system. It's used to cast skills and increases according to your level. Plus the amount of essence you can absorb also increases with each level, he said, clenching his fists and feeling the sensation. A new surge of power flowed through him. He calculated that since he was now level 2, he could gulp down 2 more essence orbs. However, Ina frowned in confusion. But that's strange. Your mental state increased without you even killing a single monster. Ron replied calmly, I think opening that gate counts as an achievement. Of course, he gloated inwardly. He did it knowing full well that would happen. John continued to reason based on the game's mechanics. This thing is called an achievement in this world. Even though you can earn experience from defeating monsters, you only get it once per type, so after a certain point, grinding levels becomes extremely tough. And he had cracked the secret method to break through that barrier, opening the first gate using a speedrun strategy. The experience gained from opening, The gate wouldn't stop after the first time, so if he knew how to milk it, this would be a super sweet EXP farming mine. With a sly smile and a calculating look in his eyes, Lone made up his mind. I have to keep this trick a secret. I need to squeeze every bit of benefit out of it before those other people catch on. He turned to his goofy teammate and said sternly, I know what we just talked about is a secret. If anyone asks, tell them it took us about 2 days to reach the second floor, okay? She nodded obediently. All right. Ron breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, Great, now Ina will keep her mouth shut. He stepped firmly into the dark forest, cautiously calculating his next move. It wouldn't be long before veteran adventurers showed up here. They would definitely be suspicious if they saw newbies like us had been here since who knows when. So it's best if we just stay hidden and avoid getting caught. That's that. Ron whispered to his teammate, Ina, we should leave here first. I'd rather face monsters than run into those annoying adventurers. To keep his hands free for combat, he used a rope to tie the torch tightly to the top of his helmet, laughing to himself as he called it barbarian candle mode, a highly practical method that other adventurers often used even if it looked a bit dorky. Ina tried it out, then exclaimed in surprise, Oh, this is amazing, it really isn't hot at all. He explained smugly, Of course, this torch is a magical tool. Once lit, it burns continuously for 3 days. Going deeper inside, Ron mentally reviewed the game. Info, the monsters in the land of the dead were generally much stronger than the ones in the goblin forest. However, the upside is that this place has absolutely no traps. In terms of difficulty, it's still easier than the goblin forest. In other words, the open terrain here is a huge advantage for 2 barbarians to go all out. Suddenly, Ina stopped. Her amber eyes narrowed, wary of a strange movement ahead. She shouted to warn him, Ron, look! He glanced over and analyzed only 3 of them. Maybe because it's only the first day. By the 3rd day, the number will definitely triple. Ina excitedly hoisted her greatsword onto her shoulder, grinning aggressively. My hands have been itching for some action. Perfect timing. Let me handle these guys myself. Before she even finished, she dashed off like an arrow, shooting straight toward the zombies dragging themselves forward, with a scream that shook the sky. She swung her sword, slicing cleanly through the unfortunate monsters and blowing them away in a heartbeat. She smirked, feeling smug and arrogant. Too easy. This second floor doesn't seem like much after all. But the very next second, her face turned pale. She started trembling and stammered, Ron! Ina jumped in fear, clinging tightly to John's arm, leaving him between laughter and tears as he thought, A giant body but the guts of a mouse. He explained calmly when he heard the mournful wailing in the distance. That's a banshee. They usually... Don't attack first. Just ignore them and it'll be fine. She still hadn't recovered, clutching him tightly as she asked, I understand. But are you sure we don't need to kill it? Wouldn't that be very dangerous? He shook his head. Our physical attacks are useless against spiritual entities like banshees anyway. Besides, if we strike first, we'll be cursed. No sooner had he finished speaking than a banshee with a gruesome face suddenly appeared, wailing mournfully as if to haunt the 2 of them until they left the maze. Hearing the word cursed, Ina's hair stood on end. She stammered, praising him. See, cursed. That's really dangerous. You truly are a wise warrior. Deciding to come with you was such a brilliant choice. Suddenly, a strange noise rang out again, making her jump, scream, and squeeze his neck tight. John, what was that noise just now? John was being throttled, gasping for air, his face turning purple as he wheezed. Let me go! Ina pointed ahead, trembling and shouting. Look at those skeletons! The skeleton horde is charging straight at us. A silence fell between them, awkward and thick, when Ina realized she was still clutching him tightly. She blushed, cleared her throat to brush it off, and then she hoisted her sword and shouted, I'll take care of these bastards! Ron cleared his throat and yelled a reminder. Ina, aim for the energy core in their rib cages. But ignoring her teammate's advice, she swung her blade. A thunderous slash shattered the skeleton horde into 100 pieces. Turning back with a clueless expression, Ina scratched her head and asked, Huh? What did you say? John sighed, feeling defeated. Never mind. At the same time, a system notification popped up. You have destroyed a skeleton. Gained 1 EXP. After that encounter, the 2 continued moving north for nearly 8 hours, and, naturally, they began to run into new types of monsters. Appearing before them were elder ghouls, massive in size, twice as big as the ordinary ghouls they had encountered earlier. And that wasn't all. Accompanying them were formidable skeleton variants called skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. Yet the battle unfolded quite easily, because the number of monsters appearing on this first day was still quite sparse, and John's combat ability had improved significantly compared to before. First, there was the new mace he bought. It now had the perfect size and weight fitting his hand perfectly. Thanks to this powerful weapon, he could crush monster skulls quickly and cleanly. It was far more effective than using the axes or dual-headed hammers from before. Next was the half-plate armor with a sleek vest-like design which reduced the surface area he needed to cover with his shield, allowing him to unleash more aggressive and rapid-fire attacks. The steel helmet, while perhaps not offering perfect protection against bolts from a mechanical crossbow, was more than enough to deflect the weak arrows flying from the rotten bows of the skeletons. He used his shield to swat away an arrow that grazed past him, his lip curling into a scornful, provocative smirk. Put a little more effort into it, then come back for a meal, you runts. Even while confident in his own clearing ability, Ron still stole a glance to the side, silently judging himself. I'm already top tier at wiping out enemies. But there was another savage warrior who was just as badass, Ina. She was swinging her greatsword, cutting through the air with a roar, sending an entire flock of skeletons flying into oblivion in the blink of an eye. Watching her fight like a bloodthirsty berserker, he nodded in silent admiration. The legendary ancestor of the barbarians was Viola right. She really is incredible. Honestly, at first, John couldn't for the life of him understand why she had to shriek at the top of her lungs every time they charged into battle. But once he experienced the feeling of fighting breathlessly like this himself, he realized that all the shouting really helped release tension and made the battle feel so much more satisfying. This feeling was completely different from the dull, lifeless battles he had before when he traveled with Erwin. It left John buzzing with excitement, thinking, so this is the real feeling of being in a party with nothing but pure-blooded savages. The battle ended beautifully. The system notification board kept popping up. Congratulations on destroying an elder ghoul. Gained 1 XP. Destroyed a skeleton warrior. Gained 1 XP. Destroyed a skeleton archer. Gained 1 XP. Ina glanced at her teammate's arm and panicked. John, your arm is hurt. He looked at the smoking wound, then calmly reassured her, it'll heal soon. The wound was already closing up. Ina's eyes went wide with delight and she shouted excitedly, "Whoa, it's actually healing! Is this the effect of that divine seal?" John nodded, confirming, that's right. He silently reevaluated the actual effectiveness. The first level effect of the immortal seal was to enhance natural regeneration. It only took about a minute to heal deep wounds half a centimeter thick. On top of that, his stamina also recovered much faster, significantly increasing his endurance. It really was painful as hell when the seal was carved, but I have to admit it's damn effective. Taking a few more steps. Ron leaned down to feel the ground and commented, the ground isn't damp anymore. The terrain has changed. Hearing a mournful wailing sound echoing in his ears, he gripped his weapon tighter and warned, moreover, the banshee's howl is getting louder. Get ready, Ina. Ron carefully observed his surroundings and warned, a rank 8 monster is about to appear. Ina suddenly startled, asking anxiously, what is that sound? John gritted his teeth and replied, speak of the devil and he appears. Get into combat position, Ina. A giant 3-eyed monster suddenly materialized in front of them, making John exclaim, it's a death phantom, he thought in astonishment. I've heard this species specializes in swallowing the light of the labyrinth, but I never expected it to be completely invisible, until it appeared right on top of us like this. Facing the monster's mouth full of sharp fangs, he swallowed nervously. It looked even more terrifying than he had imagined. Ina, attack, he ordered his teammate. Aim straight for its head like I said before. Attacking anywhere else is useless. Ina resolutely hoisted her sword and charged. Got it, I trust you. She leaped heroically into the air, swinging her greatsword downward, aiming straight for the monster's head. The slash landed, but the force of the rebound was so strong it deflected her attack. Meanwhile, he quickly rushed in to assist. His thunderous mace strike slammed into the monster's thick hide, but it only created a dry, clattering sound, making John curse, damn it! His hands trembled and went numb after the collision. John panicked, thinking, it's too hard. It feels like I just smashed into a boulder. The monster roared in anger. It swung a claw, slamming it straight into his steel shield, forcing him to use all his strength to endure it. He thought, its strength is truly terrifying, but at least I've succeeded in drawing all its attention toward me. Taking the opportunity while the monster was busy dealing with John, Ina leaped from above again and swung her giant sword down at its head for the second time. Another clashing sound echoed. Ina's eyes widened in surprise. She was shocked to realize her sharp blade couldn't penetrate the opponent's defenses at all. The monster's bloodshot eyes suddenly flashed with a savage glint, and with a roar it swung its massive arm straight at her. The sheer power of the blow was too much for Ina to handle. She was sent flying backward, her greatsword carving a deep trench into the dry earth as it skidded along. Straining to get up, she gripped her sword handle and shouted to her teammate, "John, this monster is just too tough." John braced himself against the incoming pressure. His brow furrowed as he racked his brain for anything he knew about the creature. In the game, this death fan was legendary for having impossibly high defense, but he never imagined it would be this absurdly durable in real life, even with everything she had. Ina's greatsword only managed to leave a tiny scratch, and to make matters worse, the wound healed itself in just 3 seconds. He realized with a sinking heart that this was the creature's passive body restoration skill, an incredibly annoying ability. The beast threw its head back and let out a deafening roar. A wave of oppressive purple energy surged outward, and John's face paled. He clicked his tongue and cursed. "Damn it, this is—" Ina asked in a trembling voice. "John, what is that?" He gritted his teeth, watching as countless rotting arms erupted from the ground. "This is its active skill. It's summoning the ghouls with the call of the dead." The beast shrieked in triumph as the aggressive ghouls crawled up, surrounding them from every side, trapped in a pincer attack with monsters closing in. John tightened his grip on his weapon, sweat pouring down his face. He thought to himself, this battle is going to be incredibly brutal. Facing the crisis, John shouted orders to his teammate. "Ina, handle the ghouls first." The moment he finished, he bravely lunged straight toward the beast. "I'll keep this death fan busy." The giant monster swung its claws down with devastating force, but John managed to raise his steel shield just in time. Under the crushing pressure, he gritted his teeth, letting out a strained grunt. His eyes widened in shock as he realized the monster's next attack was already tearing through the air toward him. He spun and dodged, forcing himself to hold off the frenzied swipes from the three-eyed monster, sparks flying everywhere as steel clashed against claw. Ina rushed up from behind, shouting the good news. "John, I've wiped out all the ghouls." The bodies of the ghouls were slashed in two, dissolving into thin air and leaving behind wisps of black smoke. Excited, she shouldered her sword and charged toward the death fan. "I'm here to help." Seizing the moment while the beast was focused on John, she closed in from behind, raising her greatsword high for a finishing blow. Her powerful strike slammed right into the back of the beast's neck. Yet once again the blade just bounced off with a harsh metallic clang. Seeing her spirit waver, John immediately called out to keep her focused. "Don't lose your nerve, stay focused." He then poured every ounce of his strength into his own strike. He swung his mace with everything he had, smashing it straight into its face. "You piece of trash!" John's crushing blow finally took effect, forcing the giant monster to stagger. It lost its balance as black blood poured like a fountain from the wound on its face. Seeing that, John smirked in triumph. That felt great. It must have taken some serious damage to bleed that much." Before he could even finish his sentence, the monster went berserk, swinging its claws with blurring speed and slamming them into him. Thrown backward, John scrambled to his feet, checking himself and letting out a sigh of relief. "What the? But it's okay, I'm still in one piece." Drops of black blood from the beast's face splattered down. They hit the dry, barren ground. You wiped the sweat from your forehead, silently noting that the force of that last blow could easily have sent a goblin straight to the afterlife in a heartbeat. But what's more terrifying is the crack on the beast's head is already steaming and sealing shut. It's healing itself instantly. Ron breaks into a cold sweat, beginning to feel trapped. My attack speed isn't fast enough to keep up with its regeneration. What do I do now? Should I just give up? "Don't kill this one. Let's go hunt grade 9 monsters instead, right in front of you." Ina suddenly lunges forward, gripping one of the giant monster's legs, causing John to shout in surprise. "Ina!" She grits her teeth, tensing every sinew and bulging muscle of a barbarian warrior, straining to pull the creature's leg with all her might. Seeing her reckless act, you immediately realize her intention. She's deliberately trying to throw it off balance. Impressed by your teammate's keen instincts, John roars with excitement. "Great idea, Ina, and you immediately coordinate perfectly." Lunging forward, you smash your mace into the creature's other leg, shouting, "Let's take it down." Losing its balance, the death fan's massive body crashes to the ground, causing a mini earthquake. Looking at the three-eyed monster thrashing on the floor, struggling to move, you let out a relieved sigh. Oh, approaching with a cunning look. John smirks down at the helpless beast. Looks like you can't get back up on your own anymore, huh? John's face lights up. He laughs heartily, feeling the time is ripe. Seeing his teammate's gleeful expression, he recalls a memory from long ago. Oh, this feeling is just like back in elementary school during that field trip experiencing how to pound rice cakes. Finally, I can make up for the psychological trauma back then when the kid chosen to be my partner just kept crying and wanting to go home. Excitedly swinging his mace down, John shouts, "Fun, isn't it?" Ina the barbarian bangs her sword in response. I think so too, John. You silently wonder to yourself, is this really the traditional hunting method of the barbarians? At that same moment, the system notifies, you have slain a death fan, receive 2 experience points. As soon as the battle ends, Ina stoops down, picks up a glittering stone, and cheers, Ron, look at this. It's a huge, gigantic magic stone. You glance at it and casually drop a bombshell. It's only worth about 100 stones. This makes her jump in shock, shouting, what a tough-as-nails death fan, and the crystal is only worth 100. Ron briefly explains, but if you count the pack of goblins that came with it, we get 300 in total. Still you sigh, thinking to yourself that there's no denying the price is way too low, even though we had to risk our lives to take down that rock-hard thing. Stunned for a moment, she looks up and asks with hungry eyes, Ron, that cream bread we had at the inn, how much was it? About 300 stones, right? After doing the math, she breaks into a radiant, satisfied smile. So every time I kill a death fan, I get to enjoy a super delicious cream bread. You are left speechless, looking at your teammate. Is that how you convert currency? Fired up with the spirit to fight for delicious food. Ina waves her arms and yells, this is no time for a break. Let's hunt, let's go keep hunting. You quietly watch her and mutter to yourself, pouring a bucket of cold water. Also, we're splitting the loot on an 8-to-2 ratio, so you're actually only getting 0.2 of a death fan. You smirk and start walking after her. All right, let's go. At the same time, you secretly judge. I guess teaming up with a barbarian isn't half bad. That girl Erwin was a bit too passive. Meanwhile, in a far-off place, the elf girl, Erwin suddenly shivers, getting goosebumps, and frowns to herself. Why do I feel so annoyed all of a sudden? After that, the two of them continue prowling the area to hunt more death fans. Whenever they encounter one, they immediately coordinate to attack its 2 legs to knock it down, and just like that, they keep pounding its head like a rice cake, and the monster quickly meets its maker. You calculate that in just that one day, they grinded and killed about 70 death fans like that. John waves his hand to signal a stop. That's enough for today. You reflect on the game mechanics in the early stages of Daniel and Stone, where the drop rate for essences is extremely low. Most players have to build their playstyle based on whatever type of essence they are lucky enough to pick up. You look at the flickering campfire and sigh, considering, that's why I'm aiming for the Death Fan essence, which will combine perfectly with my Immortal Seal, thanks to its super useful passive skill. It's a pity I haven't picked up a single one yet. I need to get an essence soon. By the second day, Death Fans start appearing in pairs 2 at a time. However, since the 2 of you have mastered the secret to dealing with them, everything goes quite easily and smoothly. You and Ina quickly coordinate to take one down first, then work together to finish off the other in a flash. Of course, if they can't take out the death fans quickly, they can easily get surrounded by the pack, which would be dangerous. So you immediately shout to urge your teammate, Ina, run, hurry. Aran knows the nature of this species very well. Death fans won't chase enemies outside their territory, so as long as you run for your life, you'll survive. But starting in the afternoon, the death fans no longer appear in pairs. They increase to 3 at once. Realizing the numbers are exceeding their limits, you shake your head and think, 3 at once is just too much for the 2 of us. A wise warrior knows when it's time to run and find another spot. As the second day draws to a close, the 2 of you decide to pause the hunt. Ina looks around a secluded corner and excitedly suggests, how about this place, John? I think it's pretty cozy. You note in agreement. I think this spot is good too. But just as they prepare to set up camp, both of them jump in shock when they discover strange noises coming from below. 3 human adventurers are sitting there dazed. On the ground, they suddenly jumped in surprise, staring blankly and fearfully at the 2 newly appeared Manzi guardians. John frowned his guard up. It was these other adventurers again. What are you? Ina cut them off with a growl, her tone dripping with hostility. Staring them down, she hoisted her greatsword onto her shoulder, radiating intense killing intent, and barked. If you've got no business here, get lost this instant. Seeing her terrifying expression and that massive sword, the three humans were scared white, shaking so hard they couldn't even speak. The leader quickly coughed to cover his embarrassment, then bolted for his life, stuttering, My apologies," watching their panicked retreat. Ina's face suddenly plunged into shadow, her expression turning deadly serious and cold. She turned to her teammate and said in a low voice, "John, we have to move. They already know our location. We need to find somewhere else to camp. Humans aren't to be trusted." Walking beside her, Ron pondered quietly. It seemed like Ina had shown a clear dislike for humans last time, too. I wonder what happened to her during that last dungeon expedition, he thought to himself carefully, watching his companion's lonely back. Guess I'll have to find a chance to ask her later. The two of them silently trekked through the dark, quiet forest of the night. Ina looked around and let out a long sigh. "I don't think we'll find a spot as good as the last one, you." She was about to offer some comfort, trying to find a decent place to stop when they heard a bizarre laugh echoing in the air. A weak, whispered voice cried out, "Help! Help me!" causing John to jump and freeze on high alert. Both of them widened their eyes in shock, looking toward the source of the sound. Ina leaned close to his ear and whispered tensely, "John, that's not the sound someone makes when they're attacked by a monster." John replied with a grim face, "I know. This is definitely a scene of humans killing humans. Run, get out of here right now," before they could slip away. A cold voice suddenly rang out from the darkness. "Who's there?" Both of them froze, holding their breath as they stared at the faint shadow standing by the flickering fire. Glancing at the ground, he was horrified as he counted the victims' 4 fresh corpses. Carefully assessing the scene and the wounds, John shuddered, guessing there are no traces of monsters here. Only the remnants of fire magic and poison. He squinted at the lithe figure standing amidst the debris, silently judging, "Humph, and this woman too." From the sharp daggers in her hands, drops of fresh, bright red blood still dripped onto the ground, drop by cold drop. The red-haired woman glanced at the two of them with disdain and said in an icy voice, "Newbies, huh?" Meeting her gaze. He shuddered, realizing it was a looter. They were professionals who specialized in hunting other adventurers. Instead of scavenging monster magic stones, they took the shortcut of robbing other people's gear to get rich quick. Of course, this looting behavior was completely illegal in Refronia, and the penalty for breaking the law was nothing less than a one-way ticket to the afterlife. But just like how I never got investigated when I accidentally sent 6 other adventurers to their graves earlier, even though that was purely self-defense, it's obvious that as long as no one says a word, no one outside the dungeon will ever know what happened inside. The red-haired woman strolled closer and asked in a friendly tone, "Is this your first time seeing a real-life looter?" Then she narrowed her eyes, staring at the two of them with a hostile expression. Manzy filth. Ron began to break into a cold sweat, silently assessing the dire situation. This is bad. I've never seen a looter with this level of professional composure. At least 1.71 meters tall, slim-build, vibrant red hair. Draped over her shoulders with a scar by her right ear, she looks incredibly cool. Plus, she even sports a stylish tattoo right under her eye. With such distinctive features, if I've never heard of her, she must be incredibly good at keeping a low profile in this risky line of work. To put it simply, she was the type of assassin who cleaned up the scene and never left a living witness. Ina swallowed hard, whispering anxiously, "I think she's really strong." John silently agreed. Counting quickly, he saw 4 corpses lying cold on the ground. Looking at their high-end gear and the presence of a mage, they must have been veteran adventurers who worked at least on the 5th floor or higher, with 3 of them having no external wounds, just violent vomiting before death, proving they were poisoned. The last one probably had poison resistance, which is why they lasted a bit longer. Seeing this, John spoke up. "Are you with these guys?" "Who knows?" She smirked coldly and casually knelt down to loot the bodies. They probably thought the same when they were alive, John thought bitterly, analyzing the battle. She dares to casually turn her back on us to loot them. In her eyes, us 2 Manzi rookies are just small fry, not even worth worrying about. He watched as the victim's massive greatsword vanished magically into her tiny bag. That was definitely an expensive spatial bag meant only for the wealthy, so he couldn't imagine how much stronger she was than them. Just then, she suddenly turned to call out to the Manzi, making both of them jump out of their skin. John's mind went into overdrive racing to find a way to survive. and he realized the only way for the two of them to escape this life-or-death situation was Ina, breaking out in a cold sweat. Her hand clutched her weapon, preparing to fight to the death. She whispered to her teammate, "Are we gonna fight?" "No way!" John let out a desperate shout. "Run with everything you've got, run for your life!" Both of them bolted instantly, not daring to look back. The red-haired looter only stood silently watching their backs as they fled with a sharp, meaningful gaze. Although they had gained some distance to catch their breath, they had absolutely no idea when she would decide to hunt them down. Ron ran, glancing anxiously behind him, but luckily he started to see the symbols he had left behind himself. "I already carved markers on the trees to keep track of our path earlier. Just follow these signs and we'll reach the safety of the first-floor teleport gate in no time." But that joy was short-lived, and his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Spotting something wrong ahead, the two of them slammed on the brakes so hard they nearly scorched their souls as they bumped into a group of strangers. It turned out to be 4 other human adventurers led by a bald guy who looked just as confused and immediately questioned the manzi, even though everyone knows humans are the least trustworthy people on Earth. But in this desperate, high-stakes situation, they had no other choice. Ron immediately yelled for help. "We're being hunted by a group of scavengers, help us!" Hearing this, the bald guy narrowed his eyes suspiciously and shot back. "And what guarantee do we have that you aren't just cohorts of those scavengers setting a trap for us?" This made John roar back with absolute resolve. "I swear it on my honor as a manzi warrior. Everything I'm telling you is the truth." The bald guy stroked his chin in thought. If you say so." Meanwhile, Blonde gloated to himself, thinking, the oath of a warrior is truly a universal lifesaver. The bald guy turned to consult his crew and nodded in agreement. "But if we wipe out those scavengers, all the loot will be ours." "All right," he gestured mysteriously. "Great. Follow me this way first. I'll use the ability I have." Both of them were suddenly startled. The bald guy sat down on the ground and activated his magic. "No one will be able to detect us if I use this." It was a cloaking ability. This power allows the user and anyone within a 3-meter radius to blend into the surrounding environment, creating an incredibly broken stealth zone. The only downside is that you can't move, but in return, you can completely avoid unwanted encounters. Seeing the cloaking aura surround them, Blonde sighed in relief. "We're so lucky." Then the bald guy suddenly turned back with a twisted, monstrous grin. "Yeah, really lucky?" He grinned ear to ear, revealing his true colors as a cunning old fox. "You two manzi fell for it and handed your lives right into our trap. You walked right into our snare." The system suddenly displayed a bright red notification, character suppressed by effect. Both of them stared in shock, unable to believe it. The bald guy mocked them gleefully. "Surprised! Can't move a single finger, huh, you manzi? Oh, that's right. You can't even open your mouths to answer now, can you?" "Ha ha ha ha!" Ron cursed internally. "Damn it, we've been played. These bastards are just another group of scavengers." He quickly analyzed the game mechanics. Suppression is an active skill of a stone golem, something only an adventurer at this level would have. I need to take damage even just 1 point to regain my freedom of movement. One of the lackeys rummaged through their belongings, gushing with excitement. These two have picked up quite a lot of loot over the last 2 days. The guy next to him chimed in greedily, "And now it all belongs to us." The next one lifted Ina's chin and clicked his tongue with regret. What a shame. It was hard enough to catch a girl, and it turns out she's a manzi. The bald guy laughed crudely and brushed it off. "That makes it even better. Don't you know how high the bounty on a manzi team is on the black market?" Seeing their lecherous glares, he felt disgusted. He could feel the filthy desires of these bastards with his entire body. The guy with the knife leaned in close and mocked him. "Look at that, how scary. Glaring at me like that won't do you any good, you know. You can't break free from this ability just by glaring at me." The bald guy coldly ordered, "Finish them off in 1 shot before we get any more trouble." The guy with the knife smirked confidently. "Pfft, what are you worried about? Have I ever messed up a job?" Seeing the sharp blade slowly approaching his throat, he panicked. "Are we really going to die pathetically in a dump like this?" The guy raised his knife with a contemptuous smile. "Goodbye, manzi." He gambled his life. "If I can just," he calculated mentally, "take at least 1 point of damage." The razor-sharp blade sank straight into his shoulder, sending blood spraying everywhere. Having taken damage to break the status effect, he roared with excitement. "Now I can move." This made the assassin stare in terror. He gloated internally about his quick thinking. He had instinctively tilted his head back before the blade could strike deep, avoiding a critical hit to a vital spot. The plan was a total success. He threw a heavy, powerful punch that sent the guy flying. What the hell is this? A monster delivering a lightning-fast, powerful punch that blew the enemy away in an instant. The whole group of scavengers stood there with their jaws dropped in terror at the bizarre sight. Then the bald guy screamed in a rage, "Kill that bastard for me!" Blood was streaming from his shoulder onto the ground, but ignoring the wound, he immediately shouted for his teammate, "Ina!" The aura around Ina instantly exploded. She broke free from the immobilization, her eyes blazing with fury. Seeing she was back in slaughter mode, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'll leave the rest of the stage to you." He slumped to his knees and called her name weakly, Ina. Ina shuddered, gripped her giant sword tightly, and unleashed a torrent of killing intent. Getting into a stance for a massacre, she swung her sword in a strike, like a storm tearing through the air heading straight for the enemy. Her muscular legs glided across the ground like an arrow from a bow, her eyes turned white with killing intent. She hoisted her greatsword and brought it down right on the bald guy's head. He only had time to gasp, "Wait!" The clean, brutal strike sent the bald guy to the afterlife in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere. Ina spun around with incredible precision, preparing for the next target. Seeing their leader killed so brutally in a single second, the accomplice was scared out of his wits. He turned and ran for his life. "What?" Ina clicked her tongue in disdain. "Tch!" Meanwhile, the coward was sprinting away, gasping for air. But just as she turned back, Ina's eyes suddenly widened in horror and she screamed, "What, Ron? You're losing so much blood, don't die!" Ron whispered, gasping. "Ha! Hey! The potion!" But the dense Ina was wailing tragically, "John is dying, I'll avenge you." This made him grimace as he managed to choke out the last word, potion. Simultaneously, the system notifications appeared. Achievement unlocked. Permanently increased spirit by 3 points when HP is below 0.1%. He stared at the empty potion bottle rolling on the ground. John let out a soft sigh. "This is going to," Ina mumbled as she fumbled to bandage his wound. "This is definitely going to leave a scar." John whispered to himself, "Thank God I bought that immortality stamp when I had the cash, otherwise I'd be dead meat by now." Ina suddenly grinned and slapped his shoulder hard. "Awesome, John. You're definitely the only manji to have such a badass scar right on his neck." He was left speechless, wondering, does she think this near-death scar is some kind of medal of honor? He thought to himself, there probably isn't another manji who's been stabbed through the neck and still lived to tell the tale. Even if they had muscles as hard as steel, Ina urged, if you've grabbed enough gear. Then let's go catch that guy from before. He can't have gone far. No sooner said than done. Ina grabbed the fleeing man by the collar and hauled him back, scaring him half to death as he shrieked. "Don't kill me, please," he sobbed pitifully. John calmly stepped forward and stopped her. Ina let him go. "We need his cloaking ability to hide from that red-haired woman." But before they could even finish negotiating, a dart flew out of nowhere and lodged straight into the bald man's head, killing him instantly. Both of them froze in horror as they looked at the corpse, then stared at each other in shock, shouting in unison, "Poison dart from the shadows!" The red-haired woman stepped out leisurely with a wicked smile. "Greetings, savages. That fight you two just had was quite impressive." John broke out in a cold sweat. Terrified, had she been watching the whole time? Realizing their escape route was blocked, he immediately shouted at his comrade. Ina the manji girl looked back at him with fiery eyes, her teeth clenched in determination. If they couldn't run anymore, they both charged toward the mysterious red-haired woman. Ina roared with strength, "It's do or die now!" She swung her massive greatsword in a powerful downward strike, while John swung his spiked mace in perfect coordination, hoping to crush their opponent in one go. However, the redhead slightly slid her body to the side in an incredibly graceful dodge, turning their powerful attacks into empty swings. Faster than lightning, she closed the distance and countered with her dagger grazing his defensive shield. The clash was intense, sending sparks flying in the dark of night. Seeing her cold expression, John was shaken with fear. She's too strong. Just how many essence orbs does she have now? Seeing his attack broken, he calculated that if he couldn't knock her down, he would have to use his own weight to pin her. He roared, deciding to throw his entire body at her. "I'll push her with all my might and pin her down," he yelled, creating an opening for his comrade Ina. But in the very next moment, his eyes widened in confusion as he realized something was wrong. He suddenly buckled to his knees in shock. Huh! His whole body went limp, drained of all strength. He asked himself in horror, did she pierce through my armor and strike my spine with just one dagger? How the hell? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could she be an aura user? If so, they had absolutely no chance of winning. Before he could even finish the thought, Ina lunged, swinging her greatsword in a fatal strike to save her partner. But the redhead was a step faster. A single, razor-sharp blade slashed through, tearing open Ina's defenses. Ina froze, blood spraying from her mouth as she coughed violently. Watching her comrade collapse into a pool of blood, John gritted his teeth, roaring with helpless rage. Damn it, Ina! The red-haired woman calmly delivered the final blow. Give up. The basilisk's paralytic toxin has already spread throughout your entire body. He panted heavily, thanking to himself. She completely outclasses us in strength, speed, everything. Damn it, are we really going to die in a place like this? Watching her leisurely withdraw the dagger, he could only gasp helplessly. But suddenly she stopped and made an unbelievable offer. If you swear not to breathe a word to anyone about what you've seen and heard today, I will spare your life. He asked in confusion. What? He was still in shock, doubting what he'd heard. What's that? She shrugged slightly and explained. That was my intention from the start, actually. In truth, I have no desire to kill you savages. She turned away, muttering cryptically, I still owe your Manji tribe a debt of gratitude. He suddenly understood everything. So that was why she just stood by and watched when the two of them were attacked by those bandits earlier. If they had finished them off back then, she wouldn't have had to deal with the guilt of killing them herself. Ina, who was gasping for air on the ground, struggled to speak. John, don't believe her. The Manji girl gritted her teeth, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, refusing to back down. She's just toying with us. John looked straight into the woman's eyes, asking, and if I refuse this offer? She calmly replied, sounding detached. Then I'll just send you both to the afterlife. It's simple. That's a promise. He frowned, confused. A promise? A promise to whom? She smirked coldly, cutting him off. That's none of your business. He reluctantly agreed. Fine. He knelt down, bowing respectfully. I swear on the honor of a true warrior. Looking at his overly serious demeanor, she could only scratch her head in annoyance. You really are a bit eccentric. She casually poured the antidote directly onto the wound on his shoulder, then turned to look at Ina, who was lying flat on the ground. And what about the Manji girl? What's your take? Ina adamantly refused. I refuse, the red-haired woman replied indifferently. I see. She casually raised her dagger, preparing to kill. Well, I'm afraid I have no choice then. Farewell. Seeing her cold, emotionless gaze, John panicked internally. This is bad. At this rate, Ina is actually going to die, he yelled until his throat was raw, urging his comrade. Ina, just do it. The girl turned to him, confused. John, she hesitated. But the warrior's oath, she protested, but he roared, cutting her off. You said you'd listen to everything I say. Trust me, Ina, forget about that. Useless pride. What's the point of keeping your pride when you're about to kick the bucket? The Manji girl was left speechless, bowing her head in thought before his frantic scolding. Finally, she gave in and mumbled, Fine, I swear it. Give me back my weapon. The red-haired woman suddenly had a question. Hey, let me ask you just one thing. Watching Ina chug the antidote. He looked up and heard her ask which floor they were on. Upon hearing that, he stayed silent for a few seconds before answering, calmly dropped a bombshell and turned to walk away. Floor 8, he thought, utterly stunned. Floor 8. If she's really an adventurer from the 8th floor, then we actually managed to keep our miserable lives. It was all thanks to the promise she had just mentioned. Watching her back as she faded into the distance, he silently gritted his teeth and swore to himself, just you wait. Next time we meet, it'll be a different story, you thief. Soon after, the two of them stepped into the crystal cave on the 1st floor. As soon as she crossed the teleport gate, Ina tripped and face-planted onto the ground. John stepped closer and asked with concern, Are you okay? She stayed silent for a moment, then whimpered, It hurts so much. Ina clutched her injury, thinking to herself, But as someone who isn't even a warrior, I don't even deserve to whine about my own pain. Seeing this, he became contemplative and worried. This is even worse than I thought. Is having to kneel, beg for your life, and swear on your honor really that shameful? Ron gently consoled his teammate. Ina, the warrior who survives until the end, is the strongest warrior. Thanks to that, we'll have a chance to get our revenge next time. She looked up and replied bluntly, You talk too much. I don't really get it. She hesitated for a moment and then said in a low voice, But I think I understand what you mean. Ina nodded proudly. Enduring this humiliation and the desire to just end it all. I guess that proves I'm a resilient warrior too, just like you. He could only remain speechless. John broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, Wait a minute, I wasn't trying to be deep or philosophical. I'm not even a real Manzi native. Ina clenched her fists with determination. I believe that one day we will successfully get our revenge. He leaned against the cliff wall, wearily calculating, We've been awake for 20 hours straight. After going through so many horrific events that have left me mentally exhausted, I still can't bring myself to sleep. Ron rubbed his chin and told himself even though his mood wasn't as bad as Ina's, it really still feels absolutely terrible. He looked over to the side. The Manzi girl had already fallen into a dead sleep. He silently recalled the past. This feeling of humiliation was exactly like the time he was saved by that blonde girl and her arrogant group of adventurers. The image of that swordsman standing above him, looking down and offering John a chance at survival, reappeared clearly in his mind, just as the priestess had flatly refused to heal him. The swordsman had tossed him a recovery potion with a look of regret and pity. At that moment, Ron had to crawl on the ground to snatch that bottle just like a stray dog. Although he was happy to have kept his life, he could never forget the humiliating, miserable feeling of that day. He had sworn to himself that he would never let himself fall into such a pathetic situation again. So where was the problem? Clearly, in every situation, he had always made the most optimal choices possible. In other words, he had been too focused on the immediate benefits at the time. But in that situation, what else could he have even done? Right when he opened his eyes and transmigrated to this world, the first thing that hit his sight was an adventurer being beheaded in public, followed by a series of events. Insanity far beyond the real world kept hitting him, so he had no choice but to prioritize his own safety above all else. But just continuing to live a life, this drained is definitely not okay. He narrowed his eyes, deciding firmly, All right, time to change the plan. Ron shook her gently to wake the sleeping girl. Ina, he said in a serious tone, proposing, If I said there was a way to help you become stronger but it came with extreme danger, would you be willing to do it? She immediately agreed without hesitation. Of course I would. Anyway, if I don't get stronger, we'll all die sooner or later. Besides, this life is full of unexpected chaos no matter which path you choose. She flashed a radiant smile. So it's best if we just stay proactive. Attack first and it'll be safer. Ron nodded, satisfied. All right, Ina, then next we will head into, he roared heroically, the water ravine. We will actively go hunt down the chaos ourselves. Whatever doesn't kill me makes me stronger. The system displayed a notification. Defeated gnome and razor mane wolf. Gained experience points. Ron silently assessed 4 types of monsters appearing at the same time. I didn't expect a hellish place like this to exist on the first floor, Ina replied dejectedly. That's why this area is extremely empty. The difficulty spikes because 4 types of monsters like to swarm out all at once, not to mention the space is pitch black. It's so gloomy that the 2 of us are forced to light faint torches to find our way. There's no reason for adventurers to wander into this hole unless they want to take a shortcut to save time. He smirked triumphantly. But that also means this is the perfect place to hide antiques. Ina suddenly stopped and pointed at a strange stone tablet. John, what is this? Walking over. John pointed at the stone tablet and said, This is a memorial for the first person who discovered this maze. Engraved on the stone were ancient words, the final sage Flan Grande Gabrielis, and to honor his great first steps. He calculated, it's exactly like the quote in the game. That means the hidden conditions are most likely exactly the same. Ron put on a serious face and warned Ina, I'm about to open a rift, but keep in mind that everything from this point on is a secret. She nodded resolutely. I swear on my honor as a warrior. Then looking confused, she pursed her lips and asked, But wait, what's a rift anyway? Ron could only stay silent. It's a maze within a maze. In the game, they're called independent dungeons, a specialized dungeon conquered by a pre-selected team. Ron mentally listed the requirements to trigger the first floor rift. You have to place the mana stones of 4 types of monsters on the monument, including mana stones from a goblin, a blade-maned wolf, and finally a Death Fan's mana stone. Combine those with a mana stone from an 8th-tier monster from the 2nd floor, and the space rift will open. Once done, he shouted, Let's go! Ina the Death Fan's mana stone will open an independent dungeon with a maximum capacity of 5 people. Its difficulty depends on the team members. Now who will be next? The system displayed that characters had entered the first floor rift. A rift is essentially a maze within a maze in the game. They are called independent dungeons, a new realm that spawns randomly on each floor. There is always a cooldown period for these rifts, and Ron knew that for a first-floor rift to reopen naturally, it takes at least 3 months in city time. But waiting around for it to open on its own is extremely inefficient. That's why people started finding ways to force them open. There are four rifts on the first floor, and the one he and his teammates just entered is a dungeon called the Blood-Stained Castle. The sky was a deep red, as if the world were coming to an end, with crows circling overhead as we headed toward a dark castle. Ina trembled in awe. It's huge. Ron thought to himself that the moment he used the Death Fan's Mana Stone, he was certain it would open this blood-stained castle map. He mused that even so, seeing it in real life was overwhelming. The good thing is that on the first floor, the rifts are always clearable no matter the difficulty, Ron calculated. Now the important thing is who will show up next. Who are the members that will join the raid? They will be automatically selected by the system. Ina suddenly jumped and called out, "Ron, someone else is coming!" A strange foot began to emerge from the hole. In the crimson space, he and his team held their breath, wondering, who could it be? Meanwhile, in another corner of the crystal cave on the first floor, a short-haired woman was scolding. "Erwin, you used your spirit on your own again," Erwin replied in a low voice. "Ah," she muttered sadly. "It's so hard to do it with just a dagger," the sister said sternly. "I told you that you need to be able to defend yourself without a bow or a spirit by your side, didn't I?" Erwin explained, "But that guy said focusing on what I do best is what I should do, and an adventurer's duty is to trust their teammates and fulfill their role as best they can." Hearing the mention of Ron, the sister slightly shrugged and warned, "He's right, but this world isn't that nice." The sister continued to lecture Erwin. "Teammates are at the end of the day just teammates. Don't place too much value or trust in them." Erwin lowered her head and replied, "All right." But in her heart she still defended him. "But he's not a bad person, is he?" She changed the subject. "Anyway, why can't we go up to the second floor now, sis? I bet that guy is making a fortune up there right now." The short-haired sister smirked and explained, "You can't climb floors quickly just by hunting a little on the second floor, so we're getting ready to enter a space rift." Erwin's eyes widened in surprise. "What, I thought you had to be extremely lucky to get in there." The sister nodded. "That's right. There are quite a few seasoned adventurers who are unlucky enough that they've never stepped foot in there once." The sister analyzed further, but the last time it opened was 8 months ago. The cycle for a rift is at most 8 months, so the rift on the first floor is bound to open again soon. Erwin thought sadly, "So that's how it is. Yet that guy didn't say anything to me about it." The sister crossed her arms. "That goes without saying. After all, that barbarian is just a total rookie. He's probably climbing the tower in the most inefficient way possible." She smiled with a mix of smugness and contempt. She put her arm around Erwin. "Trust me, in just a year, you'll be so powerful that even if that barbarian tried, he couldn't keep up." Suddenly both were startled. "What is that sound?" The surrounding space suddenly cracked violently, making Erwin shout, "A rift is appearing!" The sister panicked and urged, "Run, Erwin!" The younger sister replied, "Yes." Both of them rushed toward the glowing red space gate. Erwin put all her might into leaping into the mystical vortex in front of her, but the eerie light suddenly vanished the moment they touched the gate. It closed with a snap, leaving the sister outside to click her tongue in regret. "Tisk, were we too late?"